Cookeville, Tennessee. It is easy to miss on a map of the U.S., but on the CrossFit landscape, it looms large. The reason? A gym built by one of the first superstars in the sport of fitness. Welcome inside CrossFit Mayhem as we kick off the second stage of the CrossFit Games season with the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Roy McKernan and Rich Froning.
The one and only.
You've worked really hard.
There's three. I'm not one and only.
Oh, that's true. There's a couple Rich Fronings.
The other one's actually here getting some stuff done someplace behind the scenes, but it's got to be great to see this all come together.
I mean, 100%. You said I worked hard. There is an army of people that put this together. I know that everybody's got a great community in the CrossFit world. I have to say the one here in Cookeville at CrossFit Mayhem is uniquely beautiful. We had an army of people just show up and transform this gym. And, of course, it's really because of the big guy here and everything that he's created, man. We were here for the Open. This is wholly unique because it's yours. Like, what's it like to have this in the house?
Well, once again, we talked about it earlier. Me and you did the 2 o'clock class, which I beat you in. Yeah, team effort. And within less than 24 hours, everything was out. This was up. It's magic, man. It's so cool to see. You know, we joke the season starts here. It doesn't really start here, but it starts here. It's starting here again. We're fired up. Couldn't do it without all of our members, the community we have here. It's going to be an awesome weekend.
Well, as you mentioned, the season does kind of start here as we kick off the second stage of the 2025 CrossFit Games season. The Mayhem Classic is the first of 10 in-person qualifying events. There's another part of the qualifying process that is going to be done inside of the affiliates in the virtual online semifinal. That's May 1st to the 4th. There's also a last chance qualifier that runs June 13th through the 16th. That's going to be a lot of fun, but at the end of it, 30 men and 30 women will qualify for the 2025 CrossFit Games. And you mentioned, the army of people. The sponsors are a big reason why we're able to have this.
That's absolutely right. We are so proud of our family here, but we could not do it with outside help. Bringing you this broadcast, making sure the athletes have a fantastic experience, a prize person, all of it. Northern Spirit behind me is a big reason that this is going down, and they are going to be our international partner. We got a lot of cool drops coming, and we're really excited to have them on board. Yeah,
this is going to be a fun event. 2 days. 4 events have been announced. We don't know how many events we have total. Those are going to be announced later on, and then we'll know how many tests of these athletes. This guy knows, but we're not going to. I mean, I know too. I'm just going to do what I do usually really well, which is play dumb. But let's talk about event number 1. That is obviously up first, and it is something that was inspired by an event that happened all the way back at the 2013 CrossFit Games. We are underway, the 4th of 12 scored events here at the 2013 Reebok CrossFit Games.
Event 1 for the Mayhem Classic, 800-ish run, 20 burpee box get-overs to 48 inches, and 40 sandbag squats. We're going to do 3 rounds of that. We say 800-ish because it's a Mayhem 800. Not 100% sure if it's an 800. It's pretty close. We think about 750-ish, but looks cooler to say 800. So a little bit of an ode, I guess, to the burden run. You've got a run in there, a little bit of odd object. We know it's not the same, but want to have a run in there, want to have a little bit of odd object, want to get up and over something. So try to keep it pretty classic, true to our roots, true to CrossFit roots, and yeah, event 1.
Burden Run is one of my all-time favorite events. Obviously, you can't recreate that exactly like you wanted to here, but what were the elements that you knew you wanted to have?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to give Angelo a huge shout-out. Anybody knows and follows us, Angelo's a huge part of this event. His fingers and, emotions are in all these events. Anybody that knows me knows that, I could leave a run out if we wanted to, but Angelo was adamant that we leave the run in there and, an actual physical run. We didn't want people on runners. We wanted some odd objects, some odd implements. This was our best. It's not the same, but it is fun. It's, letting these athletes kind of showcase and show how awesome they are as athletes and, do a little bit of running.
Yeah. Thanks to the weather for cooperating.
And the weather for cooperating. I honestly, when I pulled in, I saw a little dark cloud. I'm like, please don't do it. So we had a contingency plan. They were going to run on runners. It was going to be really boring to watch. So fired up, excited to this one.
Well, event 2 is a much different challenge. We're going to get rid of all the odd objects. We're going to roll some heavy barbells out on the floor. And event 2 is one that was inspired by something that happened more than 10 years ago. We'll talk about that after you guys check out event number 2.
All right, event 2, heavy Isabel. Isabel showed up at the games. I feel like we've advanced quite a bit in the years. Obviously, this is a completely different test than Isabel, but I think it's a pretty cool test. It's a fun test. It's something that I've done a couple different times. First time I did it with the standard of you had to squat snatch and then I got to do it in front of a bunch of people at an event, and there was no stipulation on the squat snatch. So, hey, get it done. Don't care how you get it done. It's going to be heavy. It's going to be fun to watch. Can't wait to see athletes throw down. Our take, a modern take on a classic workout.
I remember how big a deal it was when you did that side-by-side event competing against yourself. Why bring that back now 10 years later?
I don't know. I've got a weird history obsession. Anybody that knows or follows, I've got an American history obsession. I have a CrossFit obsession. I think it's cool to showcase where we've been and how far we've come. I'm excited, probably most excited about that event, watching athletes like Guy go through it. You know, I remember doing that workout with the specifics that we had to squat snatch it for an open like promo video. It wasn't an announcement or anything. And then Advocare having me out and doing it in front of 20,000 people by myself. You know, the pressure of having to beat myself, but having the energy. I'm excited when this thing closes down. We've got that Big Sky, Montana video feel. It's going to be rocking in here. I'm excited about that one.
You mentioned Guy Majeros. He is just one of the 28 athletes who are here competing for 4 total spots to the CrossFit Games. We've got 20 men, 18 women. We'll start on the men's side, where 2 of the favorites have to be a guy who's coming off a win at the CrossFit Games last year. That's James Sprague. You got Jason Hopper. He had a great end to his season with what he did in Fort Worth and also at the Rogue Invitational. But someone who could do really well here is a guy you guys both know really well, and that's Roman Krennikov.
Yeah, Roman's such a fan favorite, and Angela made a fantastic point right before we went on air. People have made it easy for themselves to overlook Roman for whatever reason that is. And I think that would be a huge mistake to sleep on him. Of course, he's training in his home. He slept in his own bed last night. He's around his family. He's relaxed. He said, I don't know if this feels more like a training day or more like a competition.
Well, Roman's a creature of habit. Anybody that knows Roman around here, like, he has his specifics he does. So this does play into his strengths. I think today is about the bigger athletes, the stronger athletes. I think you'll see those guys and girls shine in these first 2. We'll see how tomorrow goes. But, man, you can't count Roman out. I think it's going to be fun to watch these guys and girls throw down. And, man, I'm excited.
Well, there are a couple guys, too, that we didn't mention who we will be keeping an eye on, and they both did extremely well in the World Wide Open. You got Colton Mertens, who won it, and then Austin Hatfield looking to repeat the success that he had last year.
I'll be honest, I'm such a Colton Mertens fan, but when you talk about Austin, I mean, all I think is that maybe he should have dropped the mic and walked away after he beat Rich Froning in an open announcement. Now, Austin, some of these line up so well for him, and that guy seems to be just on a rocket ship trajectory.
Yeah, he's a fun guy to watch, cool guy to be around, fits Mayhem culture really well. Colton's going to be fun to watch. He won the snatch ladder, or did really well in the snatch ladder. Touch and go to the 265.
Awesome.
It was pretty electric. So I'm excited to watch Colton and all these guys and girls move the barbell in this second event. So it's going to be fun. Guy doing touch and go for 30 reps, maybe. We'll see.
You got
Rosema, man, he crushed the snatch ladder at Syndicate last year. Is it Syndicate? One of those. So, man, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be a battle.
Let's go over to the women's side. 18 women vying for those 2 spots to the CrossFit Games. 2 of the favorites, Alexis Raptis coming off a great 2024, as is Emily Rolfe. She should do pretty well in event number 1. But another woman who I know, again, both of you are very familiar with, we get to see her in action, and that's Haley Adams.
My favorite thing about Haley Adams right now is that her attitude is she's just on fire. She's having so much more fun. You can tell in the gym she seems to be enjoying training. The funny thing that I hear Rich talk about the other day, she's like, yeah, but I'm just not peaked. She downplayed her fitness.
Haley's a competitor. That's who she is. It's in her DNA. When she gets out here, I mean, I'm her punching bag. Anybody that walks in here kind of like usually I'm the one that fitness peer pressures people, but Haley's kind of taken on that role as, as I've not been here as much, or if I travel, I come back and people are like, I had to do this with Haley. Haley made me do this. So she's going to be fine.
When you hear Haley walking down the hallway, the media guys will hide under desks and stuff. She's just looking for a victim.
Well, someone that you're also very familiar with, it has a great story of the reason why she's here, is Nina Vergovich.
Look, here's the deal. We needed backfills frequently. It took a lot of work, like you said, to get this thing off the ground. And what I love about Nina is that she's the every person's hero. She threw her hand in the air. She said, hey, put me in, coach. I would love nothing more than to be on that competition floor. I think she's got an opportunity to steal a lot of points in some of these events. And, of course, she'll have some down moments, too. But it's a great opportunity, like you said, for Nina. Keep your eyes on her.
Yeah, and again, we just want to mention just how thankful we are to the sponsors. We'll be talking a lot about them throughout the weekend, because without them, this just does not happen.
100%. And the good thing is that they also want to thank you guys. So right now, if you go check out Northern Spirit, you can use the code NSMayhem20 for 20% off site-wide, and you're going to love, man, this is the collector tee that we already got going on. We got a lot more cool stuff. We'll be back in this booth to tell you guys more later on in the show.
Well, we got a lot of action coming up over these next 2 days. We're going to kick it off here in just about 10 minutes. So let's take a look what is on tap for this first day of competition here at the Mayhem Classic. The women are going to go first in event 1. That's at 3 p.m. Central Time. Again, just about 10 minutes. And then the men will close things out in event number 2, that Heavy Isabel, at 6:31 p.m. Central Time. So go grab your favorite beverage. Go wake up grandma, get her in front of the TV. We're going to have a lot of fun here in about 10 minutes as we kick off the opening day of competition at the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
Go ahead and put your hand on it. We're going to go into a moment of prayer and the national anthem.
The road to Albany, New York starts in Cookeville, Tennessee. It's the first of 10 in-person qualifying events at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody, as we kick off 2 days of competition here at CrossFit Mayhem. I'm Sean Woodland with two men who need no introduction, Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. I've been looking forward to working with you guys, but you guys started this with an open announcement. Now we have an in-person qualifying event. Why are you putting yourselves through this?
You know, I'm not. It's Rory and all these other guys. You know, we joked about using, hey, the season starts here, and Rory was really upset that, yeah, the open starts here. Well, we're like, we can just use it for the in-person qualifying event. And he's like, but the season already started. I'm like, no, it starts here.
Yeah.
And it keeps starting here. So that's where we are, and it's been a fun part.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had a great time writing the workouts. I mean, that's what we do.
That's
every day.
That's all we know how to
workouts.
do, if
That's
we're being 100% honest.
That's what we're good at. So writing workouts. Someone said, hey, write a bunch of workouts for some really fit people. We're like, all right, yeah, twist my arm.
Well, the first workout that we have for these really fit people is one that was inspired by the 2013 Burden Run. We're going to do some running. We got some burpees over a tall box, and then we have some feed bag squats. What was other than the Burden Run, what were you looking to get accomplished here? What was the inspiration?
Little odd object, you know. Well, I said on pre-show, you know, I would leave a run out. Angelo's adamant. He's got these 5 things
what is
we
wrong
have
with
to
you?
do. I know, right? He's got meniscus, you know. We don't.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
2 functioning knees. All right, well, this is now your time to shine. Let's talk about keys to the event here. We'll start with Angelo.
My key is consistent squat speed. If you have a consistent squat speed, it's 120 squats. Keep that speed consistent, and it'll pay off.
All right, follow that up.
I think you can't get caught in a trap. You know, everybody's going to go out hot. You know, the first event, everybody's here. We're excited. You just got to be careful.
We have 18 women who are about to take on this event. Heat and number 1. Athletes who are going to be taking on the opening event on your screen right now. And one of them is Nina Vergovich. She'll be in lane 8. For more on her, let's send it down to the 4th member of our broadcast team, Bella Martin.
Guys, it feels good to be here in-house with all of the Mayhem athletes, especially Nina. She came here 2 seasons ago with her coach, Dom D'Agostino, all the way from Naples, Florida. She's been right on the cut line from making the games the last couple years, but things have changed. I would call her one of my dark horses. She's been fun to watch in the training facility. Tell you what, I'm excited to see how she stacks up against this field here today. Sean, maybe this is her ticket to the games.
She's going to have her work cut out for her if she wants to accomplish that, as there are a lot of talented athletes here in this 18-woman field. And we are underway at the 2025 Mayhem Classic, and we start with the 800-meter run.
Yeah, I get to watch my old friend here, Andrea Nisler, who we all know really well.
Yep.
Man, Andrea's she's a competitor, man. She's fun to have around. We had a great time the year 2 years we competed. Her and Taylor and Sam's here, and so, you know, like 3 of the 4 of us are here. They actually have to do stuff. But
I remember, I think the first time I met her was when she was still with OC3 in Davenport, Iowa.
Yep.
And I walked into that gym, and they were training, and I was like, these people are savages.
Intensity.
Yeah. Intensity.
Oh my, yeah.
That's a good word for it.
I was like, I'm in the wrong place right now.
Once you get Andrea's kind of layers peeled back, though, she is actually she's awesome.
Yeah.
Both those girls are. But, man, it was she's just such a competitor, and that's, man, she just wants to hurt, you know. And so I think, you know, she's going to do well this weekend. you know, if you're to ask those girls, if you ever, you know, oh, we're going to do so bad at this, and then they smash it. So it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be great. We got Vic in this one, who's also been around here for a couple years, Nina. So, yeah, be fun. Yeah, this run course is an 800-ish, you know, CrossFit. You got to be careful, and people get real upset, the runners especially, when we say it's a set distance and it's not exactly
that. Oh, it's not right.
So yeah, this is the first time they've run this course. We don't use this course really at the gym. This is not our gym layout.
Yeah,
so
not our normal 400.
This little hill right here is going to be a bit of a burner. I can't wait to watch after those squats this first round.
Perfect.
So.
The first lap is now done.
The way we have the run set up, I think Scott and I talked about this. When we had another workout we were thinking about doing closer to even Burden Run, which with a long 2 mile. Like, well, how are we going to keep that people engaged and the broadcast engaged and everything? We're like, well, we'll just have them run 400s or 800s and run through the gym. So the run through the gym idea was for sure on purpose, so we get to see the athletes. If you see any shakeup or movement during those runs, which I think we'll probably see on rounds 2 and 3, the better runners or maybe even the better squatters who can hold a higher pace on that run, keep a higher pace, and you can see a little bit of shifting maybe on that first to second lap.
One thing you don't really feel through the TV, obviously, is it's a little humid here.
It is.
It's warm.
Swampy
it's
here.
Not
I forgot what it's like down in this part of the country.
I can't wait to see those boxes get nice and slick as they're coming over.
Well,
it. So
we were talking about that. Then you can do the Vellner slide.
The Vellner slide.
Yeah,
did you ask him if he
I don't
can
know.
you use that?
He's the only other person I've ever seen do it.
All right.
Well, you were briefing the athletes on this movement yesterday, and I think you had the best advice for them.
Don't be an asshole.
Don't be an a-hole.
Yeah.
Just do the movement.
Can we say that? But yeah,
it's your broadcast.
It's my
say whatever
broadcast.
you want,
We can say whatever we want. You know. Yeah. I mean, we tried to a lot of these movements tried to not take the judge out, which we have the AFJ here, incredible organization, provided the judges. They're handling all any discrepancies, anything. They handled the standards, but I was like, let's make it easy on the judge, easy on the athletes. The athletes showcase what they can do. And, you know, athletes are going to try to find a way, but I'm like, all right, in that, don't make us make stupid rules, you know? Like, let's try to let you guys showcase it, but also, I mean, I get trying to find an edge and do all those types of things, but.
Well, Lindsay Lane and Caroline Stanley were the first two women back into the building here to start this first set of box jump overs. Lindsay Lane is in lane 3. She's in the all black, just coming over the box there in the middle of your screen. And Caroline Stanley's in the yellow and the white in the middle of the floor.
Andrea there. When Andrea gets to this bag, she's a squatter, like one of the stronger women in this field. It's going to be fun to see her hit Isabel.
Yeah, with Lindsay, I messaged her like a week ago and asked her if she'd come to do this. So Lindsay and I actually tested some syndicate workouts because she's her friend and coach J.R. Howell
and your friend
and my friend had a big part in that, and she helped with a few of those. And so she was doing that, and then last week she competed at Crescendo on a team.
Oh, nice! Heck yeah.
But she already had that planned, and JR's like, hey, there's an open spot at the Classic. You're going to take it.
Love that.
And he goes, just throw her in.
I love it.
The scoring hat at the top of your screen. The run is going to count for 2 reps, and then you got 20 reps here on the box. So when they hit the 22 rep mark, that's when they'll advance to that feedback for the first time. They'll complete 40 reps there, so 62 reps per round, 186 total. And Lane, Miller, and Nisler are your leaders right now. Lindsay Lane in the all black, judge's hand in the air. She now has 1 rep to go before she'll move to the feedback.
Yeah, you know, we kind of talked about how the season has gotten and changed every year, and that's hard to follow. I kind of like this, like, you know, we love the regionals back in the day, right? We all have this nostalgia, this connection to that. As an athlete, I loved the sanctional model that we could go out and go compete at different places. So having these athletes' willingness to come out and just suffer, even, you know, like some of these that don't even have a chance to be top 2 out here wanting to throw down. It's just fun. It's great for the community. I mean, this is a working affiliate. On Wednesday, we were on this floor doing a class workout. All of our members here have volunteered hours. I mean, it's just, it's awesome.
Yeah. It's really cool to see how the gym's transformed, because if you were a member here on Wednesday, you were like, all right, well, I don't really see what's going to happen. I don't understand it. And then you come in here and you're like, wait, I did a class here 2 days ago?
Yeah, me and Rory did the 2 o'clock class on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's really cool. When the last time it transformed, it was cool, and then it's cool to see it again. And a little bit different format too. We chose a different layout.
The two athletes on your screen on the left, that's Kiara Miller, and then right in the middle, that's our leader, Lindsay Lane. And then you got Andrea Nisler, who right now is in 4th place in this heat. A Masters athlete, 36 years old. At the Masters, the Legends Championship last year, there was a long shipper that ended in 75 wall. I think it was 75. She did those unbroken, and the reason she did it, she's like, you know, someone's going to yell at me if I go.
She high rocks trains, I bet. You know,
Must be it.
No, Andrea is such a competitor, and you see her just looking around and watching, doing her thing. Man, she's so fun to just, you know, watch her kind of like take that in. She's
get a little bit nasty out there when she's trying to compete. Which is great.
And she'll snot everywhere. I saw her wipe her nose as I was walking out or running out. So yeah.
Well, second round is underway as the leaders are out on that first of 2 laps on that 800-meter run.
Oh, Angelo's
Shelby Neal's up there.
Yeah.
Cookville Fire out there holding
Shout
down
out
the fort.
to them, first responders here.
Shelby Neal, I wasn't watching her lane that closely, but she really moved those squats. She made up a lot of ground on the squats, and now she's right with shoulder to shoulder with Lindsay Lane in the front of the heat.
Now remember, they have to return back to their lane, so that does make a little bit of a difference as far as who is in the lead here. But going back to Nisler and competing on a team, I mean, everyone always talked about, oh, you know, Rich is pushing these people. Rich is the leader, and you know, I don't want to make Rich upset, but how much of that was with her as well?
No, you don't want to let any of your team down.
Yeah.
They're great competitors. You know, I think, honestly, I had to pull the reins back on them more than anything. I'm like, hey, chill out. We're okay. You know, they get so spun up and they want to win everything, which we did win a lot of events when they were on the team, so that was easy. But, you know, like, they're such just fierce competitors that at times you had to be like, hey, chill out. We're okay. You know, because everything, if we got second in an event, it was like, the end of the world. And I'm like, hey, we're playing a game here, you know, and so that was the only thing that, you know, they had such a base coming into competing with us. They'd been on successful teams. They just hadn't quite gotten there, but they're incredible competitors, Taylor and Andrea, and then having, you know, Chase the 1 year and then Sam the 2nd year. It was a ton of fun.
Caroline Stanley, your leader right now as it appears on the run, coming off her first appearance at the CrossFit Games last year where she took 17th place overall.
Oh man, yeah, that hill's gonna get nasty.
It is. Yeah,
it's short, but it's steep.
Man, we did a walkthrough yesterday, and even just the little things that we had to do to, like, we evened all that out, and it's pretty cool. It's like, hey, we can actually run out there now, you know, like it's fun. You know, some of the things that we've done for the event the members will get to use. And, that's such a cool thing about CrossFit and the competition. Like, our members or anybody here can do similar-ish workouts. They might not be the exact same workout. You know, it's the 800 might not be the same, but you know what the athletes are going through. There's such a shared suffering. It's what makes this sport so special with the community aspect of it. There's a connection. I can't go out and put pads on and go, you know, get hit by Ray Lewis or anything like that, but I don't think I'd want to. But still, it's like, you know, athletes in their gym can do similar things, so it's fun.
Well, I think, like you said, you know, people don't know the skill that it takes to be an NFL player. Just to sit on the bench and maybe be a special teamer, but you have an appreciation for just how hard this is when you come out and you try to do a scaled version of it, and you realize that, you know, the best in the world are doing
infinitely scalable.
Yep. This one actually is pretty cool. You could, I mean, on Monday we can program this as a class workout, and they can do it. And they can run the same loop.
Yeah,
really cool.
Well, Caroline Stanley back into the building here. She puts the finishing touches on her second of 3 800-meter runs.
To piggyback on that, Josh is adamant that we will have classes on Monday. So, Josh Malone, shout out to him, man. He's been kind of the puppet master. Him and Rory have been behind the scenes and making all this happen. Me and Angelo just got to do the fun part of making the workouts. And then we're like, hey guys, make it happen. You know?
Lindsay Lane is in second. Shelby Neal's there as well. And Andrea Nisler has moved herself into the top 4. Maybe even the top 2 right now.
Yeah, I think this third round's where it's going to get a little interesting. We'll see who went out hot. We'll see if they can hang on.
It's Caroline Stanley.
I think the squats here are going to get interesting, even on the second round.
What was your clever? Is that the next?
I mean, they're all clever.
Oh,
consistent squat speed.
Oh,
and like
no,
I'm glad you just said that, because I was already talking about the squats. I think this round will really show you who's kind of in the fight. You keep holding consistent squat speed. This round, the third round, you know how it is too. You get in that race at the end. You're going to hang on, even if at a detriment to your own body, you're going to try to hang on. But this second round is where it's like you make the decision. Do you want to hang with those top 5, or do you want to just fall back and kind of see how good you can do, or do you really want to push it?
And there's Zina Dragovic in the peach shorts and white top. Caroline Stanley continues to lead. 75 reps down, 186 reps total.
Who gave Olivia a camera down there? What is she doing?
I think Scott made her do it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Olivia.
She was stressed about it. She was taking pictures of us last weekend at Crescendo to get some practice. She's like, I just don't, on certain movements, I don't know what to get, and so I just need a little bit of practice. We're like, okay, cool.
Right, cool.
So yeah, she's taking it seriously, which is cool.
She's awesome. So we put out that graphic of like all the workouts and what they were. So Dom's wife, Olivia, she came up and she was adamant. She had them all figured out. Like everybody knew Isabel, and so that, like, the deal was if you picked one key, you could make your own trip. Like, so there was all different things. She came up to us and she was like, I've got it figured out. Can you tell me if I got any one right? And I was like, I can't tell you. But later, what was so funny is she had not one right, minus Isabel.
But she said it with confidence, and that's all that
She
matters.
was sure. She was like, and if this isn't the test, then it's a horrible test.
Yeah.
And she
If
was
I'm wrong,
adamant.
you suck.
It was awesome to watch this place descend into madness when we put out those graphics.
The final rep for Stanley and final rep for Nisler. Shelby Neal will be the next woman to finish.
Here we go.
So 70 pounds on that feed bag. Now 40 squats here. So the 124 mark is when they'll take off on their third and final 800-meter run.
Do you think at any point, Angelo, the way they are getting the bag to shoulder will affect the outcome?
No, I wouldn't.
Andrea's
think
doing a little clean and jerk, so front, and then some of the other girls are kind of doing their around the world.
Yeah, I've seen the around the world. I don't think so, since it's just one rep each time. I don't think so, but Lindsay was pretty smooth right there. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe you just don't want to pick it up after the burpees because your arms are tired, but you just have to have the thought of, once I get this up, I don't really have to use my arms.
Yeah, you got to keep one hand on it at all times is the rule.
And I guess for those wondering, I think the feed sacks on Rogue's website are 150. This is a 100-pound bag
with some
sand and rubber crumb in it to make up that difference.
Ooh, rubber crumb. Nice.
That's what it's called.
Is it?
Yep.
Sorry.
Some rubber crumb. It's basically flooring. That makes it's a little bit bigger, holds more space, takes up more space.
It's recycled. It's eco-friendly.
There you go. Yeah, eco-friendly. We're all about that here.
In Cookville for sure.
So yeah, that's what. If you don't see the 70-pound bag on Rogue's website, they have the rubber crumb.
Bag.
Yeah, we get 100. They have it on Rogue.
Get the crumb. A side of crumb.
Just throw some weights in there, whatever you need.
Yeah.
Caroline Stanley's done.
She's been moving good on the runs too, so I think she's actually, she's running it perfectly, basically using both of our strategies.
Shelby Neal, meanwhile, has made up ground. She could be the next woman to finish, and she is. She's dumping her bag, and she'll take off on the run behind Stanley, and now Nisler finishes right after Shelby Neal. As you take a look at Caroline Stanley, former softball player at Greensboro College, started all 39 games her senior season and batted .358, 3 doubles, 2 triples, and 7 RBI.
Woohoo!
Wow. Made sign up for the softball team.
No, hey, we just started men's league here in Cookville, so we might need to look her up when we need an extra body.
Played shortstop.
Oh, all right. Good with the glove.
Caroline Stanley's a deer hunter. She killed her a good one this year.
Did she?
Yeah.
Nice.
I saw a picture. I saw a picture of it, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like her in a truck bed with a holding up a rack. I was like, oh, that's cool.
All right. Where's she live?
North Carolina?
Oh, okay.
I could be totally wrong.
Made that
totally wrong. Made
that up. I know Andrea, and I know she's not happy with us right now.
Yeah.
She does not like to run. She's doing really well in this event, but
she does not like to run. She made that very clear multiple times.
Yeah, and she was she joked about canceling her flights when she found out. Yeah.
She was able to pass Shelby Neal for second place right now in the heat.
Andrea's a dog. She's for sure. She's got that. She's just got that in her. 3 for Dale on the minivan. It's a Mayhem van right there, actually.
This, I guess, how many renditions of this workout do you think we wrote? I know there was a sandbag clean version.
There's the Mayhem Hunt version.
Yes.
That's a standard. It's a 400,
40 air squats, 50 air squats, 25 burpee box jump overs.
Yep, and with 24 inches. Yeah, I like this one. I like just a little bit of added height to the box that makes it, you know, a little bit more athletic and a little bit more just something to think about. So.
Yep, and the weight on the squats, you know, Hunt's more for anybody, the everyday athlete, and this is to test the fittest. So we level it up just a little bit as well.
One lap down for our leaders, as now everyone's on that third and final 800-meter run.
Yep. I will say I didn't know Caroline Stanley to be a good runner. She may be a great runner, and I just don't know her as that. But either way, she's doing great on the run today. Like she's either making up time or holding such a pace where no one can make up time on her in the gym. So she's running really good.
This is a decent little run too. You've got this initial climb, and then once you get out the front of the gym here, it kind of slowly gradual, but then you got to run just a little bit uphill to get back in here.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like a little bit when you're this deep into the workout like this.
But it's almost like you can settle into that pace as you're going. And
there is some good level change to it. It's like, it's perfect.
Yeah.
So Stanley taking a look over her right shoulder to see if anybody's immediately behind her. Now she's getting ready to lap. I think that's Victoria Campos, who's on her first of 2 laps on her final 800-meter run.
Hey, shout out to whoever's flying that drone. You're doing a good job.
And here comes Caroline Stanley.
This run is perfect. It's exactly what I wanted it to look like. Like now we can see people, because people standing in here don't know that she's lap people. And they're like, oh, wow. Oh, my goodness, she's lap people on the run. Like it's cool to see them come in and their coaches and the fans get to see them run in.
It's demoralizing for Vic to look and see, oh, man, I have another lap. And
I thought I was racing her, and now she's starting burpees.
Stanley on to her third and final set of 20 burpee box get overs.
She's got a good lead. It's going to be tough to catch. You know, like those are long reps, you know, like we'll see with Andrea here.
She can get aggressive,
You can't count her out.
No way.
And I mean, we've got a small field here too. So if you can do well in this event, like you're going to see some people jump around a little bit. We'll reseed after tonight, and then we'll reseed after event 3 in the morning. So yeah, it's going to be fun. And you've got 2 really good contrasting workouts here. You got this kind of long, grindy, slow, and then you've got, man, just a show tonight. I'm fired up about that one.
I am excited. I'm trying to like live in the moment right now because I am excited to see this event happen.
Well, we know the whole story.
It is hard.
Sean, you know the whole story too, but hey, we're not telling.
Well, Caroline Stanley continues to lead. Andrea Nisler's about 3 reps back of her at the 146 rep mark. That's when they will move on to the 70-pound feed bag for their final 40 squats.
This is where the squats is where I'm excited to see if Andrea can make up time there, because I mean we know her as having really strong legs and having a strong squat. I mean there are probably days in the barn where she was out squatting me, like 1 rep, 1 for 1,
for
doing
sure.
more heavier
she can
front
squat
squats
more than you. Yes, 100%.
Shelby Neal, meanwhile, in 3rd place. Lindsay Lane sits in 4th. She was our early leader. She's on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Neal at the top. And then the 2 leaders in the heat right in the middle. Stanley in the yellow and the white, and Andrea Nisler in the long black pants.
Got a hand up.
Stanley has about 4 reps to go.
She's just moving great. I mean, on everything. Like I thought it might have been just the run or just it's everything. She's just doing everything well.
I think Andrea's kind of maintained the gap. It looks like she's 3 or 4 behind. I think she came in right at that. So we'll see when they get to these squats. I feel like Andrea does well when she gets to that bag. And if you have a target, right?
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you're in those middle rounds, you're like, oh man, I don't know, how hard I want to push these. But when you have that target of like, all right, I'm done here.
Yeah, and I'm close to I actually saw her in the back, and she explicitly told me I'm here to just take up space. I go,
She's doing more
go,
than
you're
taking
gonna
up
do
space.
good. You're probably gonna do good. You don't have to like be humble to me. She goes, no, I'm really not. I'm not training that hard. I'm like, hey,
Oh, whatever.
stop.
An early no rep for Stanley, but she continues to work as she opening up more of a lead on Nistler.
Moving
Now
really well.
Nistler's moving to the feed bag. 40 reps here, 186, and then they got to hit the buzzer at the finish line.
Hit the buzzer. Brought the buzzer back. Rogue made him a little safer. Those metal contraptions we had the first time, probably not the most athlete friendly, but you know. That was a Scott thing too, I believe.
The buzzer?
Yeah, remember he was adamant on the buzzer.
First time we ever saw it, that was over in Asia, wasn't it? Was that the first time?
Was that the first time that we brought him to the classic?
you liked
Yeah,
it so
but that was the
much.
first time I ever saw him in competition.
Yeah. I think I just liked slapping the buzzer.
Yeah,
That's
everyone
why.
does. Just
Wham! My kids loved it. They were running through here slapping the buzzer.
you don't have a football to spike.
No, you don't have to really celebrate.
yeah.
Maybe a belt to slam,
Right.
something like that. But you know, celebrations are a little
If
bit
you do
limited.
good, it's exciting. If you do bad, you're really gonna want to still hit that
You
button.
still get to hit the buzzer.
You get to hit the buzzer.
Tap out.
Nistler got hit with a no rep. Stanley has now 4
Man, she's really
reps
moving.
remaining. Looking to set the early time to beat here is Caroline Stanley with 1 heat remaining. Final rep for her. She is in.
Girl.
Wow.
21:51.09 seconds
She did not
for
want that sweat
Stanley.
on her. Did you see that? She was like,
Yeah.
ooh, I don't want that.
That was really good. She really separated herself
Heck
in the
yeah, she
squats.
did.
and
Wow.
She just kept moving at the same pace and consistent, some may say.
Consistent.
Someone may say that
Oh, who would have said that?
on their keys to
Maybe
this
she
event.
didn't go out too hot on the first 2 rounds, you know?
Someone may say
May
that.
have said that as well.
Andler and Nistler has second place more or less locked up unless he just decides to stop working and allow
With
Shelby
Andrea, you
Neal.
never know. You could.
She's got hit with quite a few no reps here on this set. This will
She's
be
got
the
them
final
old
one, and now
knees. You
she's
can't
in.
get below parallel anymore, you know? I can say that because I'm older.
I feel your pain.
Literally.
Yeah.
A lot of knee jokes this weekend. People get used to it. It's a czar show. Looks like we should have most finish under the cap
Yeah.
here.
2 minutes to go before we hit that 25-minute time cap. Shelby Neal, middle of your screen. She's your leader on the floor right now. 10 reps remaining for her. She's trying to hold off Lindsay Lane, who's in
Not
lane
bad for
3.
a time cap with not testing this one, huh?
Yeah.
This is probably the only one that hasn't, I guess, really been tested.
It's-
We didn't have the run. We knew
Yeah.
what it was going to be, but
Neal is now in,
Yeah.
hobbling across the finish
there
line.
it is.
oh no.
Diving into the buzzer. And now here comes
Nice.
Lindsay Lane. 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Nice.
Yeah. When you have a, like we call it, the 800-meter-ish run, once you throw that in, and that's going to be about half the time, the other stuff kind of falls into place. You can go ahead and consider about 3.5 minutes for that, and somewhere around there, and you're going to be able to get it close. That makes
Unless
it
it's
easy.
you on a runner at 2.5 minutes,
There we
right? I believe you said that.
You slip
somewhere.
up one time. Not even a slip
Hey,
up. You
people
just-
don't forget.
People don't forget.
Those runners are like mud. I hate those.
They're so bad.
Old man over here can't run on
I
anything
can't run
else.
anything else. You know, it helps my knee.
That's,
He's a
hey, do
slave
what you
to it.
need to do.
I know. Well, I don't need to do it. I don't care.
Victoria Campos is in. So she put on a late charge.
Yeah, she put on a late charge.
Yeah.
Oh, Nina here.
Rogovic is across.
Yeah, you're right. Whoever made these workouts and their time caps really did a
Really
stand-up
did a
job.
number, you know?
Well, Hannah Black is the last woman on the field, and she is also going to make it inside the time cap as long as she keeps this pace. The final 2 reps for her.
Nice.
All 8 women get across the finish line inside the 25-minute time cap. It is Caroline Stanley who has our best time, 21 minutes, 51.09 seconds. And Angelo, you said it, just consistent.
Yeah, consistent squat speed, consistent runs. I mean, across the board, she really was just, moving faster than everybody else, and it showed, obviously, about a 40-second lead.
Well done.
Yeah, so early on, Stanley was towards the front. A lot of times in these sort of longer events, the person who goes out first isn't necessarily the one who stays there, but Stanley managed to keep herself out front the entire time and really didn't slow down at any point of the event.
No, that says a lot about, just knowing where you're at with the pace, how you're feeling, kind of checking in and keeping in touch with that. So huge. Honestly, we joke a lot about the runner, but it's so easy to keep a pace on that because you can, not easy, but you can see the pace. Out here on the track and on the course, it's a little bit more difficult. So
Yeah.
Heat results, Caroline Stanley, the only woman to go sub-22, does it with 9 seconds to spare. Andrea Nisler will finish in second place at 22:33.75. And it's Shelby Neal about 50 seconds back of her. Those are your top three as we will reset for heat number 2. And while we await that second heat, let's go down to Rory McKernan.
Thank you, Sean. Down here, of course, with Heart and Soil. And one thing that you guys got to know off the top, this broadcast would not be happening. These are our premier partners. And Steve Lane, who is here with me, it's a little bit of home cooking. We actually trained together at 5 a.m. So, Steve, tell me how this kind of came together. We've got one thing you love, and then, of course, the company that you love.
Yeah, man, you nailed it. I think the synergy between health and fitness is alive more than ever. And when I got into CrossFit a couple years ago, it transformed my fitness in a way that I couldn't even comprehend. And I've been into health for a long, long time. So I saw that as the CrossFit methodology continues to evolve, that the nutrition methodology should also evolve, which is why this partnership between Heart and Soil and what we do, giving the best nutrition on the planet to the fittest people on the planet, came alive. So super passionate about this community. It changed my life. It's connected with me with awesome people like you and Rich and the Mayhem community. So this synergy is just, it's perfect. And we're happy to be here.
Love it. And of course, we've got all our stuff here. I know a lot about it, but for the people at home, tell us a little bit more about Heart and Soil. What's it all about?
Yeah, well, it's likely that your great-grandmother used to cook liver and onions, and most people are now like, oh, that's kind of nasty. But liver is the goat of nutrition. It's like the Rich Froning of nutrition. So we're taking organ meats, grass-fed and finished. We're putting them in a pill so you don't have to sauce them, cook them, deal with any nastiness, and that means that it's the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet in a very convenient package to clear up micronutrient deficiencies and enhance your recovery and performance.
I love it. And I know for people here on site, we've got samples, we got stuff going on. Are you going to rope me into this right now, right?
Well, I think, Rory, you're going to require a lot of energy to continue the day, so it would only be cool if we did a shot live on her. So we got some Rich Froning in a capsule here to go, pure American liver.
Well, we're going to finish on this. Just tell us, for people at home, what can they expect? We'll finish with our shot.
Well, come and see us if you're here, of course. But what you can expect is energy and vitality and really honoring the whole animal again. We've kind of thrown away this lost ancestral wisdom. We all have a ribeye and a fillet, but let's eat the most nutrient-dense foods of the organs. It's going to really enhance your recovery performance and your vitality.
So glad you're here, brother. Bottoms up. Cheers to Heart and Soil.
Big thanks to Heart and Soil for being one of the sponsors here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Athletes for the second and final heat for the women are taking the floor. One more look at what awaits them. It's going to be 3 rounds of a run. We got some burpee box get overs, 48 inches, and then 40 feed sack squats at 70 pounds. You guys have had a chance now to watch one heat. Anything you want to change about your keys, Angelo?
I don't have anything I want to change about it. I think Caroline Stanley pretty much executed exactly what Rich and I had to say about the keys. Consistent squat speed, and then
don't blow up on round 1. Flirt with that line, I think I'm excited to watch Haley here. Haley's been dogging how out of shape she is and not ready. So I'm excited to see how ready she is.
And here are your lane assignments. 10 women will be on the floor for the second and final heat. Haley Adams will be in lane number 8, and a woman you definitely want to keep your eyes on in lane 5. That's Emily Rolfe. She does extremely well at these longer events.
Hey, shout out to Paige Powers.
Yeah.
Her baby is 2 months old. I think it was yesterday. Out here competing.
It started out as a joke between her, and we had no idea. She was still pregnant at the time. I mentioned it to her. I said, hey, if there's a spot open in Mayhem Classic, you should take it. She's like, no way. And then slowly a spot opened up, and she's like, okay, I'll do it.
It's awesome.
So it is awesome. This is really cool.
There is Paige Powers. Last appearance at the games was 2022 when she took 25th place, looking to get back here in 2025. Heat 2 is underway. The time to beat belongs to Caroline Stanley at 21 minutes, 51.09 seconds.
We got a pretty good who's who.
Look at Scott.
Heat.
Look at Scott running.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he's got to get the shot. I think that's Scott.
Yeah, definitely. I can tell by the way he's moving.
Oh, I can't tell. He's over the shot, dang it. Scott's the media genius behind all of Mayhem Media.
Yep. He was very adamant. You said, well, get in the, what about the broadcast while they're on the run, right? I think you asked that question. He goes, no, it's perfect. We're going to do it. It's perfect.
It's perfect. Scott, yeah. So
all right, whatever.
Little behind the scenes. Me and Angelo came up with the workouts, pretty much, and then we brought Scott in from a media perspective of like, hey, we want this to be a show, right? So Rory, how do we condense the schedule? Josh made all the logistics behind that work. We had to work on time caps because we wanted to hey, once we kick this thing off, let's keep the party rolling.
Yes.
And try not to lose interest and disengage. Obviously we got to have a long test to be a well-balanced test, but the rest of them are going to be freaking just rocking and rolling. I'm excited about that. We wanted that invitational style feel of hey, once you're tuned in, you're tuned in. You can sit down and watch. 5 hours is a lot, but there's not going to be a ton of downtime. We're going to be rolling, and having Scott from the media perspective, man, he's just a genius on that stuff. So here we go, Hales. No surprise here, I don't think. Once again, I think her and Emily are going to duke it out all weekend. It's going to be fun to watch. And it's going to be interesting.
Second and final lap here. Haley Adams is out front, followed by Emily Rolfe. I think that's Christine Kohlenbrander behind the two of them with Paige Semenza in the blue top.
I almost didn't see Dad there with his camo shirt on,
Yeah, if it wasn't sleeveless, I wouldn't see him.
I don't know what to do when I see your dad not doing anything.
He's like him and my mom. If they're like sharks, if they sit still, I think they would die.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I saw your dad in passing, and he slowed down to say hi and then kept going.
I blame them for my ADD, and everything else in life. I think that's the thing to do now is blame your parents for everything, right? And my kids are going to do it. Boy, we joked about it. I'm just trying to create people I want to hang out with my kids.
That was Christine Kohlenbrander is towards the back. We just saw her a second ago, but it's Haley Adams and Emily Rolfe in the front here as they close out their second and final lap on this first 800-meter run. They'll come back in. They'll get to work on those 20 burpee box get-overs, 48 inches.
Speaking of that, Scott is also expecting, Scott and Maddie, their baby is due this week.
Wow.
And so Scott was like, I don't care, I'm like, hey, we might have to have a hospital bed in here for his wife because Scott will not leave. He's that dedicated. So fired up for them, and it's going to be awesome to have another one around here. Here we go.
These are the girls I pretty much expected to kind of pull away, and they are doing it, relatively early.
Emily Rolfe coming off a podium finish in the CrossFit Games, took third place.
I'm excited to see, I don't want to look too far ahead throughout the weekend, but Haley on that barbell tonight. Of course, if anybody wants to try to find a hole in what Haley's done, she's put effort into the barbell, and she's done a good job. She's still crazy when it comes to machines and endurance and stuff like that. So I'm excited, though, to see the work that she's put on the barbell and really take the time and put effort towards it.
I like what Alexis Raptis is doing here. If you see the way she's moving, she's kind of rolling over the top of the box. No one else is really doing that, and she's just staying low. I don't know if that's the right choice or not, or maybe it's just what she practices, but it looks smooth.
The Raptors is right in the middle of your screen in the all gray. And right now she sits in fourth place in the heat. As far as scoring is concerned, the number in the white box will indicate how many reps are completed. So at 22 is when the athletes will move on to the feedback for the first of 3 sets there.
Yeah, it's 100% legal. We tried to, once again, a couple years ago we watched, I think it was Syndicate when Tyler Christoffel, the standard was the athletes had to be within the box. The box is so narrow, especially for taller athletes. I was like, hey, keep the knees, keep your, don't swing around the box. You can see her foot's actually going up higher than it probably needs to. But, hey, she's found something that works. Yep. That's what's cool to watch these athletes do some of these things. We've all done them in the gym, right? But to see them on the fly or just different techniques going into it. Haley's got a more traditional knee up, then the foot up. I can't bring my knee up. I usually double knee it. You got Fee Sagafi.
Yeah, Fee Sagafi now in first place as she was able to overtake the top 2 women. She's on the far left side of your screen now having trouble with that bag.
A little bit of trouble with that bag, which is, there it is,
You said maybe.
Hey, I think I said that,
Yeah.
Haley, there we go.
And now just about every woman is on to that feedback. Kohlenbrander and Powers are the only 2 women working on their box get overs still. So 40 reps now on the feed bag at the 62 mark. That's when round 1 will be done. 186 total scored reps in this repetition. The run will count for 2.
Once Fee got that bag up, though, she's jackhammering squats now. So it's interesting, though, to see as this, the fatigue happens, getting that thing up there. It is an odd, like there's the easier, longer way to do it, the clean and jerk, or the, she did kind of a kettlebell swing.
Yeah, she did.
There's a bunch of different techniques. Me and Angela have used this thing quite a bit over the last couple of, probably year and a half. And so we were like, let's try it, because there is that, like, it's just a little bit different than the normal sandbag if you get it up on the shoulder. I mean, even Christine Colbrander getting it up there, like, she's super strong, and we know she does well in strength events, and even she had a little tough.
Man, Fisa Coffee is done, and she's going to be the first woman back. Emily Rolfe is dumping the bag. She'll be second behind Sagafi to start round 2. And Alexis Raptis is dead even with Paige Semenza, as they are both now into the second round. Haley Adams has finished up her squats. Claudia Gluck is done.
Little foreshadowing. Haley did drop a belt out here as she was starting the workout, and Angelo kind of pointed it out. And so we'll see if after this round that belt gets thrown out. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's a quick pick up, grab it. I wouldn't want to run with it, but hey, man, it's just like a cozy, like James Hobart always joked, it's just like having a nice coat on when you're squatting with a belt.
Nice little hug.
A little hug, a little, hey, I'm here, I got you, I'll support you.
Now, this is the pack of 4 women behind the leaders, Raptis, Semenza, Adams, and Gluck. The first 2 women out were Sagafi and Rolfe. And there they are. Sagafi still in front of Emily Rolfe, but it looks like Rolfe is getting set to pass, or maybe she's just content to hang out. Nope, there's the pass right there.
See, if I'm Fee there, I always like to point my elbows out when someone tries to pass me. If you're going to pass me, you're going to earn it. You're going to run extra.
Rubbin's racing.
Yeah, if you want to go around me, I'm going to push you out there a little bit.
We did that at one of it was when Chase was on the team. He was kind of leading. He's the best runner on the group, and he would get away from the inside, and I was like, dude. So I was like pointing him back in. He's a motocross guy. Like, you should block the line, So yeah, I mean, that's something. We don't have a ton of contact in our sport, right?
Oh, yeah.
But if you can add obstruction or anything like that, I always tell people just be the shark, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to be the victim, so you got to be the aggressor.
I think it was 2018. It was during. I want to say it was. The obstacle, not the Burden run. It was the obstacle course of the Rescue Randy run.
Oh, yeah.
It was Cole Sager and Lucas Hochberg.
Everyone's,
here we go, fight!
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, the bike, what was it, 2 years ago? I think Luke pissed everybody off in the field.
Yeah.
But, hey, like.
Getting a little chippy out there.
Yep, I love it.
It was the Battleground. That was it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the Battleground.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I guess that's a piece of the outdoor run that you don't really think about, or
on team for
mass
sure.
starts and
starts.
Team
mass
events,
starts, team.
Swims. Like it's chaos.
You got it. You need to make your position.
If you're not the aggressor, you're going to be aggressed.
Jason Kalipa was talking about that in 2013 with the Burden run.
Yeah,
that was just that mass start.
Yeah.
And he said what he would do is he was just like, hey, excuse me, don't worry about it. I'm just and then he would time it right, so you would just kind of weasel your way up, and then bam, you're in front.
Take off.
You just kind of.
I always like when we're swimming in big groups, just giving a little tickle to the person in front of your foot, and then like seeing them panic a little bit when you're super comfortable and they're not comfortable in the water. It's pretty fun.
You don't want any
Who's
kelp
back there?
hits you. It's
you don't know, especially when you're in the ocean. There's just Dave Castro briefed us one time, and he's like, just know that anything down there could own you, and you're just like, oh, okay, all right, here we go. That's nice.
Well, Emily Rolfe is put some significant distance between herself and Fee Sagafi as she comes in to start her second of 3 rounds.
So there's some interesting games being played here too. So you got to think about, all right, so at some point with her on this next round, if she gets so far ahead, how much exertion do I need to do? Because there's only a field of 18, kind of check the clock. That's why there's a huge advantage to being in this heat, knowing what's going on. You need to be always kind of checking, watching people's body language. If you have a good enough lead, if you can see her peeking over there, Fee a little bit. I think that's the big thing of over the last couple of years. People have started to kind of like, all right, hey, this is a sport, right? We've got to game it a little bit. It's a long weekend. Hey, I don't have to kill everybody by a huge margin.
if I can save a little bit of energy. So we'll see what happens here, see if she dials back, but who knows after this round.
Well, Emily Rolfe only got 2 reps in before Fee Sagafi started her burpee box get-overs, and now Sagafi's starting to cut into that lead a little bit.
She is moving here.
She did move really well on the burpee, and then she hammered those squats once she got that bag up. I mean, at first you would have thought, oh, she's going to have trouble when getting the bag there, but once it was there, man, she just hammered through them. So Fee's cool. She was here at the first Classic. She competed on a team for us when the rules were the Wild West.
Wild West.
You know, anybody could compete and do whatever. So, which, man, you know, I like that. I think it's cool to represent. You know, I feel like if you should pick individual or team. But after that, like, I like the Wild West format of like, hey, bring the best team you can put together. Let's put on a show. There's a place and for the affiliate team. But I think if at the big show, man, like let the teams do their thing and quit trying to micromanage it.
Yeah.
So I think we're moving in that direction.
Well, it's regardless of what you do to try to prevent that, it's still going to happen because people are going to recruit the best athletes.
Exactly.
So why try to fight it?
Like, hey, we want to put on a show, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's put on a show.
Fee Sagafi has now overtaken Rolfe for the lead at the 84 rep mark. That's when Sagafi will move on to that feed sack.
She just wastes no time getting back down to the floor. She's right on the ground back down.
That box is at her forehead, chin, but still, that's impressive, man. Here we go. Let's see what goes on getting this bag to shoulder. Haley's catching up here. She's within 4. We got a nice little log jam here.
Rolfe is done.
Raptis is getting a couple no reps. I don't know if that roll, they've caught on to the
knee coming outside.
The Raptis roll there.
Maybe.
Well, Sagafi again took some time getting that bag to her shoulder. Rolfe gets right to work. So Emily Rolfe has a chance to retake the lead here from Sagafi.
I don't know. Fee's got a little interesting turn here in her lane. I don't know if it's so she can keep an eye on Emily here, and which is smart. You know, within the rules, it's, you know, stay there. Or I don't know if she has to, like, turn to the side like me and, you know, make sure my knee is bending on the good side of the judge. You know, hey, look on this side. Look over here. A little misdirection. I don't think so. She looks like she's dropping the squat. So
Paige Semenza and Haley Adams are now onto the feedback for the second time. There's Emily Rolfe, who was the leader to start this round.
No belt by Haley, so she decided
just a just-in-case belt.
Just a, hey, I'm here. I'm here if you need me.
I keep just.
I don't think I could look at that belt and walk by it every time.
I know.
You know, like,
I'm gonna grab that.
Come on
thing.
with me, buddy. Come on.
I've been trying to decide this whole time. Is Fee wearing a tutu? Is that like I think
it's a tennis.
It's like skort.
It's like a tennis
skort.
Is that a word?
Yeah, skort.
It sounds like
it is now.
My kids have those, and I'm always like, that's way too. Oh, never mind. You have shorts underneath it. You know, like, my girls.
Crazy how dad mode kicks
I'm
in
the
really
prude,
fast with that stuff.
Hey,
and Sagafi's done. Rolfe is done.
Here we go. This is what happened last time, though. Rolfe kind of caught her on the run, gapped her a little. Oh, wow, even in before
right
we got out.
I think Emily knows she's got to put some good distance between the two of them here on this portion of the event because Sagafi has been much faster on the burpee box get-overs and the feedback.
If she can hold close on this run, it'll be really exciting when they come back in.
Well, what's kind of crazy, too, is these two are going to be way out in front, and then you're going to have this kind of like pile up here of the next couple. So it's going to get interesting. You got a cool battle up front, but then you're going to have like what, 5 of them right here, 6 of them that are going to be
right together,
piled up. So
21:51.09 seconds. That's the time to beat from Caroline Stanley in heat number 1 as Paige Semenza takes off on the run.
Haley 3 squats, Gluck taking off. So Haley's going to do. I mean, this is usually her like home run event. So. She'll do well the rest of the weekend. Everything that's coming up, she's going to do great on. So she needs to stay in that within striking distance. I think the barbell tonight's not too heavy for her. She'll move it well. So, but man, tonight's going to be fun. We're already having fun, you know.
It's great. You guys put on a fantastic event. I remember I was here, I think, for the first Mayhem
for the
Classic.
First one,
it was great. And then the Legends Championship was a blast.
Yeah, it was a good time.
It's just a great environment. I love seeing the people stacked, 4 or 5 deep.
It's awesome.
Kind of that old school Fight Club feel.
Yeah. Hey, it's what it's named after, right? All right, we got a little bit of gap here. Rolfe coming into the gym. Fee just now coming into the gym, so not actually that big of a gap. We'll see what happens on the second lap.
Yeah, and you can tell that she, on this run, she knows that she needs to make up the distance here and hold it. And I wonder if Fee has an idea where that distance is, if she wants to stay close to Rolf to where she can push her on this last round.
Or do you just survive?
Yeah, and take a second place.
Take a second place because, hey,
You're
they're
so far ahead, yeah.
way ahead of everyone else. Yeah, so Fee just exited the gym, and we haven't seen anybody come through the gym yet.
Well, Rolf is getting set to pass. I believe that's Manon Anganese.
And you're probably, what, about 100 meters of the run in here? Maybe tops, maybe 75, I guess.
Yeah.
But we still have no female coming in yet.
This is the final lap for Rolf. And now the question will be, can Sagafi close that gap again like she did in round 2?
Yeah.
Body language looks good.
Yeah. We're really watching a battle of the game plans.
Right here, yep. So we're going to
right here, yeah.
3, 4, 5 is going to be fun to watch as Haley and that group comes in.
Semenza, Gluck, and Adams in a tight group. As Rolf is taking a look over her right shoulder to see where Sagafi is.
I'll tell you what, if I'm in those 3rd and 4th places, I do not want Haley right behind my shoulder.
No.
I don't want her running just like that.
Just
right
like
behind
that.
me. It makes me nervous.
Here comes Emily Rolf for the final time. She'll get to work on her 3rd and final set of burpee box get overs. This is that group that's fighting for 3rd place in the heat. The last time Rolf got 2 reps in before Sagafi got to work on the burpee box get overs. 146 is the number she's looking to get under the scoreboard before she'll move on to her final set of feedback squats. So she has a much bigger lead this time than she did in round 2. So I believe that's her 3rd rep.
Still not much, though. As fast as Fee has been on everything else, Fee's like right down into the next burpee.
Sagafi's pace is already faster.
Here we go. It's going to get interesting.
Cut into that deficit.
Bad feeling on both ends.
Oh, yeah. You're like, I'm going to have to race the entire time.
Oh, man.
Man, she is pushing.
She is. I love it. Hey, you know, for a 18-minute workout, still pretty entertaining, actually. Surprisingly.
Time to beat again, 21:51.09 seconds out of Caroline Stanley in Heat 1.
I can't tell if Fee has matched her right there. It looks like
2 behind.
2 behind. Okay, so she's on the same side as her.
It's about 2 reps.
2 reps. So honestly, I think if she could stay here and kind of ride this and then push on the squat, she's been that much faster. But she's starting to get into that 2 rep thing there. So, man.
Oh, man, it's good.
Gotta hurt, and then you got 3, 4, 5 hurting now. So here we go.
Semenza and Adams are back in, as is Claudia Gluck. That's the fight for 3rd place right now. They're on the far right side of your screen, those 3.
Hand in there for Fee. Emily checking her. Oh, Emily did a little like stop for a second there. Oh, man.
Rolf's got 2 reps to go. Fee's got 2 reps to go now.
Wow.
Man.
Very good race. This is going to be incredible.
Emily keeps checking over and almost has like a little, she had a little shoulder drop a second ago, like, oh, man.
The 40 squats remaining here. Rolf's been faster to get the bag to her shoulders.
I was about to say, remember what I said?
Here, it might matter here. She can get up smooth.
She's had 2 attempts to do it.
Rolf does the angles towards Fee.
Oh, I like it.
Here we go.
Oh, Fee with it. There we go.
Smooth.
Nice.
Rolf has a 5-rep cushion right now at Sagafi, but look at the speed from Fee Sagafi here.
Makes my legs hurt watching it.
My legs are so pumped just watching it.
186 is the number that they have to get to close this out, and Sagafi now faster on the squats, looking to catch Emily Rolf for perhaps an event win here.
Did we check her sandbag weight?
Yeah.
She's moving it so well.
That's impressive.
It's about a 2-for-1 right now for Sagafi.
They're both going to definitely beat the last heat. We might have some of these other girls that not beat that last heat.
No.
Now Sagafi's tied Rolf. And Sagafi is in the lead now.
There we go. It's going to come down to the buzzer.
By about half a rep. 186, that's the number. And again, you got to hit the buzzer. Feast of coffee. Judges hand in the air. Hand in the air for Rolf. This will be a sprint to the finish. Rolf is still just ahead of Sagafi.
Yeah. Wow.
That was great.
That. Heck yeah.
Less than a second between the two of them, and it's going to be Emily Rolf, 2019.08 seconds with the event win.
And we got another battle coming up in about probably a minute. So
Claudia fight for third is going on at the other end of the floor. Claudia Gluck is onto the bags first. It's going to be Haley Adams and Paige Semenza right behind her, though.
Here we go.
And 21:51 is now the third best time in the event.
Abigail Doman over here in lane 3. The girls that we saw for the race for third, they were about 4 or 5 burpees into their set before she came in the gym, and she's in the thick of it with them.
Doman's on the very far left side of your screen. You can barely see her there.
She's got that nose strip on, so you know she's breathing really well.
Nasal breathing. Staying relaxed.
Calm.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go,
Gluck is halfway through. She's got 20 left. Adams taking a break. Semenza next to her in the blue top. And then Doman at the far side of the floor. Keeping an eye on Gluck. There she is now in the box on the left side of your screen in the all black.
Also keeping in mind 21:51.
21:51.09 seconds. That's now the third best time in the event.
Okay, there we go.
We're creeping closer to that. Hand in the air for Claudia Gluck. Stanley's going to lock up third place. Gluck is in. That should be good enough for fourth in the event.
Wait for some hands.
Five left for Paige Semenza. She's your leader on the floor. Abigail Doman has passed Haley Adams. Doman now 6 reps to go. The final rep for Semenza, and she is in.
Late push, really good finish.
Doman across the finish line. 5th place in the heat, 22:21.26 seconds. Adams, Raptis, and Anganay is still on the floor. Anganay's in the all black, Raptis in the middle. A hand in the air now for Haley Adams as she puts the finishing touches on this set of 40. And Haley is done.
That barbell is going to be fun this afternoon.
I was just thinking that.
A lot of legs.
I know Anganay is getting set to close things out. Final rep for her, and she is in.
Man, the run to the buzzer looks tough for everybody.
Oh, man.
It's great.
And now Raptis is through. These Colin-Brander and Powers is the only 2 women left on the floor. 25-minute time cap, so 90 seconds before we hit that. And the 2 of them are on their burpee box get-overs.
A lot of squatting, Angela.
A lot of squatting.
Didn't know we still did that in this sport.
No. We did, but other people did.
I also, I might take it back that the fact of Isabel won't be much snatching after watching that.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit more snatching than we were intending.
Squatting.
But just squatting, sorry. It's going to be the same amount of snatching, different bit of squatting.
Yeah.
1 minute to go. Take a look at Christine Colin-Brander. There's Paige Powers.
When we were writing these workouts, Angela was like, man, I think this is a lot of squatting. I'm like, Isabel's not really a squat workout until they get to like 20 or 22. And he's like, I don't know. And then we wrote this first one. I'm like, yeah, maybe, you know. Good for him.
Oh, yeah.
Builds character.
Builds character.
Final 30 seconds for Powers and Colin-Brander. Colin-Brander is going to get to the feedback. We'll see how many reps she can get in here in 15 seconds. And event 1 is history for the women, and it's Emily Rolf who picks up the victory. 20 minutes, 19.08 seconds. as she holds off Fee Sagafi, who's going to take second place in the event.
That was a cool race.
Yeah, seeing some hobbling going on right now.
Get in that ice tub. Get them legs back.
We knew the run was going to go well for Emily Rolfe, and it did, but Fee Sagafi really put a charge on late.
Guess
in
what,
round
Angelo?
number 1.
If she would have been able to get that bag up a little easier on the first round or two, guess what would have happened?
She would have won.
So, hey,
there it is.
There it is. My keys to the event.
Get the bag up fast.
Get the bag up faster.
3 sandbag cleans.
Round 2 got really interesting. Rolfe had a lead, but again, Sagafi with the pace on the box get overs, and then the squats is what really helped carve into Rolfe's lead, but Rolfe was able to hold her off.
Yeah, you had those two separate themselves, and then you had that little conglomerate of like 3, but then 3 or 4 more joined that one. So it was a good race. It was fun to see, you know, for 17 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes.
Heat 2 results. Emily Rolfe is going to pick up the heat win and the event win as she just edges out Fee Sagafi, the only 2 athletes to go sub-21. Claudia Gluck, 3rd place in the heat. She's going to take 4th in the event. And it's Paige Semenza in 4th place, 22:17.68 seconds. Let's go down to Bella Martin with your event winner.
Well, if Rich was going to put a workout on paper that was going to be good for you, it was going to be this one, event number 1 of the Mayhem Classic. Tell me what the confidence was like going into it, knowing this is a wheelhouse workout for you.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be probably at least a top 3, and it just depended how much I could keep up on the burpees and the squats.
A 20-minute workout, the last place you really want to be is neck and neck, rep for rep, going into the final like milliseconds of a workout. We saw both you and Fee kind of turn to each other on the squats. Was that intentional so you could see where each other were on that last little bit?
Yeah, of course. I knew she was going to squat faster, so as long as I had at least 5 in the bag, that was my plan.
We've got heavy Isabel coming up tonight. How are you going to recover your quads going into one final heavy barbell for the day?
Yeah, they're feeling a bit jelly, but I'll be fine. I'll get on a bike. It's what I do.
Event number 1, Emily Rolfe, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great start for Emily Rolfe. Event win. And the women are done. Men will be coming up next. Competition officially underway here as we kick off the 2nd stage of the 2025 CrossFit Games season. Emily Rolfe, the event win in event number 1. Men coming up next here from Cookeville, Tennessee. The 2025 Mayhem Classic is brought to you by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet. By Northern Spirit, made in the gym, designed for the world. By Mayhem Athletes, elite-level training made for everyday life. And by Rogue, don't weaken.
Bella, not gonna lie, this t-shirt looks pretty fly. I like it.
Thanks. Let me see the back.
Look at this thing.
Does it come with the muscles?
Got all the Mayhem. No, got to pay extra for that.
Oh,
That's all the Mayhem stuff. Hey, we want to give a shout to our friends here at Northern Spirit. This is the exclusive partner tee, the collaboration between Northern Spirit and Mayhem Nation, and we're really psyched about everything that they're bringing to the table.
Well, I'm excited about it, and you look good. I look okay. The guys up in the booth look pretty solid in the shirt, and if you're at home because you couldn't make it out to Cookeville, you can also win 3. What's
3.
good if you just get 1?
So we get to keep these, and then we need one more.
Whole gang, enter online on social media, their page. It's super easy. I hope everybody's matching. We'll get the whole crew involved.
100%. And for the people on site, like we got all the game, man. We got sweats, we got the warm stuff in case it gets cool tomorrow. This is just the start of a collaboration between Mayhem and Northern Spirit that we're really excited about for all of our international family. You guys are gonna have all sorts of gear coming your way. Those drops are upcoming, and you guys have to be following Northern Spirit if you want to be aware of when they drop. So make sure that you are following Northern Spirit on social media. You'd be happy you did. That's even better because it was blind, yeah.
The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil. And today's action brought to you by Northern Spirit. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, as we kick off the first of 2 days of competition here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Women are done, men up next here for the opening event, something that was inspired by the 2013 Burden Run at the CrossFit Games. Got some running, do some burpees and get over that box, and then 100 pounds in a feed bag. Got to squat that a total of 120 times. So enjoy that. Keys to the event. We'll go Rich first here.
Man, don't go out hot, but I just said I can't wait to see which one of these morons takes off, you know? Hey, big we get to train with all these morons.
Yeah,
so
we got some
know
big
all
morons
these,
out here.
It's biggest one over here in lane 6, I think, Luke Parker. No, lane 4. So yeah, oh, man, he's got a nasal strip on. He's gonna win this thing.
What a dork. Consistent squat speed is mine. I mean, I'm gonna stick with that. Same thing. We saw it with the girls at the end. They were both consistent and fast at the end, and that's how they got first and second. So
it was so much fun. We get to watch our friends suffer for, you know.
Lane assignments for the first of 2 heats. 10 men will be on the floor, 20 men in total. You just saw Luke Parker. He will be in lane number 4.
Seth looks good in pink. That long hair and that pink shirt. And then you got LPP in lane 4.
4 Ps.
There is Seth Stovall.
That pink brings out those eyes, those Cali eyes, you know. Seth's a good dude here at Mayhem. We love having him around. Love talking trash to Seth. So young too, you know, so bright-eyed,
full of hope. Two functional
hope's
knees.
about to be dashed here, you know, like, and jacked, just jacked.
I sent a group of the athletes just a little
Motivation.
Motivation. A little motivational scripture. And Royce had a reply. greater love has no other than this, than to lay his life down for their friends. Me in the first heat.
Speaking of young, you saw Jack Farlow there. He's 23 years old. So
Yeah, we're going to derail this whole show just because we know everybody in this heat. So, yeah, it's, man, it's going to be fun. Luke is notorious for going out hot, but he is also a very good runner. Like, for a big dude, and, man, he holds that weight really well. We always joke he has bird bones. He looks like he's 245, and he's what, like 203?
205,
something like that. Old bird bones, Parker. You got
helium muscles and hollow bones.
and then you got Royce, the largest human being in CrossFit, and just jacked all the way from Australia. He was like, guys, I want to come play. And so, man, Royce is the man. Love having him around here. He's been a part of our community for a long time. You know, he's on what's Rich doing? He's on Mayhem Athlete. It's literally just a note on my phone, and he follows that. We go back and forth on workouts, and just a good dude. A lot of good dudes here. Jack Rosema, one of us.
Yeah.
Such a cool story. You know, military, wrestler, lawyer. You know, just jack of all, father. You know, we were talking about he's got 2 girls, and man, just good people to have around. So it's gonna be a fun event. And it's fun getting to watch them suffer and not have to suffer with them. Alex Vigneault, Vigneault competed when I was an individual.
Yeah. He's the answer to my favorite CrossFit trivia question. In 2016, when Fraser went wire to wire, he was the only other man who sat on top of the overall set after the second event. And then it was Vigneault, and then it was Fraser the whole way after that.
Vigneault is a man. He's just a good dude to have around, too.
Yeah.
I think that's Cale Lehman who's out front.
Josh, you're welcome for us just saying good dudes over and over and pumping you, so you're welcome. Jorge, you know, man, I'm excited to see what Jorge does this year. New mentality, man. Jorge got baptized at my house yesterday. My girls got baptized. Such a special thing. Cool to see him kind of have this mental switch. You know, everybody that knows Mayhem here, we wear our faith on our sleeves, and that's, you know, we're going to live it out and see Jorge make that decision. But, like, to see him be able to compete from that position, you know, he moved here wanting to win the games as an individual, still has that mentality, but knowing that does not define us as who we are as a human being. It's going to be fun to watch. And so, somebody pacing here the run?
I was going to say, who's that on the inside of the rope?
They might be warming up for the next event.
Right.
It looks like Hopper. It's a giant human being.
Yeah, I'm like, what in the world is happening?
He's just trying to feel out the pace.
Yeah,
smart.
Actually, not a bad idea.
Not a bad. Sure enough, it was Hopper.
Not to give Hopper any props.
No, don't give Hopper anything.
God forbid you praise him.
Yeah,
What a loser. That was such a stupid move. Why would you do that? All right, here we go. Vigneault in first.
It's Cale
Sterner
Lehman
behind
who
him.
is right behind him. So Vigneault
Farlow
makes the
in there.
turn.
Jorge. Oh, here we go.
I actually,
Augustine.
No,
all the way
George
from Brazil.
Sterner in lane 10.
Oh, Sterner?
Apologies on that.
I actually talked to George in the back just a second ago, and this is the event he said he was most excited for. He actually did really well in a similar event at Wadapalooza a few months ago, so he said this is his thing.
You guys competed together as teens, right?
Yep.
Now you're old men, old knees.
Yeah.
Angelo's got a lot of miles. He may
a lot
look
of
young
city
and
miles.
spry,
Yeah.
but it's a lot of stop and start in that old body.
Yeah.
And also, you know, there's different years we have here. You have CrossFit years, which take a toll on you. Like, hey, everybody knows, especially competing. But then you have barn years. And barn years are like dog years, where you just get worn down. So Angelo's been here for a long time.
Guy and I had a conversation yesterday. He said, is it weird for you that, like, new athletes are always coming in here? I'm like, dude, it's a slow and gradual change. It's like erosion.
Yeah, I mean,
and then I look at you and me and our bodies. We're like, yeah, it is like erosion.
It's erosion. Angelo, you know, funny story. Like, I spoke to Angelo's middle school PE classes. How Angelo started at the gym. That'll date you real quick. We both have plaques at that middle school, right?
Yeah.
Us and Judah. Judah Akers of Judah and the Lion. So good.
That's not bad company.
No, Judah. We all did a little ceremony for
him.
For him.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Yeah.
George Sterner, he's our leader right now.
He's moving on the burpees.
Once he gets to the 22 rep mark is when he'll be done, and he'll move on to the speed bag for the first time. 100 pounds in that implement.
So there's a side competition going on here in lane 5 and lane 2. Who puts the most sweat on the floor between Jorge and Royce? And I only say that because I'm a fellow heavy sweater. Jorge, a little side.
Yeah, Rosema,
Jack with
Fernandez,
around the world.
Parker, and Raquel all getting to the bag at the same time, trying to chase down George Sterner, who's on your screen right now. Seth Stovall now has the bag onto his shoulders. Here comes Jack Farlow.
I will say Jorge likes the old Dan Bailey drool, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets some snot.
Jorge
some
gets a little sloppy, you know. So Jorge's
well, I'm sure
dude.
we'll see it here in about 10 minutes or so.
This is where Royce Dunn can really do some damage.
Oh,
I think
damage.
Must feel like a
because it's
wet towel on his
I
back.
was about to say, he's like, get this thing off me. It's just a minor inconvenience.
Yeah.
Fernandez has overtaken Sterner for the lead. He's about a rep up on him. And Fernandez is coming into view now. He's going to be in the gray shorts, no shirt, middle of your screen.
I don't like to put too much stake in this, but I do know that Luke and Jorge, I believe, tested this event together when it was announced, and they both were very fast from the other times of the other athletes around here. So,
man, Jorge's made big improvements working with Dom.
Yeah.
Dom is such a good ad here at Mayhem, culture-wise, and also coach. Like, he's a nerd. But in a good way, you know, like me and Angelo geek out on programming, and Dom shares that equally with us, and we all have, you know, our little ticks, and it's fun to have him in the conversation, and he's gotten a lot out of Jorge and seen some big improvements. So I'm excited to see out of Seth. Seth is, you know, kind of, I don't want to say homegrown, we'll take him, but, you know, he moved here in his van in a couple years ago, and just kind of just put his head down and just worked and became a part of the community and part of our family. So fired up.
Well, Fernandez and Sterner, they're the men on the left side of your screen. They're your leaders. And they have a host of men behind them, chasing them for that first spot as we now enter round number 2. If you want to hit the CrossFit Games with Mayhem, you can sign up for Mayhem Athlete at mayhemnation.com, and you're entered to win a full games experience. Mayhem Athlete is giving away the ultimate games experience, 2 tickets, exclusive gear, and even a chance to train with Rich.
I don't know if you want that, but, you know, hey, come on.
Mayhemnation.com to enter.
Mayhemnation.com. Yeah, we have a great time. We did a train with Rich. We took a year off. We had a lot going on, and then we did one a couple weeks ago. Man, it was cool. Just a fun time having people out, getting people, you know, just experience a little bit of what we do. And man, those things are always a good time. So love to have anybody jump in and be a part of that. So
Jorge Fernandez,
George,
back in, wrapping up his first of 2 laps here in round 2 of that 800-meter run.
Games champion, Angelo, team.
Games
Invictus.
Games champ. Yeah, it actually had between you and him, have had a lot of say and kind of know-how and try to pick your guys' brains on different events for teams, and he has a lot of different skill. And he, coming from Invictus, where he was at, they have a lot of history with team as well. So between the two of you guys, our team has actually learned a lot about competing as a team, and I mean,
it was fun to talk to Jorge. He's super just like open to like wanting to know, hey, how did you guys do this?
Yeah.
You know, when I stepped away, and you know, I couldn't give him too much because you guys were still competing.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
having him now in-house, man, Jorge's such a good.
He is a good student,
just
for sure.
a good dude, and like just puts his head down, wants to work.
Yeah.
Old Luke with his nasal strip, and
another guy who does just like to work.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, Luke, man,
he'll do anything.
Is Jorge on the softball team?
No, so we didn't want to get him injured before this. When we need some spots, Luke Parker as a left fielder is incredible, hits the ball well. Luke was out there Wednesday night. He's like, nah, I'm playing.
You know, when I played college baseball, you know,
I
played college baseball.
Because Fernandez did too at San Diego State. I mean,
Jorge's great. You know, he blew out his elbow, and still, I don't ever think he had Tommy John.
2017, he led all Aztecs at San Diego State with at least 45 innings pitched with a 2.79 ERA. Over 23 appearances, including 5 starts, and held opposing hitters to a 227 batting average with runners on base. Put him in the game.
I mean, it's softball. You know, I can't use him as a pitcher. Right? Let him let that thing fly from center field. I bet
there you go.
Good.
Luke Parker has overtaken Fernandez. So Parker in the lead here will be the first man to get started on his second set of 20 box get-overs.
Luke is the man. He just a good dude. Just, you know, I'm gonna say good dude all the time, all weekend, because it's just easy to say. But just
But it's accurate.
But he's
Accurate.
he's a puppy, man. Like, you tell him anything and he'll do it. Like, no questions asked.
I remember talking to you at the games one year, and I think it was between events. You're like, yeah, I just got to go.
I gotta go
calm down.
I
Gotta go calm down, Luke.
because he will put his head down and run through a wall. If you told him he could, he would do it, man. His heart is there, and it's pure. Like, I think, he got the freaking Bachelor, and I guarantee they were like, hey, do this, and he'd be like, really, I should, and he would do it. So, like, man, if anybody meets Luke Parker, they know that his heart's bigger than his brain,
Yeah.
Excuse my
Yeah, you can say that again.
yeah. So but man, if I needed anything at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd call Luke and he'd be right there. So
that says a lot about somebody.
It really does.
So 10 reps to go here for Parker. Once they hit the 84 mark is when they'll move on to the feed bags for the second time. First of 2 heats here for the men. Parker, Fernandez, and Sterner, your top 3 right now. They're all about on the same pace.
Royce coming in.
Here he is.
The seasoned vet, the statesman.
That's a 234-pound man who I'm sure does not like this much running.
No. Man, Royce stayed at my house a couple years ago, leading up to the games for a couple weeks.
And your grocery bill went up.
My grocery bill, yep. It was not cheap. Man, the dude eats a bowl of cereal like the size of a
salad
plate.
bowl.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, man.
Get him a trough.
Yeah. You got to feed something that big,
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna put some feed out for the bison here in a minute.
In fact, he may have eaten out of one of these feed bags.
Right? Yeah.
Just strap that thing to him.
Put some kibble in it.
You talk about another just dude, though. Royce is the man as well. Everybody knows Royce. Royce
really
is just,
good dude.
He's the best.
But George Sterner, the first man to pick up the bag. It's dead even now for first place here in round 2 between Sterner at the far end of the floor, Jorge Fernandez in the middle, and Luke Parker closest to the camera.
Let's see if anybody went out too hot here,
Went out too hot on round 1.
Round 1 or 2,
Let's see who can hold that consistent squat
consistent squat piece. Let's see how they get this sandbag up.
Well, so far through now 2.5 heats, we saw 2 for the women, and we're halfway through this one. The athletes who have gone out early have more or less led the entire time.
Yeah. Have held, I think that does happen. If you notice in running events, that frequently does happen because some people will come out hot, but with an 800, you can only come out hot for so long. You can't really run the whole 800 way outside of your pace. So you kind of see that'll separate and put the good runners out in front, and then you come in here and you do a lot of lower body squats. You end up getting some more leg fatigue. What kind of, can we use a?
You should buffer the lactic acid
there we
on
go.
your pace
That's
than
what I was
letting everything
for.
pool up from the squats. I'll add the science if you unlearned peep here. Something we are seeing as well is we saw in that last female heat, you have 2 people kind of separating themselves, and then you see just this pack of mayhem, for lack of better term here.
Sterner's going to be the first man done.
Yep. So we got 2 and 3 here. Him, Jorge, and Luke. And then, man, here we go. We got another fight again. Man, this is shaping up. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see, it's hard on these longer events to get these closer finishes, right? And so I think, man, we did a good job of, not to toot your horn, Angelo, because you wanted the run, but I think, still telling the story. I think it's still tight enough. It's close enough. There's a lot of movement in here. We've got a great drone footage going on, and so heck yeah, man. The only cool part would be to have a screen in here for the fans to watch. But
do that next time.
We'll spring for the $100,000 screen next time.
And I love the. I'm biased, obviously, but I love in the greater picture of the whole event, starting here and going into the barbell event. They're very. I think you may have said this already, but they are very opposite. But you could have if you could have the fitter guys still win both, or the fitter girls. So
what I like about it is we've got a ton of volume in this one. The next one's not a ton of volume. The intensity's there. It is heavy, but they're 2 really 2 opposite ends of the spectrum, 2 completely different energy systems technically. And so, we're testing 2 really big tests, and then tomorrow's the big day-ish. We'll fill you in more, but then you're going to see some moving, and there's going to be some fatigue, but it's also everything's here. I'm excited how it's shaping up already with event 1.
Things will be revealed at the end of the day on the post.
To be revealed.
So if you want to know what's coming up tomorrow, you can stick around at the end of the day.
It is hard to put on an event like this and not want to tell everybody how awesome you are at programming. And, you know, me and Angela are like, oh yeah, let's tell. We shouldn't tell anybody. You know, like it's so hard. But man, it's something that we geek out on. You know, we joked kind of pre-show. I'm like, hey man, all that's going on in my brain are movie quotes and workouts. So that's about all I'm good at. You know.
Jorge Fernandez trying to chase down George Sterner. We just saw Sterner come in and out of the building. He's your leader right now. Here's Luke Parker.
LPP. If you know, you know.
Yep. The 4 Ps programming.
Sterner passing Jack Farlow.
He's really moving on those runs really well.
Sterner coming off of a really good performance in the World Wide Open, finished 21st.
For anybody who does not like our commentating, you can complain to Rory at Mayhem. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, that's funny. I've gotten two or three texts so far about how good it is.
I've gotten several people be
biased
like...
people.
Biased, yeah. Well, people are like, hey, I'm waiting for you to slip up and drop a, something you shouldn't say. I'm pushing this cough button and not push the cough button. Luckily, we have Sean to rein us in, the true professional. So
when things get a little crazy.
We appreciate you coming out and dealing and corralling us,
All right, so everyone knows we're having a couple technical difficulties here. So
we have no idea what's going on the stream.
So we're just going to talk here for a little bit, keep you updated. We'll let you know when athletes get back in. They're finishing up their second of 2 laps here on that 800-meter run.
We got a little
Sterner
struggle
is back
going
into
on.
the building.
We got a struggle going on in lane 9. Kale Lehman finally got the bag up there on the for the squats, but had a little struggle there.
The handles make you want to grab the ends of the
Third and final round. All right, we got a picture back. We got Sterner,
and we're back.
Fernandez, and Parker.
Are we radio broadcasting now?
Well, we have a picture. I don't know if they have it on air. We're still radio.
Okay, there we go.
We're just going to continue to call this.
All right. Jorge and Luke maintaining a pretty good pace here. Farlow doing what he's been doing, kind of. No, Sterner doing what he's been doing kind of the whole time. It's going to get interesting. We're going to have a similar. We got Seth. Seth is kind of peeked in over here, so good to see him.
4th place.
If Seth had not a weakness, but just something that he's really been working on, it's been the endurance. It's been the barbell cycling. So we're going to see big things from him today. He was using this weekend as like, hey, a shot to compete. He's going to Syndicate. He's going to NorCal Classic. So dude's competing. Man, just a good kid to have in here. It's just fun to see his progression as an athlete,
Picture is back. Thanks for sticking with us through that little snafu.
Seth also,
Who unplugged it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Seth,
my son. Where's he at?
where's he at? Playing with some wires somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Seth got baptized like a month or 2 ago at church.
At
church.
Yeah.
So we got some holy water flowing through these boys.
Holy water. A little bit of Jesus.
Sterner is inside 4 reps to go, 146. So 3 remaining for Sterner before he moves to the feet stack for the final time. Sterner's on the upper right-hand part of your screen.
Luke and Jorge almost neck and neck here. It's going to be a little push there to finish Seth. We'll see him creep in 3 or 4 reps behind him. I'm supposed to push the cough button, and I was about to burp, so sorry about that.
You just got to keep it in.
I'm still learning, I'm not.
At least you haven't answered the producer live on air.
Oh man, it's gonna happen. Yeah. I promise. There's too many buttons up here and shiny things, and
just a random. What'd you say to me?
My ADD is gonna kick in a minute. Who knows? Where I might show up.
186 is the number Sterner's trying to get to. He's the only man on the feedbag squats. Now here comes Luke Parker and Jorge Fernandez at the same time. That's the battle for second. So Sterner's got 14 now, 16 reps in, I think.
Yeah, and the times are pretty comparable to the ladies, which is pretty cool.
Who programmed this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Good.
Who got the scaling right?
Yeah, that's one thing. We didn't double scale. We're adamant here. You don't double scale. You don't get to scale the height and the sandbag.
No.
You get one scale. Equal opportunity around
Sometimes you don't even get that.
Yeah,
you should be thankful you get one.
Everybody gets one.
Sterner's just about ready to close this thing out. He's inside 5 reps to go. He's
Holy cow.
hold off both Fernandez and Parker. So George Sterner is going to take heat 1 across the finish line and
bag with him.
inside 20 minutes, 19:40.63 seconds for
Very
Sterner.
good.
Well done, Angelo. That's Angelo. Luke and Jorge here, and Seth creeping in a little bit.
From what I heard, like I said, Luke and Jorge did this together. This is exactly how it played out. I think they were right neck and neck.
Why is Jorge not facing Luke?
I don't know.
Why would you not? Come on, Jorge.
You're better than that.
Oh!
Fernandez is slightly ahead of Parker. He's got to be able to see that judge's hand out of the corner of his right eye. Final rep for Fernandez is in, and here comes Parker with a little bit of booty lock. He was across.
Can't move those legs.
Here we go, Seth. Seth doesn't need to do anything crazy here.
No.
You know, we do have another heat. Jack's doing well. Jack's going to do really well in that barbell tonight.
Very well.
So
I'm excited to watch.
Yeah.
We have some heavy hitters for that.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. And just the intimate feel of that tonight. I'm fired up about that one.
Yeah, final rep for Stovall. He's in.
Raquel-May here.
Leaves Raquel-May as your leader on the floor.
Augustine, all the way from Brazil.
And he was a late.
Sorry, not from Brazil, right?
No, not
Argentina, I believe.
Argentina, yeah, I can't say that. Sorry,
he was a late backfill too, so he made a long trip and came out here and competed. He's a longtime Mayhem athlete.
Longtime Mayhem athlete, works with Facundo. Talked about Jack multiple times out here. Alex Vigneault. Man, this is just not in a good spot right here to be in. You got to kind of push. You don't want to push.
Rosamo, a former collegiate wrestler, and I've never met any athlete that can suffer like a wrestler.
No, man,
they
there's just
are
something
built
about
differently, man.
Well, all my cousins, you know, a lot of talk about how many cousins I have, but a lot of them are wrestlers, being from Michigan, and they're just psycho. Darren's a psycho, always been a psycho.
When you see the cauliflower ears, you're like, I don't think I'm going to mess with that guy.
Bring my lunchbox, because this is going to be a fight.
I'm out. Yeah, you know, like they'd
start
be
emptying my pockets.
20 or 30 pounds less than me, and if, you know, like we're wrestling or whatever, I'm just like, man, this sucks. You know, I'm a baseball player.
Rosama on his final reps. Made his first career appearance at the CrossFit Games last year, finished 25th. He's in.
They do not like us right now, Angelo.
No.
I can almost guarantee that.
Mission accomplished.
Hey, you know, CrossFit needs a villain, right? The villain is the workout, always.
Vigneault is done.
Augustine.
Raquel-May's across. Marlowe's your leader on the floor. Royce Dunn.
Royce is not enjoying getting that 265 frame over that ball.
Yeah,
he gets heavier every time we talk about it.
He's listed at 234, but yeah, it's
a svelte 234.
Yeah.
He holds it well. He's just so big.
Do you think, every time I see him, do you think he shaves his stomach in the outline of his abs? Look at it.
For being that big, he has such
gotta add the right
abs.
shading. You gotta shade it a little bit.
It's like literally perfect.
He went to his barber and said, hey, I need a fade.
I need an ab
Give me a good ab fade.
While you're at it, frost it.
Yeah.
Section me off with some tinfoil down there.
Frost them tips. Oh, it's going off the rails. It's already too early.
Remember Chad McKay?
Oh, yeah, Chad.
That guy for a big dude moved better than it was
so
just
well.
like
Moved so
Those
well.
Australians. What's going on down there?
Well
down
coached.
under.
Yeah.
Jack Farlow still has plenty of time here, and he's gonna.
That's almost a bad spot to be in. You're like, I don't want. Give me the time.
Yeah,
cap at
just
this
please
point.
save me. You've got 5 reps to go now. Royce Dunn, no problems with that bag as Farlow is across.
Yeah, to be this late in the workout and to be hurting as much as he is, he's moving it really well right now.
It's once again, it's like the size of his child. It's not even, you know.
Yeah.
Royce carries all 4 of his kids, 5 of his kids around. He's like, nah, we're good.
Was it having a yaka? Is that what it was when he did that?
His slang.
That slang with you was fantastic. Yeah.
He's doing good, this Arbo.
Yeah.
Fair dinkum, the biggest athlete out here.
Sam asked me, he goes, what is an Arvo?
It's afternoon.
I know.
Yeah. Aaron Kelly, one of our camera guys out here, he's from Australia, so he fills me in every now and then.
Man, we got to go down there for Torian Pro a couple years ago.
I got to go there for the invitation. It was the best.
It's incredible.
So good in that venue, too, that open-air tennis venue. If it wasn't so hot when we were there, man, it was so much fun.
Did they have like all the
down there,
pyrotechnic stuff?
Dude, it was just so freaking cool.
You guys should be blowing stuff up here. We should have pyrotechnics.
You know, if I had my way, I would. But
it's the South. You should have some howitzers outside. That's legal, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Guarantee
we could get one.
Send a bald eagle across.
Yeah. We need a bald eagle for sure in here. We've been branded as being too American. I don't think that's possible, right?
Yeah, how do you not have a... That's a great mascot you should have. What would you name it?
I don't know. George?
That's a good one.
You know? Teddy? Wait, that's one of our bison is named Teddy. Teddy Roosevelt.
Well, speaking of George.
George.
Yeah, there he is.
Good segue. George Sterner.
Wow. It's like I knew
your heat winner. 19 minutes, 40.63 seconds. He was out front really early. Got pushed a little bit from Fernandez and Parker, but was able to separate himself in that third round.
I did not see much emotion on that face right there. He's just stone cold right there.
Didn't look like anybody went out too fast either.
No. You know,
I know you're disappointed by that.
I know. I want to see somebody blow up.
There's hope for this heat.
This is the there's some trash talking going to go on this next one, or already has been going on. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, Luke did exactly what he needed to do there. Yeah. Luke, I mean, this is a good day for Luke. For being as big of an athlete as he is, he moves the barbell well, he runs well. Jorge did really well, I think. It's going to be interesting. Seth, I'm really proud of what he did there. So I'm way biased to those guys, but to see them do that, and then George comes in and just kind of not out of nowhere. We knew he'd do well, but kind of in the middle of the workout, like you said, he got pushed around a little bit and then came out on top. So gonna be fun. Set us up really well for the night. We do have one more heat here and some heavy hitters in this heat, but I feel like some of those guys will mix it up and mix up the leaderboard a little bit in this next heat.
George Sterner goes sub 20, and as a result, he gets to talk with Rory McKernan.
Well, George, Rich was saying, man, George kind of came out of nowhere. It's kind of true, man. I was scrolling, and I couldn't believe this. Is it true that we haven't even seen you in the Open since 2020?
Yep, that is correct.
So where'd you go, and then to what do we owe this comeback?
Yeah, man, I got a second chance. I was working, and I just had an opportunity to step back in the competition arena, and just trying to take advantage of it as best I can.
It's probably one of my favorite interactions as we sent out invites. You said, yeah, man, let me see if I can get off of work. But how does it feel to be back on the competition floor?
Man, it's such a blessing, honestly. And thank all of you guys for cheering us on. Man. And thank you to CrossFit Mayhem, too. This is not a small undertaking. And as athletes, man, we're just so lucky to have this and compete and put our work to the test. So it's cool.
Well, likewise, we could not do this, obviously, without you guys coming out here and pouring your hearts out. Talk to me about the race a little bit. It was a three-man race through most of the event. Did you feel confident going into that third round?
No, I mean, Jorge and Luke were pushing for sure. So, I felt good about the burpees and good at those, and I like squatting. So I felt I had a chance, and I just finished up strong, dropped the hammer.
Did a fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, George Sterner, congratulations.
Welcome back, George Sterner. Heat win. Only man to go sub 20 in heat number 1. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, heat 2 for the men is up next here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Action continues here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. One heat down, one remains for the men here in event number 1. We're glad you're with us, everybody, here from Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Event number 1, inspired by the 2013 Burden Run from the CrossFit Games. Whole lot of running, got to deal with that implement.
Whole lot of squatting.
And 120 feed sack squats. Why do you hate the athletes?
I don't hate them. I just want to watch them express their fitness and show everybody how awesome they are. Looks like old Hatfield's got some new ink on his back there.
Wow.
My man.
There
I love
you
it.
go. All right, the keys of the event, we'll start with Rich.
Don't blow up, but man, it's going to be fun because there's a lot of ego in this heat, and nobody likes to lose.
Angelo.
Yeah, I think you just said it. There's 120 feet sack squats, so being consistent on the pace and the speed at which you start at, you can hang on to that at the end. It'll help you win.
10 men on the floor here for the second of 2 heats. Your defending CrossFit Games champion will be in lane 4. That's James Sprague, but also be keeping an eye on lane 5. Jason Hopper, you saw him earlier, pacing the run out a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, man, we get to watch our friends suffer again, man. It's so good. You know, Hatfield's new to us, but he's, such a, he's just a good guy to have. I'm going to keep saying it, but a good guy to have around. We got Sam, we got Guy, we got Roman. I don't like Hopper at all, so I'm fine if he falls on his face. No, I'm just kidding. Man. It's been fun to have him in here and just go back and forth. We joked that they could, athletes could use the barn because this place was shut down, and I said, well, Mayhem Athletes, and then I walk in and he's in there. I'm like, who the hell is he doing in here? Like, get him out. And so, of course, I opened the door, and then now it's just been nothing but trash talk. But it's been fun. I'm a little bit far removed. It's almost like I was holding 2 generations, I guess, together for a while, being on the team, and to see some of these guys, we talked Hopper in passing, but he was always so hyper-focused. You don't want to mess with guys too much, but now to see him kind of like own that and, bring the little bit of trash talk that those guys have had, it's fun. Yeah. It feels like, like me, Dan, Josh, Jason, all those types of guys. So it's fun to see that, the personalities are starting to come out. And, man, it's fun. It's a good time. I think, we just got to bring it all back together and bring these guys back into the community, and that's what we're trying to do here.
We definitely got a lot of trash talkers in this heat. You look at Colton Mertens, James Sprague, Jason Hopper, Roman. Even I think the first few English words he learned were trash talking.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like you have to in order to survive in this environment.
Yeah, you have to. It's you've got the farmers going at it here with Colton and Hatfield, and then you've got, I feel like, wow, brain gone. Watching them run in here. You got Sprague and Hopper always going at it. They're a little open back and forth. It's been fun to watch. And James was in like a tutu and something else.
Madero's dyed his hair pink.
Yeah.
His goatee pink.
Yeah, we did miss out on having Dallin. Dallin was supposed to be here and then had a little issue. So I do miss having him here and having him part of that. But it's fun to watch.
I'd like to see the internal banter between those guys when Dallin pulled out. See what kind of trash talk Sprague and Hopper had for him.
Spencer Panchik and Roman Krennikov are in the front. Thank you for only having one of the Panchik twins. It makes my life a lot easier.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
Especially when they're in the same, like they're right next to each other in lanes and they're wearing the same thing.
Yep.
This reminds me of a trail run event we did. I was next to Saxon and Roman, who were on the same team, and Jorge, also on the same team at Wodapalooza. It was a trail run, single file trail run pretty much, and they were rubbing shoulders with each other more than they were with me, and I actually said to him, I go, hey, you guys do realize you're on the same team right now, right? And then, I don't think they really wanted to joke around 2 miles into a trail run.
And Spencer Panchik will lead the way, followed by Roman Krennikov. They'll be the first 2 men to the 20 burpee box get-overs. And Austin Hatfield.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, Hatfield, we'll see. There's a lot of hype around him. I'm a big fan of Hatfield and just kind of who he is and what he's been around with us. And so I'm interested to see. But Roman's, one of us. He's been in-house for almost 2 years now. This will be a really good event for him. But I think everybody wants to see what Colton's going to do here as well.
I think Roman was in at like 245, maybe 250 on the run. They were moving.
It's not as fast as you on an assault runner.
No, not nearly as fast as me. But I mean, these guys aren't me though.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody will ever be you, Angelo.
We're talking about some second-rate runners out there.
True, that's true. Sam Cornway, Sam's a good runner.
Very good runner.
Man, Sam is an incredible teammate. Was awesome that year that we did team. Man, just a good person to rely on. Always you just rely on him, man. It was awesome to have him around.
Now there's Colton Mertens, and this is probably going to be the toughest part for him because
your open winner,
almost as tall as he is, the Iron Hog.
He just moves, man. There's just nothing, you're not
going to outwork him.
No, he's just going to do it. His videos are pretty good on social.
Very good, yeah.
He leans into it. It's fun.
Yeah, he's the guy that just is not afraid to trash talk, and he'll own it. He'll own up to it when he's not when he doesn't win something. He'll call his shot. Hey, I'm going to win this, and sometimes it doesn't go as planned. You're like, whatever.
A lot of hands in the
Krenikoff
air.
and Hopper.
Here we go, boys.
First two men to the feedback, and here comes Austin Hatfield. Now James Sprague.
Oh, Austin with a little
Nick
turn.
Matthews done.
Austin's in a good
Burton's
spot
there.
here.
Yeah. Spencer Panchik fell way back in the pack.
You know, there's a lot of things going on. Lanes are important. You want to be able to kind of see where you're at. It's nice being in the center lanes, but in a workout like this, you know, there was a question, hey, do we want to make the athletes face down the lane? Yes, we want them to face this way, but I'm for, like, let's let them get a little peek in.
Keep an eye on Mertens. I think right now he's got the fastest pace on the squats, and you can see his name at the top of the screen starting to creep closer to the left.
Hatfield as well, though. Hatfield's a real good squatter. He did really well at that front squat toe to bar event at the games last year. He just, you know, built that way.
Cole's movement patterns are just really good, too.
62 is the number they got to hit to close out round one. 186 total reps here.
Yeah, Roman and Hopper have longer levers. Sprague as well. They're going to be better on the run, a little bit better on the burpee box skid overs.
Dead even. Hopper, Krenikoff, Hatfield, all done at the same time, and Mertens is right there as well.
That is a tale of two stories right there. The two of the tallest guys in the field,
two of the
shortest guys in the field.
Hatfield's not as short as you think, though. Like, I was a little bit surprised at the way he looks.
He's
his
just really stocky.
Yeah, he's stocky, and he and Sam are not happy with us right now.
Well, these are your leaders. Hatfield out front, followed by Krenikoff, Hopper, and Colton Mertens.
Kind of on the downhill portion of this run right here. You got to kind of settle in, use the gravity a little bit. Don't twist your ankle on the curb. Couldn't get that removed. Sorry, guys. We actually used to have a go-kart track in the middle of this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, when we put the pavilion up, it ruined our go-kart track. So, yeah, we bought some of those little shifter carts.
Oh,
we do a lot of just random, like we're just rednecks that have too much money. You know? We just enjoy the finer things, right?
I mean, look, who doesn't enjoy a go-kart?
That's right. And we do those Lemons races, those 24 hours of Lemons races. Dude, that's the most fun thing we do because it doesn't hurt, you know? Like, you just get to have fun. Everything else we do for fun hurts, you know? Like, that's our hobbies are just hurting. Look at just that green.
Yeah, we're not really sure where the green came from the tattoo.
That can't be healthy for the skin.
No, but hey, you know what? That's a future Hatfield problem.
Yep.
Yeah. He's your leader right now.
Not a today problem.
No.
Yeah, Hatfield, man, going out on that run. We'll see what happens here.
I mentioned him in the pre-show, Austin Hatfield. First appearance of the games last year.
There's a lot of, I don't want to say pressure, you know, like the dark horse role, I guess. I feel like he's leaned into that. And, you know, I don't think there's a ton of pressure. He doesn't seem to, like, have that pressure. Seems laid back. He's, you know, fun to hang out with, wants to just grind and work. And, man, he's showing up. It's cool to see. So,
yeah, 10th place at the games last year.
I just got a text from my wife how awesome it is. She loves when people wear the Mayhem brand, and she loves that he's got a giant tattoo.
It's a great logo.
It is a good logo.
Yeah.
You know, Dre did a great. Well, we got it from somebody at Tennessee Tech. I actually wish I remembered her name. And then we've kind of expanded on it over the years and cleaned it up. But, man, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hockey jersey down in the shop and it's got my name on it.
It does. Wait, you can put your name on it.
I know. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, he's trying to rile the crowd up for getting them ready for the barbell workout for him later. COMM-MAYHEM coming around, I guess. Hatfield in, man.
Closing out.
I feel like he's gapped him there.
Yeah,
he's opened up a pretty good lead here as he moves into his second round of burpee box get-overs.
Just leaking ink everywhere, too. Josh is going to be pissed. He's going to have to clean that up. Giving a little peek. Got a pretty big gap here, so.
Now we have a couple more athletes who have come in. I believe it's Krenikoff, and I want to say Hopper, I think, is with him. And
Mertens. The Iron Hog and the Iron Rabbit. I don't know I don't know what's his nickname, but
the Iron
some
Hog,
type of
Iron
rabbit something.
Yeah, Rabbit Farmer seems. Maybe it is necessary. Seems unnecessary.
Hey,
if you think about
some
it.
people eat them, you know. but you could technically die if you only tried to live on rabbit.
Too much
lean.
too lean protein.
Sprague is back in. He's in the middle of your screen, but Hatfield, your leader, is on the far side of the floor from the view you're looking at here.
Let's see, yeah, he really moved on that run, so it's going to be interesting to see if these guys can catch him in the gym.
He's halfway through. He's got 10 reps remaining before he moves back to the feed sack. COMM-MAYHEM back.
He's not slowed.
No.
I mean, if you were to look at the weekend, so like the events that have been announced, this probably would have been the one that you'd be like, Hatfield, if he can survive it. So I mean, man, it's gonna be an interesting weekend.
Yeah, Mertens is solidly in second right now, hanging with Hopper and Krennikov.
That's incredible.
If I was to look and pick any one person on this event who would have won it, I would have thought it was Sprague. So yeah, interesting to see, especially with the event tonight, what's going to happen here.
I think he was a lot of people's choice to win this. And not that he's out of the game, but yeah, there are some guys pulling ahead from him.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still a whole nother round, and who knows what, hey, did they go out too hot, or how are they going to handle these squats?
How are they going to be? Are they going to be consistent with their squats?
Sorry, consistent. I forgot. I can't remember all your clever.
Oh man, the next one's.
Oh yeah, you're excited about that one. Pre-show, they were fired up. I don't even think I turned mine in. I think somebody made those up for me, by the way.
Your keys?
Yeah. Too much going on this week.
Hatfield, first man of the feed sack, far into the floor, Colton Mertens, and here comes Jason Hopper, so still very tight at the top.
What is going on?
Why is Hatfield watching the crowd?
And now Krennikov, time to beat.
Just squat cleaned the sandbag. That was really cool.
That was an ask, and I was okay with it. Somebody was like, hey, are we going to allow that? And I'm like, if they can do it, hell yeah.
Krennikov kind of fumbled with that thing, but again, the time to beat belongs to George Sterner, 1940.63 seconds for Sterner, 1940.63. Again, the fast pace here from Colton Mertens has him starting to put the pressure on Austin Hatfield for the top spot in this heat. You can see the difference on the pace.
Yeah, he is just up and down.
Got a little pause here by old Hopper as well. Roman just head down working. Got a little slow too.
Hopper does that bounce the butt off the ankles that I do.
I wish I could do that, but Sean can't get down there anymore.
I think it's been 3 decades since my butt has touched my
I just bounce off the swelling in the back of my knees. There's a bursa sack in there.
That's 3 layers of neoprene.
Yep.
Hatfield is done, and Mertens is done, and Mertens got finished with that set just ahead of Hatfield.
Love it.
This will be really
interesting.
Round
3.
Man, these workouts are so interesting.
Yeah. I can't believe.
Kudos to the programmers.
Follow Mayhem Athletes.
The Hopper's done.
Yeah.
But these are your leaders, Austin Hatfield and Colton Mertens. And even though Hatfield is ahead of Mertens on this run, Mertens did finish that second round of squats ahead of Hatfield. They have to return to their lanes, and Hatfield's lane is at the far end of the floor. So right now, Mertens may have a lead.
Has the gap as they go out on this run. Roman looks like he's not in a good place right now. Not happy with us.
That sounds, yeah.
Hatfield putting a little gap on Mertens here, though, so.
Yeah. I wonder how that. I'm going to be curious to see how the gap compares to the last round.
How consistent they can see on that squat pace, you know? It's going to come down to that.
There's Jason Hopper, who's coming off a career season last year. 4th at the games, finished on the podium at the Rogue Invitational. Hatfield has widened the gap between himself and Mertens. But if Mertens can hold this and keep that pace on the squats, he's got a good chance here. 1 lap down.
Getting a little arm pump out of there. There's no yellow in the logo. So how does it turn green? I don't get it.
There was green when it started.
Maybe he's just bleeding green. Maybe he's got maybe he's part Hulk in him.
Here's Mertens. COMM-MAYHEM, he's just heading out on his 3rd and final run, along with Nick Matthew behind him.
That hill has got to be a little bit of devastating.
Oh man,
it's not a long hill, but it's a steep hill.
Steep.
So Hatfield has regained the lead from Mertens.
Gapping Mertens a little bit too here, so we'll see though. Once it comes down to that pace on the squats, that's where we really saw Colton kind of make his move. So We'll see, too, if Austin angles correctly here to where you can see Cole. I feel like he is. He seems like a pretty present competitor.
Let's hope.
You know, some of those things you just can't teach, right? You just got to kind of do it. And I think, you know, growing up playing sports and that's why I think it's so important. We talked about with the kids playing sports, your kids playing sports, like my kids playing sports. I want them to get experience to as many sports as they can, and I think we're missing that a little bit. We got to make sure we're still pushing that. CrossFit is great.
At how many parents like just specialize their kid.
I'm like,
5 years old.
Play
They got
my kids. I'm like, hey, you want to play? Whatever. You know, like at some point, if they want to start specializing. But
trust me, in today's world, if they're good, there's someone's going to find
somebody's going to find them. And so there's just so much to be learned through youth sports as well. Like
absolutely
dealing with other people, dealing with good coaches, dealing with bad coaches,
dealing with adversity.
Exactly. Old wooden ship. Oh, that's diversity. Sorry.
That's no, Ron. That's. I don't think the network would be concerned with a lack of old wooden ships. Hatfield is back.
Let's see how many.
Final
he can get
set of 20. Mertens
goes.
is not in the.
He's right here.
Oh,
he's coming in.
Here he
does have the closer. Looks like about 4 reps at this point.
So 146, that's the number they got to hit before they move to the feed stack. So Hatfield's 16 away from that.
Austin's checking him here too. The way he turns on, looks like he's spinning the same way. I can't tell if Colton's. Yeah, so there's a little bit of, you know, if you watch Colton, he's facing one way the whole time. He's facing away from Austin. If you watch Austin, when he comes one side, he's watching Colton, and one side he's not. So maybe a little bit of advantage there or not.
Hatfield's still with a 4-rep lead, but Mertens is creeping up.
Roman coming in here too. Roman doing well. We got a little race for 3rd and 4th between Roman and Hopper. That'll be fun to watch as it kind of materializes. But then it's a pretty good gap after that. So we're seeing you got Sprague coming in the door.
And it'll be interesting to see where Sterner's time is going to lay with these guys.
19:40.63. That's the top time from heat number 1 from George Sterner. Now Hatfield's inside
fall,
5 to go.
Yep. Colton has no hand in the air yet. I should be watching the monitor, but I'm watching reps.
Mertens now has 6 to
Rory
go.
gave me the 4 down.
The judge is handing there now from Mertens. He's closing out his set, as is Hatfield.
Rory's trying to give me sign language off the floor, and we're just not connected. We just don't have the connection. I'm sorry, Rory.
I don't know what this waving hands means. Hatfield is
now
done.
What to do with my hands.
On to the feet. Just keep him at your side, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah. All right, so Colton's got 1. Austin's going to get 1 squat, 2 squats probably. Colton's going to do that squat clean. We got a race.
5 in.
Oh,
squat clean right off the bat. So it's about 6 reps for Hatfield.
Here we go.
186. That's the rep mark they have to hit.
Hatfield's going to have to hang on to, man, that's such a crappy feeling. Colton's got the kind of not upper hand, but.
He does have a strong freaking squat.
The pace is a little faster for Mertens right now.
Let's go ahead and call it out. He's got a short way to go, too. Like, come on. Like, but it's
not
still
wrong.
Really impressive what he does, man. It's so cool.
Mertens has shaved a rep off that lead. He shaved another one.
He's
inside 3 reps here.
Oh, yeah.
186. That's the number they got to hit. Hatfield now with 5 reps remaining. Mertens trying to put on a late charge. Hand in the air for Mertens.
Come on.
Final reps for Hatfield. Feed sack is down. Feed sack down for Mertens.
It's gonna be
Check
close.
out the buzzer.
Hatfield gets it.
0.18 seconds between Hatfield and Mertens.
That was awesome.
He almost shot himself in the foot. Shout out, Stu.
Yeah.
Top 2 times by far.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
And now the battle for second
Here
between
we go,
Hopper and
another test.
Krennikov. Krennikov has a pretty solid lead on Hopper, so it looks like he's going to wrap up not only 3rd place in the heat, but also 3rd in the event. Sprague is onto the sandbag as well.
Hopper's looks like he's defending here. He's watching James, making sure he's not going to get hit.
Yeah, he knows that Roman's probably too far ahead.
He can't catch Roman, but he's also being pretty smart here. Got the competitor. He played high-level sports. There's a lot of things that you pick up doing those things. So it's cool to see that come out.
The former wide receiver at Clemson. He walked on at Clemson.
Yeah. Sprague is actually, I don't know that he can. He might. He's moving quick. He might be able to close the gap. Hopper is slowing down heavily.
Now Krennikov is in. That's going to be good enough for 3rd place in the event. As Sterner now has the 4th best time.
Yeah, wow, these guys are fast.
Woo!
Gonna get
Sprague
close.
catching up. 186, that's the rep number, and Hopper is now 6 away.
It's so much more fun being on this side.
Yep.
It doesn't hurt nearly as much.
Not nearly as bad.
Here you go,
There
man.
you go.
Oh!
Is going to stumble across the
There's a
finish
sniper.
line.
Where's the sniper at?
Legs got
Who did that? I thought we.
That's so good.
I thought we had
so good.
people in here to keep the snipers.
And now
Sam's giving us the look.
Sterner's in.
Sam's not real happy with. Yeah, just gonna.
I guarantee you that Jason Hopper thing is going to be on the internet.
Yesterday. Somebody cue the Bradley Cooper American Sniper video.
Oh, yeah.
Sam just gave us I believe is a French saying.
Couple choice words,
Yeah,
I think.
believe it's a
couldn't
4-letter French word.
couldn't quite make it out.
I think I know what it was. He's not real happy.
Guimaeros has that feedback up. He's going to be the guy to watch him at next.
What a
event.
show. Hey, it's a good start. Good start here.
It's
Some good
great when a
finishes.
long event comes down to seconds.
Man, that's so cool, right? It's like baseball. They play 162 games,
Right.
and then they had to do the playoff
one,
games
yep.
for a while. You're like, man, how does that happen? It's so cool. Such a show. Man, and this was arguably the most boring event we were going to have to watch all weekend. So,
And it's been really
man,
exciting.
there we go. Good start. I'm fired up.
Been a
Glad the
great
way
race.
it turned out, man. Good athletes. Even, just different stories going on here, too. It's just the first event. Don't get too wrapped up in the first event. But, man, some of those athletes that we didn't really know were going to make a splash made a splash. And so, man, cool. Fired up.
I just can't believe that those guys did
Cornway,
6-minute rounds.
Hatfield and Mertens, sub 18 and separated by 18/10 of a second.
Nick Matthew, Guy finishing up, and then Nick Matthew.
Still plenty of time before we hit that time cap. And we only have,
Fast
looks like, 2 men still out there working.
Very fast heat here.
Spencer Panchik is one of them, and Fabian Benito Celis is the other. Austin Hatfield is going to pick up the event win. Great start for him, just edging out Colton Mertens.
Great event for Colton, too. That we didn't know what that box was going to do. The rest of the weekend shaping up well for him, too. We know that tonight's good for him, so.
Colton Mertens is kind of like this generation's Chris Spieler.
I can see that, yeah. Odds stacked against.
Yep, it just finds a way to get it done.
And I have a rough idea of what Colton thinks he can do on heavy Isabel, and it's fast.
Yeah,
it's very fast.
He's good with a barbell, especially a snatch. We saw that last year when he's touch and go 265.
It's incredible.
There's going to be a lot of fast times tonight, though. That's
Very
what's
fast.
going to be. Man, that one's going to be cool. Cool to watch. I'm biased. It's one of my favorites to do and see and watch.
Benito Celis and Spencer Panchik, the only 2 men working here. We're in about 2 minutes, a little more than 2 minutes before we hit the 25-minute time cap.
We got a relatively quick turnaround here as well.
Yep.
So that's going to play into it here. You got nutrition's got to be dialed in. Maybe get on a bike. We heard him talk earlier about getting on a bike and kind of flushing. I think the athletes that can be the smartest, taking in some calories, on competition weekends like this, it gets tough you got nerves, you have all these other things you want, you're not hungry, but you got to eat.
Yep.
Somebody explained when I was doing Leadville, the endurance events are eating competitions, but even these competition weekends, I think a lot of these guys sometimes get so dialed in and want to keep their nutrition dialed in, but you almost need to take in garbage because you're putting it right back out.
Is in.
And so it's carbohydrates.
I remember Matt Chan one time saying, when I go to a competition, if I saw a guy come in with his own cooler, I knew that was someone who knew exactly what he was doing.
What they were doing.
Yep.
During competition weekends, I think the Mayhem crew keeps all gummy companies in business. It's just easy to take in. You don't want to eat anything. Protein shakes, something high carb, just to get those, get everything back up and good to go.
Spencer Panchik is the last man out there, and he has 25 reps now, 24 reps to go.
News from the floor, and I'm okay with this. Jack Sprague. Hey, former NASCAR Jack Sprague, James Sprague, has already gone to the back and started his recovery process. I'm fine with it. People may be like, oh, you got to stay here and cheer on every last competitor. Hey, you got to take care of yourself. Champ to champ, you got to take care of yourself. And that's, hey, you're trying to win a competition. We can be friends after the competition, but hey, we're on the floor. I ain't your friend. Sorry. I think that gets lost, I think in CrossFit we are so supportive and we want to cheer on the last person, but hey,
nice segue.
We want to win.
Nice segue. You said cheer on the last person. There, everyone's cheering for Spencer as he
the
finished.
shark circle.
Nice.
That's why people who had a switch always kind of scared me. Friends, and then you will watch them on the floor, and everything changes.
I've tried to get that across the lake. Lakeland, my daughter, I'm biased. She's a good basketball player, but she also has that little bit of nasty to her. And to see that come out in your kids, you're just like, man, that's so cool to watch. And so, yeah, you just can't teach some of those things, right? You got to be able to turn that switch off.
Austin Hatfield and Colton Mertens. Great battle between the two of them, as it was Mertens' work on the feed bag and really those burpee box get overs that kept him in this thing. He had the fastest pace of those 3 rounds.
Hatfield, man.
And then Hatfield in round 3 opened up a pretty good lead, but still Mertens was able to cut into that, and it came down to 0.18 seconds.
Almost had his, waiting for his judge to say it was good to go. And sniper.
And then someone let the second
man down. Oh, he made it. He made it. See, I'm glad those things are foam. If they were the old metal ones, Hopper'd be in a little bit of hurt.
He'd be hurt.
Austin Hatfield picks up the event win. Mertens is going to finish second. Krennikov, Hopper, and Sprague round out the top 5, and George Sterner's top time from heat number 1 will be the 6th best result. Let's go down to the competition floor. Rory McKernan with Austin Hatfield.
Austin, we're 2 for 2 in terms of in-person competition at Mayhem. How did this match up with the practice runs that you took through this event?
It went according to plan. Came out here and wanted to win. Felt good in training, so I knew it would feel better on the floor.
How did the race factor in? I mean, obviously you hear or see Colton on the floor next to you. How did that factor in your performance?
That was a squat race there at the end. Those squats got pretty hard at the end.
All right, you got some explaining to do. Turn around for a second. We got a red, white, and blue logo, but you're bleeding green, man. Is it the alien blood, or what's going on?
I think it was the Hulk came out, but I wanted the tattoo because I wanted to show everybody behind me that Mayhem's the best, and they were going to have a good view.
My man, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Austin Hatfield.
I'll let you take that one.
Hey, hey, I love it. That's why Austin fits in well here. I love, it's fun to have around. He's been cool the last couple months. He's been in and out, and man, he just fits in well here. And hey, man, I love when people want to wear the brand and be a part of what we're doing here, and he fits in perfectly. So I was waiting for a movie quote. He does keep throwing out the movie quotes, which I appreciate, So man, he did throw out a Hulk. So man, we already made that comment, but man, who got lost in the bushes there?
Well, it was the Rabbit versus the Hog. The Rabbit wins this one. Heavy barbells coming up next as action continues at the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
All right, well, Rich was just talking about, loving to have people represent the brands. You guys have a better story than most, in my opinion. So I am here with E3 CrossFit, and I would love to just kind of contextualize your story. Of course, I want to hear the happy ending because we're celebrating as well this week.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we are 3.5 years old, but 1.5 years into our affiliate journey. a car crashed through our building, completely devastating the entire building. Thankfully, praise the Lord, nobody was hurt. We were out of our building for 8 months, and thankfully with the help and support of so many friends and family and the Mayhem family pulling together and just coming alongside of us, it was amazing. And yesterday we celebrated 1 year back into our building, and just the way that God was able to pull everything together, and we are bigger and better than we ever were before the crash. And it's just been a huge blessing and an amazing story.
I'm so happy to hear it. And what I would love to hear also is, what does that mean to you guys? So you're a Mayhem affiliate, but to you, what does that mean, and what's the importance of that?
Man, it was so easy for us to partner with Mayhem because of the values that are there, the faith base, the goal and the mission of serving people well and loving Jesus through it all. And so for us, it was an easy decision for us to partner because that is where our heart is. How can we love Jesus, and how can we serve people the best possible way? And that is what Mayhem Mission is. That is what this gym is about. That is what this community is about. So for us, it was a no-brainer.
I love it, and love celebrating with you guys. I'm so happy that you're back in the gym, so happy for your community. Yours is an incredible story. There's thousands more Mayhem affiliates, and really what it comes from is Rich's experience as a affiliate owner himself and his love for serving others.
From us here at CrossFit Mayhem, we just want to let you know that we know. It's not just the classes you coach or the challenging moments that crop up. Dang it! Or helping those who lead your community. It's also the countless things that no one sees. We know your gym is not your job. And just like us, it's your way of life. We designed Mayhem Affiliate to free you, to focus on the real reason you started your gym. Building community, challenging each other, and watching lives improve every day. Not only do we provide you with CrossFit programming for every class you could offer, but we will be your partner, sharing everything that we've learned to run an effective gym. Yep, you can email us, you can even call us, and of course, you can always visit us here in Cookeville. We're here to help. Find out why thousands of gyms are Mayhem affiliates. Together, let's continue to change one life at a time.
Tony, you and your husband, Justin, have been affiliate owners for almost 12 years now. What went into making the decision of buying the affiliate you were members of and that's kept it running for almost 12 years?
The community, of course. We loved all the members, and we kept half, and then, found new ones, and it was awesome.
As an affiliate owner, you haven't been with Mayhem the entire time. Tell me a little bit about what made you guys decide to come be a Mayhem affiliate, and what's been the best part of that so far?
Yeah, so we did our own programming for a long time, me and my business partner, and it just got to where it was a big time suck on the business, and so we tried a couple of others, and we've always been big Rich and Mayhem fans, and just the faith family fitness service, and so we tried it out. Did it for a month and then put out a survey to the members and said, what do y'all think? And literally 100% chose Mayhem, and we've been with them ever since, like about 4 years, and it's fun, and we love everything they represent. So
it's an honor to be here at Mayhem, not only here for the Classic, but as an affiliate member myself here. What does it mean to you to be running a Mayhem affiliate?
Oh, it means the world. I enjoy being just a part of the broader Mayhem community. Their support level, Christy and Darren, are just on top of everything. It's just wild how responsive they are for how many different affiliates they have. It's just awesome. So,
well, we're happy both of you are here. Thank you, Justin and Tony. We are coming up in just a little bit with women's event number 2, Heavy Isabel. You're not going to want to miss it.
The 2025 Mayhem Classic, presented by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-dense supplements on the planet. Thanks for being with us, everybody, as we are into event number 2 here on the opening day of competition at the Mayhem Classic from Cookeville, Tennessee, inside the walls of CrossFit Mayhem. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. The heavy barbells are out on the floor, and all is right with the world. It's Isabel.
This event was supposed to be the fun event for the day. We got spoiled with that first event. I'm surprised. So now, hey, everything else is golden.
All right, now's your time to shine, Angelo. Keys to the event. We'll start with you. You get to follow this.
Oh, gosh, here we go. I can't.
Know your pace. Wait to race.
Very well done.
Oh, my gosh.
See, that's what happens when you get your keys in early.
Yep.
You know, when somebody else is doing your keys, you say something like power until it's gone, you know? No, I did come up with that one. But, yeah, we're going to see who can power it the longest and who can hang on. But know your pace.
Yeah, to elaborate.
Elaborate, please.
Elaborate on my strategy there is, in this event, you're not racing everybody. You kind of are in your own lane. To a certain degree.
Not me, dog.
To a certain degree.
Speak for yourself.
You're racing probably the top 5 guys. I'm racing maybe the bottom 5 guys.
Hey, guess what? You are no longer the smartest person in the room, because guess what? Hannah Black, go ahead, Sean, tell us.
Hannah Black in lane 4 has a master's in biomechanics and motor control, and her graduate thesis, you know what that was on? Isabel.
Look at you are you're just Dr. Seuss at this point. You're stunned. He's stunned. You can't see his face right now, but he's stunned. I'm fired up. Let's go. How do you do a thesis on Isabel?
That's what I'm sitting here thinking about.
That's pretty impressive.
I mean, like
the movement mechanics of it and everything.
Stuff and levers and.
Oh, dude, this is so good.
I'm so excited. You got 4 people on the floor moving down. We're going to do 10 at each station and then 5 and 5. We wanted to tell a story here. You're going to be able to see it. You might need to see a story develop. Early on rendition, we were going to have lights in the floor
on a
LED
lifting platform
that would tell you, the crowd, everybody else can kind of see where they're at and what the reps are doing, but we tested, we didn't get a chance to test it. So
get that next year with the Jumbotron.
Let's do it. Yep, we'll spring for that when we, sure.
So Hannah continuing to power snatch this weight.
Yeah, you're not going to see a ton of movement in the first little bit, these 2 10s and then the 5s, and it's going to get loud in here.
Oh, man, there's just 4 people, you and a barbell,
just
nowhere to hide.
Throwing down.
Half the distance on the floor than what we had last event. This is just, it's incredible.
So the clock didn't start, but the reps are good. So Hannah Black is already more than a third of the way through this thing.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
And still opting for the
power.
The power.
You're going to power till it's gone, you
power
know?
till it's gone. And she knows her pace. She's going to wait to race. Probably no one.
Hey, Nina, is in second right
here.
now.
Nina's doing really well, yeah.
This is actually a pretty good workout for her. I saw her practicing it. You know, this was one of the workouts that got announced early on. A little bit of, we were trying to do the cross-regional, cross-event promotion. It got leaked a little bit. Not necessarily even that people knew it was going to be this event, but it was a leak to another event. And we just wanted to wipe the slate clean and give everybody an even playing field. So this one got announced a little earlier than we wanted it to, but who cares?
Hannah Black is more than halfway through. We're about 2 minutes in.
Oh my goodness.
But it's shorter than her thesis.
Yeah.
Gosh, can you imagine?
Rogovich is in second. She's in the lavender shorts.
Lavender.
It's not light purple.
Cold. You're so cultured.
Well, listen, I always say if you can't find it in a box of 16 crayons, it's not a color.
It's not a color.
But I'll go with
I would have called it violet. You know, my
that'll
daughter's
work too.
violet,
Yeah.
you know.
I will say, Nina's overhead position is just incredible. I wish I had it.
You do not have
Right?
it.
I don't look like that?
No, not at all.
Really?
You did in your younger ages, but for somehow, when did that go away?
Puberty.
Yeah. Testosterone came, and then when was that, last year?
Yeah. Still going through it.
Oh, all right.
It's Kara Miller, third place right now, halfway through those 30 reps.
I don't even know what time Hannah Black's at, but she's going fast.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be so much
Oh,
fun.
there's
the
the miss.
Hey, the power's gone.
Power's gone.
And now what happens?
A miss, actually.
All right.
First miss for Hannah Black, and she's going to hit that one.
You're going to hear a lot of noises probably in the next probably hour and a half just from
as fast as she is moving, even one miss matters a lot.
Okay.
Because you're taking about 10 to 15 seconds between reps, especially towards the back end. When you miss one, now you need another 10 to 15 seconds
And
after
you lost
that,
the rep.
And you lost the rep. So you're looking at about a 20 to 30 second break that you didn't really plan for.
Final 5 here.
So about 3 minutes, 45 seconds gone by here.
I saw Seth doing this the other day, and I made that exact comment. I'm like, dude, make sure your reps count. Like he's doing the kind of like walk, and I'm like, dude, don't flirt with that line
No,
because
it's really important.
it's so much work for a rep. Even if you almost get the entire rep, you know, it's just.
Yeah, you don't want to waste a rep here.
Final 3 reps for Hannah Black.
Yeah, I think anybody who was gonna watch this event had her name as one to have a top finish in this, and she's doing pretty much what we thought she could do right now, and she's killing it. 2 reps left.
Has a background in Olympic weightlifting too, so that obviously helps
Oh
her.
yeah, you don't say.
The final rep for Hannah Black, and we'll have to wait
Nina's
on
into
her
her
official
last
time.
block here too.
Wow.
That's good for her. Good showing.
Dragovic now 5 remaining.
This is exactly what Rory. Oh man,
Black.
Hannah's gonna finish here.
There it is.
Hannah's in. Takes heat 1.
Almost brought the barbell with her.
Hey,
4:47.70 seconds for Hannah Black.
Good. Very
Nina
good.
crushing.
Sub
Man, you were right. Man, her overhead
She is.
position
It's
there is
just-
solid.
Yeah.
Hey, and she's actually speeding up a little bit here. Rory was saying, you know, Nina, she's got nothing to lose. You know,
Yeah.
she's in here. She technically wasn't even supposed to be here. Hey, you're here. You're supposed to be here. So see her take some points from people and get that competition experience on the big stage, under the pressure. See how you can handle the pressure. It's awesome.
Like Dante from Clerks. Wasn't even supposed to be here
Wasn't
today.
even supposed to be here.
And a thing that you might notice going on down the floor, I don't know if I've seen it yet, but on our event, in the standards, you can step outside of your lane within reason to finish the rep and bring it back, the barbell back to your lane, opposed to other events where if once that foot leaves at all,
You're
it's
done.
a no rep.
Yeah, we condensed the floor, brought it in. We were like, hey, we could stagger the barbells and keep 10 people out here. We were like, heck no, let's bring 5 people, give them a moment to shine, spread it out a little bit, and let them have some fun.
Yeah, this, and I'm wondering how much those feed sack squats not that long ago are playing a factor right now.
It's Kiara Miller who has 2 reps remaining. Lindsay Lane, the other athlete on the floor. And I got to give you guys credit too. Something that people might not realize is that you put a whole new floor down here. The reason you had to move the floor up is that the far end of that is over turf. There's a different feel to that, the part behind the green line that you can see on your screen than what the athletes are competing on now.
For the movements tomorrow, the dumbbell thruster, and for the lunges, there's no real, everybody's playing on the same equal playing field.
Yeah.
We didn't want people snatching back there. It probably would be fine, but we don't want to leave anything up to chance. It feels, actually for the lunge, it feels really nice. I wouldn't need to wear knee sleeves. I would probably wear knee sleeves just so my patella doesn't shoot across the gym. But, you know, so it's, we brought it in. This is cool. This is exactly what we were wanting these athletes. And you get a little bit more of their moment, right? You don't get lost in the, 10 people. You get kind of, shuffled back. And so she probably right now
isn't liking our setup.
being the only one out here, but still crushing it.
It is cool, yeah. She's moving, she's making her reps look good. But yeah, that is the one issue with just a few people on the floor. You could still be doing really good, and you'd be like, man, I'm on pace for a PR on this, and you're looking around, you go, but I'm the only one out here. It's such a short field. If you have a stacked field of strong competitors, then you may end up being out there alone.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying about run your race.
Yeah, yep. With this event, I really think until you get to the 5s, you're racing the people close to you, and then once you get to those sets of 5, we even saw Nina pick her pace up towards the end, knowing that there's more heats ahead of her and she needs to keep the foot on the gas, even though she had no one directly behind her.
And a lot of people have done a version of this workout. Everybody's done Isabel or done Grace. We know at 20 reps, you kind of know what you're dealt at that point. So the 2 big sets of 10, and then we've got 5s from there. So you can check in with yourself and kind of know exactly what you're saying. At 20 reps, we know what's going to happen.
What do you got left? And can you move the barbell faster, or should you just keep running the same pace?
The Masters qualifiers were doing these workouts, and yesterday we were up at the barn, and Dre was in the barn, and man, it was awesome yesterday and today, just having a bunch of people in there throwing down, and Dre's like, hey, we were power snatching. He's like, you want to do the Masters qualifier? And I'm like, I don't want to do it by myself. He's like, let's just do 60 reps back and forth. And so me and Dre at 2:15 just went back and forth and did some reps. So it was, man, it's fun just to rip on a barbell and go after it.
So 15 seconds here for...
We're flying blind. I don't know what to do.
Lindsay Lane. We're flying blind.
Coming off a 45th place finish in the Open. And that'll do it. But it's Hannah Black, 4:47.70 seconds.
Really good. Super fast on that barbell.
Shoot.
Thanks so much. Nice to meet you.
Early on, it was all power snatches for Hannah Black, and she had a really fast pace through the first half of this event. That was the first time I think she missed.
Yeah.
She's got a doctorate in Isabel, basically. So, if anybody's more prepared.
Showed it off here.
Yep. Once again, Angelo, sorry, you're not the smartest man in the room anymore.
I think that's a little bit of your own.
Get it out. Trash.
Yeah.
Come on.
You are. I think you're just trash talking me because you're insecure.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You're next to Sean, and he uses a bunch of big words. And he has a nice, your pronounced voice.
You're playing to my insecurity.
Yeah.
Well, let's go down to the competition for Bella Martin is with Hannah Black.
Hannah, I called you last week and asked if you wanted to come to the Mayhem Classic, and here you are. You just completed Isabel, day 1 of competition wrapped. How'd you get ready in a week for a semifinal?
Honestly, if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready, I didn't have much of a time frame to work up to it, so I was like, I'm ready. I feel good. I'll go.
I love to hear it. We all know you as the strongest female weightlifter in competition, almost in history. I think after last season, you have a target on your back going into a weightlifting event, and you got Nina right there next to you. How do you pace it? The guys up there in the booth are talking, just play your race. How'd you do that?
Honestly, at a weight like this, it's heavy, but it's still not heavy enough for me to really have to think about it. So I was ripping, closing my eyes, and just hoping that it would be there. And a couple of times it wasn't, and that's okay. But I think the main thing for this workout was rip it and trust it'll be in the right spot to stand up. And 30 times it was, 2 times it wasn't. So I'll take that.
We all know you, again, as a weightlifter, but you've done a lot of work in the last 2 years to not just be a weightlifter. What can we expect from you for the rest of the weekend? I don't want this to be the only time we get to chat this weekend.
Yeah, no, I barely lift anymore, unfortunately. All I do is burpees and running and upper body pushing. So I'm really excited to test out those skills the rest of the weekend. And these workouts are freaking gnarly, man. And like we said, I got the call last week. And so I kind of went into this with expecting nothing, appreciating everything. I'm just happy to be here. So.
Well, we're happy to be here. I know you don't lift anymore because you missed those 2. So we won't do that again. Thank you, Hannah. Congratulations.
Thanks.
1 heat down, 3 remaining here for the women, and it's Hannah Black, 4:47.20 seconds. Event number 2, much different than event number 1. Rolling the heavy barbells out, 155 for the women, 225 for the men. They're going to come up here in a little bit. It's heavy Isabel. Let's talk keys one more time.
Let's go, Doc. Dr. Seuss.
Know your pace, wait to race.
You're going to write a children's book one day. Power till it's gone. Power till it's gone.
And those are 2 things that we saw. So let's start with Angelo.
Yeah.
Know your pace, wait to race. Saw that play out,
yep.
Especially with an athlete like Lindsay Lane, who was the last one out there,
Yep.
but knew where she was in this event.
Yeah, exactly. This event you can only race probably the few people around you. You can't look at somebody who has a 30-pound heavier one-rep max than you. You probably need to be looking at the people who are around the same level as you on this event. And if you are accustomed to knowing your other competitors, you kind of have an idea who are the guys you're kind of fighting
or
in
girls.
Workout or girls.
We were talking about the ladies.
Yeah, but it's like
I'm kidding. I'm just chill.
It's like Spanish. It could mean both.
Okay. And for the power till it's gone, I think having the experience, competition experience, knowing your body, knowing these workouts, at what point hey, am I wasting energy trying to power this thing, or can I drop into that squat? And no stranger to competition and experience in these events is Andrea Nisler. Excited to watch her push on this event.
She had a really solid performance in event number 1, and now a much different test here in event 2.
She's so freaking strong.
She told me she wasn't going to do good at this event.
I know. She tells you she's not going to be bad
I saw
at every event.
I saw her in the back, and she goes, well, after I had a baby, the snatch never came back. I go, just stop. Just stop.
I think you'll be fine.
Oh, man, this cough button is really good.
Saves your life sometimes,
Saves my life right there.
What'd I say? What'd I say?
Nothing. You didn't
What
say
happened?
anything. Nothing. Somebody in the comments, please take it over and tell them what he did. I can't see the comments, but I hope you guys are chopping that one up.
Oh, they got it.
They got it. And here we go. Oh, my God. Oh, he never came back.
Fitness going on the floor.
It came back, Andrea. You'll be fine. Jeez. But
hey, look, that's not bad. It took one whole event.
Yeah,
really,
that's true.
Okay,
now
so
now the whole thing's over. We might as well just go off the rails.
I think if you had the over/under on when it was going off the rails,
Angelo was going to do it.
Not many people were going to bet the over.
The problem is he didn't even mean to do it. You know, like that's the good part. Man. I wanted to say that's what she said.
You would think Caroline Stanley would have more of like a
look at him, back to professional.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kind of a bubbly outfit after having a good event, but she's kind of feeling blue in this.
Blue.
Event.
Wow.
Never mind, and he's back.
She's kind of feeling blue after that first event, but you would think she may be yellow or something.
Violet's
she is
turning
all blue.
violet. Yeah.
Gosh, good.
It's gone. We're done. Oh, little Victoria here. She needs a good event here to bring her back.
Must be nice to power snatch this weight.
Yeah, Stanley barely dropping under that thing.
Can you power snatch this weight?
That's what I'm talking about. 155. No, I can't.
Shelby Neal's going full squat in lane 3. Stanley,
you know,
there's a rep back at Nisler, who's your leader.
A very minor detail. They are like what I don't even know what the rega pull floor gap is here, but it's like 1/8 of an inch. I don't know if that like mentally it's just like, is it a little bit different of a pull? You know, like we do so many of these reps at, you know, that perfect height, wherever it is, you know, like when you get on a 28 mil bar, a true Rogue Olympic bar versus a 28.5 Ohio bar, like it's just a little different. And then the bearings, the bushings, and like these athletes are so in tune and do these movements so often that little thing, who knows, you know, like I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal.
We should have brought them one of the barn
barbells. Yeah, those barbells are not getting used anymore.
Welded together.
There's a lot of, they got rained on, and now they're all like just fused.
Not getting lubed up enough.
Basically just axle barring it.
Yeah.
Shelby Neal currently in second place, 1 rep back of Andrea Nisler, coming off her first career appearance at the CrossFit Games last year. Took 23rd place in 2024 in Fort Worth, Texas.
Andrea came out hot there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It looked
starting
like
to squat now.
She was starting to do her little like, you know, she starts making those faces.
Yeah,
like anybody that knows Andrea, she does these like, you know, she got like 2 or 3, like rolling the eyes or whatever, and looking at people in the crowd. And so she did throw one of those up, and so it's kind of funny to see. But I think she's all right.
Shelby Neal finally missed a rep. I think that was her first missed rep, and then she just got back on it. Victoria Campos is approaching the halfway point.
Andrea about to move on to the 20 here in a second, but Vic working through, longtime Mayhem athlete. She's been gone for ever since the games last year. She was a mainstay here at Mayhem and one of the crew, one of the in-house crew.
A lot older than she looks. 32. She's 32.
Well done, Vic.
Last individual appearance across the games is 2022 for her.
Shredder.
Yeah.
So Nisler now has 10 reps to go. She'll advance the barbell now every 5 as you take a look at Victoria Campos, who is now halfway through.
Vic was at the games last year.
Was she really?
Yeah.
I will update my sheet.
Update your sheet, Sean.
Such
Come
an
on, man.
amateur sometimes.
Gosh, I'm glad we had to carry the show. Just kidding. Andrea,
Here we go. This is the part where my strategy comes into fruition. Caroline Stanley has been powering it. They look good. She's doing a little bit of the starfish, but it's been like that since the beginning.
They're not like unnecessarily starfish.
I want to see someone go the old Josh Everett split snatch.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, classic.
She's only 3 or 4 reps back from Andrea Nissler. Does she try to press on the gas a little here? With her reps looking as good as they do, does she try to press on the gas and try to catch her here when they get to the last 5 reps?
I feel like Andrea won't let that happen.
Nissler's inside 5 to go here.
Man.
She's like right at that power squat
doing
range.
that. I think
all her reps are pretty much look the same.
Yeah, I think she had something interesting to say to one of the camera guys, trying to get a good shot of her lift.
Did she? Nice. Andrea likes to make things awkward.
Yeah,
she's really good at that.
She is snotting, I believe. She's got the powerful snatch, I like to call it, where she's not quite squatting it, but
there's a squat.
That's a squat.
The power is gone, and we are squatting.
Slowly
but that's exactly where you want it to be, right?
Yeah.
Well, Hannah Black's top time is going to stick at least for another heat, as Nissler is now in.
Wow. Yeah.
Good race there.
Incredible.
4:57.57 seconds
It's
for
not
Nissler.
gone. It's not gone.
No. Caroline Stanley right there behind her, about to finish up here. Reps have looked the exact same since the beginning.
Yeah, like you're like, oh, we're in trouble, but no, she just does. She likes the old starfish.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's just
she's got them young knees too, you know. One day, Angelo, she'll know our pain.
Yeah, she'll know.
You don't have knee pain yet, though.
Yeah, I do.
Do you?
I just don't. I just have all my cartilage and ligaments intact.
Oh yeah, that I'm missing.
Stanley across. Leaves Neal and Campos out, and now Neal, who came out with a pretty good pace, has really slowed here in the back half of this event. Campos continues to chip some steady work.
Yep. Not slow, not fast, just kind of there.
Nice. Girl. There it is. Good recovery. It is always nerve-wracking when you miss a rep and you're at the end and it felt kind of shaky. That next rep coming up, you really got to get it out of your head and kind of focus on the next rep. And
oh yeah, she's battling back.
Yeah, she's got some good smooth reps in the bag now.
It's flirting with that line though, you know, like, hey, once again, you got to make sure you're playing your race and then what you got at the end. And
she's not careful. Vic still is moving really good. And
this
is what I was talking about.
Oh my gosh.
She knew her pace, and now she's watching her competitor next to her miss a couple, and she's catching up.
It's because she didn't hold anything back.
She started to race. She's starting to race.
Shelby Neal, I don't know if she's taking it. I know she wants to get back on this and keep moving, but I wonder if she would just benefit from a little bit longer.
All right, 1 rep left. Here we go.
Final rep for Campos.
Okay.
And she will hit it, and Victoria Campos in right around the 7-minute mark.
Hey, and Shelby's not out of this, you know, like there's still multiple heats to come. She's got to, come on, fight it up.
Nice. There it is, great rep for Shelby Neal to fight through that. And that'll do it for heat number 2, as Hannah Black still has the top time at 4:47.70 seconds.
Man, being a camera guy, just like filming people's worst moments.
Yeah.
Dre's just like, let me get a camera in there.
If you notice there at the end, they both approached the bar at the same time, but she actually took the second. Okay, I'm not ready. I want to race, but I know I'm not ready for it. I need to step back, and we saw in that last rep, it was probably a good decision not to rip that rep before she was ready.
Andrea Nissler is going to win the heat. Left side of your screen, and that was really what every rep looked like.
Yep.
It barely. Maybe she lost an inch on the last couple, but man, Andrea's so strong, so powerful. She powered until it was gone, you know, and then she squatted it.
Yep. She proved herself wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
she did prove me wrong. I was pretty much exactly what I thought she would do. Do really well on IV barbell.
This is the last rep for Shelby.
That's a
great
look at that. Yeah.
Been there.
We've all been there. Andrea Nissler wins the heat. She's with Bella Martin.
Andrea, that was an awesome performance to watch, winning heat number 2. This is not the first time we've seen you. You are a Mayhem favorite on a team. Here you are back in the open competition. How does it feel to be back here with us?
Oh, I think it's really fun being back here. I mean, doing the good drive from Nashville to Cookeville, got a lot of memories racing through. I was pretty pumped to see everyone. And it was just great to be welcomed back, honestly.
As the reigning 34-39 games champ from last year, you're back here in open competition. What's the differences in kind of preparation mindset? It's a different field here, not weaker, but a different field on the floor.
It certainly is. I'm reminded of my age here. I mean, these women are incredibly fit, and it's just great to be by their sides, honestly, competing.
Any words of advice for people who want to have a games tenure like you, 10-time games athlete? What do they got to do to be just like you?
You gotta just, I hate to say this, but you gotta just kind of put CrossFit first sometimes and train till you want to cry. Yeah.
Can you still do that as a mom, is what I'm wondering. Can you still put yourself till you cry? Or is it the babies that cry?
Yeah, no, I can push myself till I cry. There's just less time to do it. Family first.
Guys, family first. Andrea, thank you so much. Couple heats left to go.
Thank you.
And that's probably why she fits in so well here.
Andrea's awesome. She's so funny. That's like, she would try, her and Taylor both would try to get away from the microphone, so just watching her have to do that, oh my gosh, it was so awesome.
2 heats down, 2 remain for the women. We're going to take just a quick break. When we return, we'll have heat number 3 in Heavy Isabel here in event 2 at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Halfway through event number 2 here for the women on the opening day of competition at the 2025 Mayhem Classic in Cookeville, Tennessee. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. And we are set for Heavy Isabel, heat number 3 of 4, 155 pounds on the barbell for the women. You got to snatch it 30 times.
Yep.
Yep, that's correct.
That's it. What's on the teleprompter? I don't know what to talk about. Christine
Who put a question mark in the teleprompter?
Damn it!
Rich will read whatever you put there.
Whatever you put there. Christine Kohlenbrander, my pick in this heat, is going to do really well. Interesting to see what Fee did so well on that first event. Need to see something big from here. Big from her here. There we go.
Christine Kohlenbrander will be in lane number 4.
No stranger to a heavy barbell.
No stranger.
225 snatch, I believe.
Holy crap, that's more than you.
I know.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paige Power, it's going to be fun to see her here. She was not real happy about this one. She's going to be smart.
Heat 3 underway. Time to beat still belongs to Hannah Black on heat number 1 at 4:47.20 seconds. Lane 3 is Abigail Domit.
Abigail may give her a run for her money.
In all
She's
black,
moving
in all
it well
black.
too. Holy cow.
Me?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Going out hot. Let's see what happens.
These girls are making me sick the way they're moving the barbell.
Down in lane 1 is Claudia Gluck with Domit and Kohlenbrander, who are on the back half of this opening set of 10.
Wow, my goodness. I hope they slow down because they're going to beat my time at 155.
We'll see them all move on here in a second. Really know what's going on.
Man. Domit just ahead of Kohlenbrander as they enter their second set of 10. They'll advance it after 10 reps here, and then it's 5 and 5.
You think she knows her pace?
Yeah, I think both these girls know each other's pace at this point.
Yeah.
So they're kind of playing off each other.
Think they're going outside, or they're going to race? What's going to happen here?
I think these girls knew their pace. They know it was to race.
Man, you're just a gem.
Just a rare treat.
How did we get so blessed to have you grace our presence?
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're a lyrical genius.
You guys really are welcome.
The pleasure's all on this side of the table.
Christine hasn't competed since, I believe, fall of 2023, if I'm referencing.
Get a back?
Yeah, if I'm referencing her her Instagram post as of earlier this week correctly. Yeah, back injury. They believe she had surgery. And so here she is back. And obviously, like I said, no stranger to the heavy barbell, and she's moving it just fine.
You wouldn't know rep for rep.
You wouldn't know that she had an injury. Yeah, they are rep for rep right now.
The other story is feet here. So that's, she did so well on event 1. This obviously being a smaller athlete might be a little bit of a down event for her, but she's doing really well right here.
Yeah.
She's got to stay in her lane and do her thing and
what?
And
say it.
know when to race.
There you go.
Yeah, I do know. From what I know about her, this was the damage control event in her mind. If she can really get through it, smooth reps the entire time, hopefully no misses, then she'll probably be
a race here.
Well, Abby Domit's got a chance to chase down Hannah Black's top time of 4:47.20 seconds. She only has 8 reps remaining.
She's just attacking the bar every time too. So she feels okay. She's moving it well. Holy cow, it's impressive. She might take your time, Angelo.
I think they already have. They're on pace.
Jeez, 3 minutes. That's awesome. About to move up here in a second. Christine right there with her, giving her a little push. This is like perfect scenario, right?
Yep.
You get somebody out there, you both push each other, and then see who wants it there at the end. Oh, smash the chalk.
Smash the chalk.
Get the chalk off the floor. Don't you own an affiliate?
Here we go. This is where it's going to get interesting. If Christine is really going to try to push her here or not.
The final 5 reps for Domit.
Oh, man, but
a little clock peek right there.
Looking
Christine
like she's going to smash that top time here.
Jeez, that's
Final
impressive.
3 reps for Domit. She has not slowed down at all.
She has not had to bail on the power.
No. This is really impressive.
Somebody else getting a doctorate in Isabel.
Final rep for Domit, looking to go sub 4.
Yeah.
And she is going to do it.
It's incredible.
55.53 seconds.
Sub 4, my goodness.
Christine did awesome, but man, holy cow. Good job, Abigail. That's impressive.
What kind of bragging rights do you get if you beat the girl who has a doctorate in Isabel?
You're the doctor. You're the professor.
The professor.
The professor of Isabel.
Final rep now for Kohlenbrander. This will be good enough for second place right now in the event.
Wow.
As she gets in 25 seconds ahead.
Incredible.
Of Hannah Black.
Associate professor, Christine Kohlenbrander.
Assistant to the professor.
Oh, we're so funny. All right, so we got Fee. Good luck here.
Well, I think this is a result that Fee Sagafi's got to be real happy with.
Yeah,
right
heck
now.
yeah.
She's only got 8 remaining.
Yeah.
And she's ahead of Claudia Gluck, who you're looking at now.
Yeah. She's doing really well. Like I said, this is the damage control event for her, and her reps have looked smooth this entire time.
Fisa Goffi came in second place overall with 95 points. Abby Doman was in 6th, and if she picks up 100 points here, a good chance. If she's inside the top 3 heading into day 2.
Yeah. Man, that's impressive. Impressive day 1. I mean, obviously we still have 2 more heats to go, so no, 1 more heat, right? Math.
1 more heat after
One
this.
more heat after that. So
Counting
I mean,
can be
she's
hard.
gonna be, yeah, wow. Gonna be fun. We'll restructure in the morning too, so reshuffle the leaderboard, so we'll get, you know, top 10 in the final heat for the rest of the day.
And obviously we're not overlooking it, but we haven't mentioned it. Paige is out there lifting 155. She's probably cleared for high intensity maybe
a week ago.
Yeah, last week.
Yesterday.
And
she's not been doing a bunch of it.
For lack of better terms, her entire stomach was in a different position. 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And
she's out here throwing it down, holding down the fort. So impressive.
Very impressive. It's
probably not
insane.
sleeping much.
Probably not. You know how that is. How is it?
I don't know how that is.
Not right now. Been through it. I haven't been through it.
is done.
She did good there.
6:29.18. Really great result for her. Claudia Gluck with 2 reps remaining.
Yeah, you're playing a game of numbers here. Obviously, you're playing a game of numbers, but you're also just like, you're beating people on the floor where you need to be. So that'll be good for Fee.
Yeah, play a game of numbers over there right now.
Playing a number game.
Now Gluck is across.
The position we said that someone is inevitably going to be in every heat. With these smaller heats, somebody's going to be out there for a little while, probably by themselves. And
Paige.
Paige probably practiced. I saw her practice this workout actually literally in that spot, maybe a different floor, but literally in that spot, this gym, a couple weeks ago. So that's kind of cool.
About 90 seconds to go before we hit that 9-minute time cap.
Paige was a good sport on this whole thing. We were like, hey, you do the classic? She's like, yeah, if I can, you know, and she jumped right in.
It's a cool story that, she's obviously local and just gave birth, and she's out here competing and, doing incredibly well still at it. So it's really cool.
You know she's not happy.
Oh, she's not
happy. Paige is such a competitor.
Yeah.
She's not enjoying being in this spot, I can guarantee that. But it'll light that fire back, and she'll get that taste, I think.
Yeah. I think it's almost like a kind of rip the Band-Aid off kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, as soon as you can compete, just get out there and do it. And you may not like the result, but you're out there and you're going to compete, and you're like, well, hey, it's not that scary. I can get back into it.
A couple years ago, she won Wadapalooza.
Won Wadapalooza's top 10 at the games. She's had an upward trajectory for sure.
Yeah.
Had the little box step-up snafu last year. We'll go ahead and talk about it.
She wasn't the only one.
No,
she was not.
Online competition's tough, and that's the hard part. That's why I love that we're getting back to this.
Yeah.
Obviously, the combo of it and doing that whole thing. But, man, in-person competition, the lights are on. You get to see cool stories like this and get to showcase the fitness and head-to-head. Coming up on 5 seconds on the time cap.
So looking for one more rep is Paige Powers.
Come on, Paige.
And it's not going to happen, but great effort for her. She gets 2/3 of the way through it. But Abby Doman, 3:55.53 seconds. The only woman we've seen so far to go sub-4. And with 1 heat remaining, she's in great position for a top finish here.
Impressive.
And it was power all the way.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The power never ended there.
Just continued to attack the entire time.
Yeah, that's the key there. It looked like she was just attacking the barbell the whole time. Like that bar, when it settled, she may have taken a step back, but she was going right to it. Man, that was impressive to watch.
She pulls the bar so high.
Got a little bit of a push from Colin Brander, but was never really threatened.
No, not enough to take her off of her game, I think. You know, she was just there.
3:55.53, your new top time. Christine Kohlenbrander right now sits in second place in the event now with 1 heat remaining, but let's go down to Bellemare.
Abigail, they say blondes have more fun, and I guess they're stronger too. 3:55, sub 4 in heavy Isabel. Is that what the plan was? Are you pleasantly surprised with this performance here today?
I wanted sub 4, so I'm happy I got it. I love power snatches. Yeah, I went blonde because I wanted to go Super Saiyan. And so give you a little powers and have a little fun, but yeah, I was excited for this workout. All of us back there, we're so tired after that first one. We're like, you know what, it's fine. We don't have to do another event today. We'll sleep on that, but I just wanted to leave it all on the floor. That's what I'm here to do. Leave it all, take risks where it's worth it, and get sloppy enough, but in control. So that's what we're here for.
I mean, obviously things in the last year have gone in your favor. You've continued to impress us with your athleticism in the CrossFit season and on the leaderboard worldwide. What are some of the things that your coach has taught you to do, has encouraged you to do? Is it the take risks and just figure it out as we figure it out on the floor?
Yeah, it's definitely just all the little things, like don't be careful, like don't be afraid to take risks. If you want to win, if you want to get those top spots, that's what you have to do. And sometimes they're worth it, sometimes they're not. But that's the thing. When we say get sloppy, we mean like almost failure, but not quite. Just save it, and that's where kind of being an athlete and being athletic comes in. So, and we're all really good at that. So in a field like this, you gotta take everything you can.
Well, Abigail, that was fun to watch. 3:55. We've got one more heat. We'll see if it stands. Just a couple minutes.
Abby Domit, your leader right now with 1 heat remaining. Quick break. When we return, 4th and final heat of heavy Isabel. We are down to the 4th and final heat on day number 1 for the women as they close things out with a heavy barbell. Thanks for being with us inside CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Heavy Isabel is up next, 155 pounds on the barbell. Couldn't be simpler, got to snatch it 30 times. Lane assignments for this 4th and final heat. 5 women will be on the competition floor. Alexis Raptis will be right in the middle. She will be in lane 3, 10th place after event number 1.
Yeah, I really think she can do well here, obviously. I saw her snatch well at the semifinals last year, finished the ladder really well. So her movement patterns are really good. She's been doing it a long time, about as long as I have from the teenage years. So she should do well, really well here.
I am selfishly happy that Abigail said we're kind of glad, because everybody, you know, glad there's only 2 events tonight, because everybody's like, oh, only 2 events the first day, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, intensity and volume, like you can't prepare for this intensity and especially that amount of volume. So I'm glad they're kind of like, hey, you know, maybe it isn't all about just beating the crap out of each other.
I will never forget 2012, it's going way back. My first time I ever was on a broadcast was on the Central East Regional, and you were there, and we interviewed you, I think, after day 1. It was like 3 events, and you said, I remember you're sitting in one of those like gravity chairs. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's just like a normal training.
Day, yeah.
And people lost their minds. Like, who does 3 workouts in a day?
Yeah, you're gonna die. Yeah. But I mean, it's true though. You can't. You can try to mimic this intensity and all this. Yeah. But once you get out here on that floor, you just do different things that you're not accustomed to. And that was a lot of volume in event 1. This is a lot of heavy, high intensity here. And man, here we go.
Yeah. Ben Smith will say it best. His I think to this day, he'll say the 09 games were at least the first or second hardest games he ever did.
Yeah.
And it was 2 days, I think. It was a 2-day competition, maybe 6 events, 7 events, not much compared to all the other years he did with like 13 events.
Man,
so
I still remember watching those videos. That's what got us into competing, you know? Like, it's so cool to go back and visit some of that stuff from, you know, from history.
Have you run that hill at the ranch?
I've been up it, not at any real intensity, and I'm glad I didn't have
it doesn't, watching it on the screen doesn't do it justice.
No
I've
justice.
never been, just walking up that thing.
Something I noticed here, Haley started out squatting really early, but she has a really good tolerance to that. So we'll see, though, you know, how that adds up. She's moving on here, in front with the heat here. You know, you've got Emily Rolfe kind of, you know, maybe a little bit of damage control here, maybe not, I don't know.
Well, Abby Domit's keeping a close eye on this because Domit came in 6th place overall. She's looking at an event win, and if your top athletes like Rolfe, Sagafi, and Stanley finish, outside the top 10, that's going to be great for Domit.
Alexis is crushing this right here. She's attacking the barbell.
Yeah, she looks like her position, I mean, I said that before, but her position is really well. Like, you can tell she's going to play right to your key, Rich. She's going to power, and you can tell that she's almost ready to drop in the squat at any moment, and it's there if she needs it.
Anganese looks great over here, too. She's setting up, proling really well. Haley, you know, she just, sometimes you're like, oh, no, that's the last one she's got. She just keeps fighting through it, man.
Keeps doing it.
She just got that, she got that dog in her.
Raptis is now in the back half of this event, trying to hold off Anganese and Adams to the lead. Emily Rolfe now just completed her first set of 10, so she's in last place in this heat. Time to beat 3:55.53 seconds from Abby Domit.
Tomorrow's going to be fun. Tonight's fun. Tomorrow's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time. So shaping up to be a good competition. We're at the completely different end of the spectrum from the first event, and you're seeing that there with the athletes, and that's exactly what we wanted on day 1, right? Then tomorrow we'll see who can survive. In the words of Dave Castro, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Raptis is into her final 10, pardon me. 5 each. She'll advance at each 5.
Haley doing well here. She's about to move on. Love it. You know, man, she just keeps coming forward, right? You look at it and you're like, oh, that's probably the last one she's going to be able to keep fighting, and she just doesn't.
Still power snatches on the right side.
Her power snatches are so strong. She's pulling the bar so high. The drop underneath is barely even there.
Yeah.
She could muscle snatch the first few of these. I mean, looks simple.
Well, it looks like Domit's going to win this event because we only have 23 seconds before we hit that time to beat.
That's such
so
a fast
impressive.
And
Alexis moving the bar well. She's about to move into that final box. Haley still just keep trucking along, man. This is impressive to see.
Haley is actually now in 2nd.
Which is big. She needed that after that first event. She did well.
But she's just moving the squat snatches really smooth.
She's squat snatched, I think, from the first rep, which is impressive.
Haley Adams comes in 8th place overall after event number 1. Top 2 women from
moving
this
into that
competition.
final box.
Going to the CrossFit Games, and now Adams with 5 remaining. She's creeping up on Raptis, who's
my goodness,
now has 3 reps remaining, and she just hit that last attempt. Left side of your screen for Raptis.
Anganese moving into the final box here, too.
And Raptis just, effortlessly started dropping into that squat now. Yep. Just a good transition.
Haley's looks like max effort every time, but she just keeps doing it.
And she's doing incredibly well.
Christine Kohlenbrander, we mentioned Abby Domit. She's going to win the event as Domit. Kohlenbrander's going to lock up a 2nd place finish. That's huge for Kohlenbrander because she came in 17th place overall.
Here we go. Haley hanging on for 2 reps here. She needs to do this. Anganese picking up the pace here. Haley can't miss, and she's good here, doing exactly what she needs to do. She's looking around, making sure Anganese isn't getting within 2 reps of her.
Final attempt here for Adams.
There we go, Hales. There we go.
Haley is across.
That a girl.
Looking to stay inside the top 10 heading into day 2.
Can't show my bias to some of our athletes, but hey, I'm going to do it because it's my show. Good job, Hales. Impressive. Anganese over here. Yeah, state-run media. This is, well, we won't get that. We won't go too far.
Madeline Anganese taking a look to her left to see where Paige Semenza is. Semenza now has 3 reps remaining. This is the final attempt for Anganese, who I don't think dropped anywhere near parallel on that entire event.
No.
She's across, 5:29.27. 2 athletes left,
Emily
including
here.
our leader, Emily Rolfe. So this is great for Abby Doman right now.
This is great for the whole field, actually. You know, really, if you're looking at it, it's great for us as fans. It's not, you know, not where you want to be as an athlete, but to keep the race tight, keep pressure on. She's going to keep fighting in here and keep doing her thing. You know, she's fighting other heats here and got to do some damage control.
Semenza is across. Now Rolf has 6 reps left.
Plenty of time to do it still, though.
Plenty of time, yeah. Yeah, you get lost in, hey, you know, everybody in that heat that was a well-rounded heat. You know, no like home runners in there, but everybody is right
still
there.
Fast.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's where you can't play the emotional roller coaster too much, because she just did good, obviously, won the first event, and then she, compared to her heat, would be struggling, but still could have a pretty good score here somewhere in the middle of the pack. And just to be even keel when you go home after this, and just know there's a whole nother day, more points ahead.
Lot of points out there. A lot of good points out there.
Yep.
Somebody trying to get him hyped in the background going.
That's her husband.
I believe that's her
there
husband.
we go. All right. Good husband support there.
Husband/coach.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how people do that.
Better man than me.
Have you ever tried to coach your significant other?
Yes. I coached her yesterday, actually. It was tough.
No, doesn't work.
No, she will do the workout that I say, but she will do the movements that she wants. If that makes any sense.
Here we go. Emily going to finish up here. Doing well. Way to stay.
Final rep for Rolf. She gets
through her guns
and well inside the time cap.
Very good. Yeah. Should be happy with that.
7:22.48 for Rolf.
Man, tomorrow's going to be fun.
Raptis takes the heat at 4:45.95 seconds, but it's Abby Doman who gets the event win, 3:55.53 seconds. And it's going to be interesting in the overall standings once these scores get put in, because it's going to be pretty close at the top.
It's a little different than your normal, you know, moving day Saturday. You're going to have moving day Sunday, but it's also the final day Sunday.
Yeah.
So, man.
But like you said, Rich, consistency here. There was no one who really hit a home run, but Alexis Raptis was
consistent throughout,
had a
did
great
exactly
pace.
What she needed to do. Haley all the way on the other end of the floor there. You know, from rep 1 to rep 30, they all looked the same and looked like it was like, oh no. And she just kept coming forward. Raptis, man, that was fun. Fun to watch. Exactly what we wanted to see. Got to see some home runs early.
Abby Doman, the only woman to go sub
Nessler
4. Christine Kohlenbrander, as I mentioned, 17th in event 1. That is really going to help her cause as she takes a second place in event 2. Raptis, Black, and Nissler rounded out the top 5. Bella Martin is with Alexis Raptis.
Alexis, I know you've had a bit of a journey mentally, physically over the last couple years, couple months. How's the body feeling and how's your mind feeling going into the season?
I feel great going into the competition this weekend. I mean, I felt very prepared and ready. Sometimes things don't go according to plan. The first event didn't go as well, and the heat got the best of me. But I knew, like, there's so many events to make up points, so I'm not going to count myself out. I'm going to stay in it, and I just kind of took my anger out on that workout, and now you're going to see a little angry side of me this weekend.
And angry Alexis, I think we're all excited to see it. Since your years as a teenage competitor, now you've gone 6th twice at the CrossFit Games. What did we need to do this year so that we don't see 6 anymore? We maybe get up on that podium. How are we feeling? What's the goal for 2025?
Yeah, the goal is to be healthy and just continue to make progress in every way. And I think if I do that, I really believe I can be on the podium. That obviously doesn't define my success, but I am putting that goal out there because I know I can accomplish that. So that's the goal. Yeah.
You go get them, girl. Alexis, congratulations. Thank you.
A heat win for Alexis Raptis. I think it was Bill Murray who said, "Don't drive angry." But
you don't want to see me when I'm angry.
No, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Hey, the secret is I'm always angry.
I can
right?
tell.
Isn't
a lot of rage
that what
there.
Bruce says.
Women are done. Men coming up next year as we continue the 2025 Mayhem Classic.
Well, Mayhem Athlete is a lot of things to a lot of people, and we've introduced you to some affiliate owners. We also want to introduce you now to one of our everyday heroes, as we call them. He's a man that's actually personally important to me as well, Jim Hensel, who developed Mayhem Mindset. And Jim, that is all about defining yourself. It's all about your values. And it really led to a change in career for you fairly recently. Can you tell me about it?
A couple years ago, well, we had the service T-shirts.
That's right.
And someone tried to give me a service T-shirt, and I didn't think I could put it on. And it was kind of personal to me. So I evaluate my values every year. It's a big part of my life. And I became a reserve. And then a year ago was lucky enough that the sheriff decided to let me become full-time and actually do the work and serve. So.
And it's amazing, from the values that you have taught, to see you actually living your purpose is amazing for us. You're sharing that with the department. So what's cool for me is that now we've got a morning crew, and you're bringing a lot of these guys in, and they're doing fitness. Tell me about that group and why.
It's been amazing because I'm the oldest guy. So, you know, everybody else is younger than me, but they all have way more experience in police work. So I'm in a crew of guys that have poured their hearts into helping me become a good cop, and then what I could do for them was to get them here. And Rich has really supported that. And so we've got, on all of our days off, we got guys in here, and some want to lose weight, and some want to get stronger. And so we've got a good group of guys that are working out and working hard.
And what I love about it, there's no better representation of the kind of fitness that we do, CrossFit, than law enforcement, military, etc. And so, you know, tell people, even though it's obvious, how does it translate to your job? How does it make you better at what you do?
Yeah, we're doing grunt work. You know, nothing crazy. It's just stuff that's applicable to getting out of a patrol car and having to run and use your body and being fit.
Love it. You guys can follow the Everyday Hero track on Mayhem Athlete. If you join Mayhem Athlete, you're entered into the running for our ticket giveaway. It's the CrossFit Games experience. 2 tickets to the CrossFit Games. You're going to maybe train with Rich, do all the cool things. We got some more men's action coming up. You ready for barbells?
Thank you, sir.
More barbells coming up. Thank you.
They'll put us out all weekend long here at Mayhem Classic 2025, day 1 of 2.
The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil. Today's action brought to you by Northern Spirit. Beautiful Cookeville, Tennessee, inside the walls of CrossFit Mayhem. And we are ready for the second and final event of the day for the men. It is Heavy Isabel, 225 pounds on the barbells, 30 snatches for time. And there is a 9-minute time cap. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Guys, let's talk keys to the event.
First of all, we got a beautiful view of Burgess Falls, the most waterfalls per capita in the U.S.
Wow.
I completely made that up. It's a lie. Power until it's gone. We're going to see it here. Royce Dunn, ton of power. Angelo, give them your knowledge.
Know your pace. Wait to race.
Oh my gosh!
Wait till you get to those. Wait till you get to those sections of the 5. When you start doing the 5 reps at a time, then start looking around. You get 20 reps in, and those last 10 is where you need to be. Have an eye on your competitors and who you're racing at that point.
He's not just a pretty face, everybody.
First of 4 heats for the men. Royce Dunn will be in lane 4. Royce Dunn was not a fan of event number 1.
He's a fan of this
He's
one.
really going to like this one.
He's going to eat that barbell. He's going to eat that thing. I love Royce. No stranger. I got to compete with him. We were Torian. We've become really good friends. We share a lot of the same values. Just a dude. And really excited to watch him go after this barbell. And Seth as well. And man, this is going to be a fun heat. So
yeah,
I'm going to say dude like 50 more times. So go ahead and start a counter.
I've spent a lot of time next to Royce training for the games and individually. We did it individual when I was going in 21, and then in last year we were doing a lot of team stuff together. So I've lifted barbells with Royce, and I know he's going to do good here.
And I don't think he will have to squat it.
Oh man, okay.
Seth here, I know Seth's got a little bit of a game. He's going to be watching the clock. He knows his pace, and he's going to wait to race. Royce is just going to race.
If you're a newer fan of the sport, there was a time where you were competing where watching someone touch and go a barbell like this was a fantasy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, and now it's just, baby weight at this point.
Yeah.
We're going to see Guy touch and go that thing, I feel like, we'll close out the reps, probably the last 5, whatever. But, it's impressive to see how far we've come. And this is like, the goal is not gold standard, but early on was like, hey, if we can get to 225, I remember watching
that was like
2009 games. You're just like, all right, hey, that's a benchmark we have to hit. And it's just changed over the years, obviously, as the sport's grown. But it's so cool. And, we joke about having an exercise science background. And, like some of these things that these athletes are doing, we talk about fitness and, you go to the level 1 and you learn, hey, how do we define fitness? We may not be the best at what we saw this morning. Yeah. We may not be the best at this, but hey, we can do pretty much everything pretty damn good. And so, man, these guys are a testament, and girls are a testament to how far this methodology has come. And man, it's just fun to watch and be a part of and be part of the history, It's left us behind, but
people may not know, Raquelme is really good on a bar. So Augustine Raquelme is going to move this really well. I've seen him. He can very frequently move up to a 275 snatch just on any given day. So I've seen him do it multiple times. So
hey, moving up with Royce here. Royce got a little wonky right knee there, and we'll just keep an eye on that.
But George Sterner, as you take a look at Raquelme, Sterner's all of 185 pounds soaking wet. He finished 6th in event 1, and here he is hanging
full
here.
Squat. He's got that James Hobart look to him right
now through 11.
He's like putting everything he's got into it, catching it in a good bottom position, like picture perfect snatch set up, but nothing changes. And
really
he's
fast under the bar,
just
really
doing
fast.
it, man. That's impressive. He does look like a young James Hobart, doesn't he?
He really does.
James Hobart still looks like a young James Hobart.
True. The ageless. He's like Paul Rudd. He just never ages. He actually ages in reverse. I just put more facial hair on, so I try to look.
This is impressive from Sterner through 13 of his 30 reps. Royce Dunn now just hit the halfway point.
It's good to see Seth here, too. Seth was not worried, but he has a real strict kind of game plan. Jake Foster's his coach, and they go over and have strategy, and so we'll see how this all plays out. But man, George Sterner's it's impressive to see how well he did on that first event. But then he's like Haley we saw in that last event, squatting every rep. But man, his are like picture perfect. Just good reps, moves well. It's cool to see.
Royce Dunn is still your leader now through 18 of those 30 reps. That's Stovall and Sterner and Raquelme as well, right behind him.
Yeah.
When does the race start, Angelo?
Once they get past that 20 and they're in those 25 to 30, it's the set of 25 and from 25 to 30, that's where you really want to be looking around. Make sure you're kind of doing your game plan. You do want to stick to, like Seth has his game plan where he's lifting maybe one every 10 or 15 seconds, somewhere in there. Maybe you can.
Roy's taking it off, giving the people
Top
what they
goes
want.
off.
Popping the top.
Maybe you want to try to go one every 8 seconds for those last 5. You want to try to get those points.
Done with 10 reps remaining, now 9.
Don't be too quick to forget that Royce was the runner-up to the snatch event to Guy, only to Guy in 21.
That was a great moment at the game where you just, I felt like, and I think Royce even said that, it felt like when you're playing chess and all you're down to your king and you're just moving it around and trying to avoid checkmate, you know it's inevitable.
You know it's going to happen. I'm not smart enough to play chess. We play checkers. You put in checkers terms for me. I actually played chess for the first time like 3 months ago.
I was in the chess team in elementary school.
That doesn't surprise me. Nerd. Kidding. Chill out, everybody.
Chess players are going to throw their rook at you, or maybe
I don't even know which one that is. Is that the one that looks like a castle?
Yeah, sits on the far end.
Okay, all right. Yeah, never mind. We won't even get into my chess. I wish I could play chess. Royce, here we go, coming into it.
Well, Royce Dunn trying to be the king of this heat.
Yeah.
Gosh,
5 to go.
You may say we're just pawns in this game this weekend.
Oh, my God.
Well done, Angelo.
Chess joke. That's all I got.
Sterner now on to his final 5. This is impressive for George Sterner. 6th place overall coming in.
Does he want to race?
He wants
Seth
to race.
moving up.
Seth
Here we go.
up.
Done with 3 to go.
We got a race.
The battle will be for second place here, as Dunn is pretty much clear.
Yeah, I want a video of Sterner's first rep and his last rep. Man, that is impressive. Like, that's efficiency when it comes down to it. It's like, all right, how can I maximize my effort? That's it right there.
This is the point where both these guys need to turn the blinders off, start looking around, seeing where you're at, knowing that you are.
Don't waste them, though. Don't
waste the rep
bullets.
for Royce Dunn. He is in, and Royce Dunn will take heat 1 with a time of 5:26.98 seconds. Sterner has a chance to finish second.
Man.
There it is.
Another squat snatch for George Sterner, and he is in.
Raquelme, Augustine doing really well. Like you said, he's kind of known. I mean, he smashed that
the
gymnastics workout, like, almost science fiction, and he had like this crazy long transition. Like,
it was, oh my goodness, it was so impressive.
So impressive.
Stovall across. Raquelme and Lehman, the last 2 men on the floor.
We joked about how many times people are going to be doing this workout. Seth has got at least 2 more times to have to do this workout, maybe. Maybe, who knows? He shows up at Syndicate or NorCal and maybe qualifies. But the joke was who does this workout 3 or 4 times?
Who's going to do this the most?
Yep.
And the online semifinal programming is
who knows
unknown at this moment.
Open-ended.
Unknown and unknowable, some may say.
Oh, like some other methodology that High Rocks?
Yeah, it's some term.
What's the other one? It's an acronym. It's on the tip of my tongue. All right, Augustine, here we go. Finishing up.
Raquelme Dunn.
Tip of the tongue, teeth, the lips. Well done.
6:46.61. Cale Lehman, the last man.
Still on the floor.
Standing. He's watching the clock.
Yeah, he is. I thought he was looking at us for a second.
Nah, he doesn't want to look over here.
Staring us down.
Might be a price on our head after this weekend.
Yep.
Final 5 reps for Lehman. Royce Dunn over there.
Yep.
To help him out.
Coaching him up. He is an affiliate owner, and he. Oh, there we go.
Oh, Royce. No, Royce. He's
coach, head coach.
Head coach at Torian Pro.
Well, either way, here he is using his head coach abilities right now.
Yeah, like we're on all a Whoop strain group, and Royce is like, obviously the time is way different, but he's like coached 3 or 4 classes. Strain is higher than anybody else's. And
running around coaching.
I mean, when your body has to maintain that weight.
When you're 280 pounds.
Yeah, 295. I think they do kilos over there. So what's that? 150 kilos.
Yeah. 150 kilos.
Totally butchering and Americanizing everything.
And he's still got a minute.
He's plenty
One
of
Final
time.
rep here for Cale Lehman. Royce Dunn trying to get the crowd behind him. And that is going to do it. It's a great showing from Cale Lehman. He's across, and he won his Dunn. And speaking of Dunn, it's Royce Dunn.
Oh, I see what you did there, Sean.
5:26.98. See, that's the kind of thing they don't teach in broadcast school. You know, it's just natural ability that you.
Is there a broadcast school?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Do you teach it?
No. Went to one.
Oh. It shows.
I'll tell my professor you said that.
You get a doctorate.
Royce Dunn didn't. I mean, I think he squatted that thing in his last 5 reps.
Oh, pop the top, Royce.
Oh yeah. He already had the tank on, but he had to show off a little bit more.
That's just a giant human being.
So big, yeah. Rumor has it he has a king bed in his house, and his wife does not sleep in it. He takes up the whole bed.
Is there such thing as an Australian king?
Well, how about this man, George Sterner, 185 pounds. Man. I think he did 30 squat snatches, and he takes second place in the heat.
Every single one of them looked the same, too. Like, there was no change from rep 1 to that. I mean, virtuosity at its best.
And
like
only
level 1.
13 seconds back of Royce Dunn. Impressive showing from George Sterner, but right now it's Royce Dunn, the man with the time to beat, and he is with Rory McKernan.
Well, Royce, how the turns have tabled, buddy. Event number 1 didn't really seem to love it, and event number 2 knocked it out of the park. I'm sure this was part of the plan, but how did it match up with your expectations?
That's kind of the formula, isn't it, in CrossFit? The guy who comes last in the run normally comes near the top on the left and vice versa. After that run, though, like, everyone's feeling some kind of way, but being like the last place, being the person that's hurting the most, I was worried it might affect this event, but adrenaline, the crowd's hell of a drug, and it was awesome. It felt great.
Now, I see Froning up there kind of laughing down at you, and you can't hear what he's saying, but what were you saying about him a second ago?
I was saying, I swear, before we started, I looked up and I thought he didn't have his shirt on. And I thought he's probably hitting workouts in between the heats, which makes sense, so I just thought it was classic.
Feeling after both events are completed on day 1, what are your thoughts going into day 2?
Awesome. Like, I think all the fun ones are tomorrow, like all the really high skill, like the real separators. Today was the price of admission, you know, the grunt work, the make you suffer, and then tomorrow we can really have some fun and show off our skills.
Always fun having you here, and always love watching you compete. Thank you. Royce Dunn.
Well, if you want to hit the CrossFit Games with Mayhem, you can sign up for Mayhem Athlete at mayhemnation.com. And you're entered to win a full Games experience. What is that? Well, Mayhem Athlete is giving away the ultimate Games experience, 2 tickets, exclusive gear, and even a chance to train with Rich Froning. So head to mayhemnation.com now to enter. I don't mean to call you out, but you have been knocking out a few push-ups up here.
Well, you know, I got to keep a pump in case the camera comes up.
You never know.
I got to look good on camera. That's what it's all about, right?
Quick break. Heat 2. Up next as we close out day number 1 of competition here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. One heat down, 3 remain here in the final event of the day for the men. It's event number 2 at the 2025 Mayhem Classic here in Cookeville, Tennessee. Heavy Isabel, 225 pounds on the barbell. Snatch it 30 times. And if you do that, you're a winner in my book. Lane assignments here for this second heat. 5 men will be on the competition floor. Jack Farlow, who has never met a barbell that he does not like, will be in this heat, and he is a threat to knock off Royce Dunn's top time. And then a couple guys that you're both familiar with as well. We'll get to them here in a second.
This is a tough one. All our friends are in this heat, and everybody's good at this workout.
Man, this is going to be incredible. Looking at the lineup, I mean, it's just nuts.
I don't know if they're going to know when to race or how to pace this
These guys need to race immediately.
We're biased 100%. Luke is going to do really well in this. I've seen him do it. Jorge's an incredible lifter, and Rosema smashed the ladder last year. Vigneault, man, Farlow, this is going to be fun. I'm so excited.
And still going with the nose strip is Luke Parker.
Nose strip. You got to breathe. You know, that's one of the unwritten keys of this entire event is to be able to breathe through your nose. I don't know. I made that up. I'm trying to help Luke out because he looks ridiculous with that nose strip.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, I mean, I think we're looking at
one of the top.
If not all of them, close to all of them have a 300-pound snatch. So,
yeah.
So
here we go.
We are underway. Jack Farlow in that gray shirt.
Gosh, Luke.
He was a rookie at the CrossFit Games in 2023. He won the Olympic total that year.
Rosema. We got a lot of guys watching the clock here, so they've got a plan. Angelo's keys that he keeps harping on. We're going to see what happens here. We're going to see what Luke is notorious for having a good plan and then abandoning said plan.
Doing something totally different.
And just ripping it. And this is the perfect event for that.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fun. Jack's way more calculated, but I feel like if he saves enough here in the tank, watching, gosh, man. Jorge is such a good lifter. Jack getting a little wide here with that stance.
Jack, if I'm not mistaken, has never worn a belt for lifting, never worn a belt for CrossFit in general. I think he was asking Sam, he had no idea what size knee sleeves to buy. He's like, should I buy some knee sleeves? I don't really know. Like,
that must be a nice problem to have. There's Jack Rosema, who was a rookie last year at the CrossFit Games, finished 25th, a former judge advocate general in the Army.
Jag, I used to watch that show with my dad. Fun fact. I used to love Jag, actually.
Man, these guys, just all of them moving the barbell so fast.
Impressive.
Rosema also helped the Ohio State wrestling team win a national championship back in 2015.
He actually, when this workout got announced, just texted me, thanks. So, yeah, I think he was a little fired up to be here and do this one. Jorge's moving it well. Man, this is a fun heat. You're going to see a lot of the top times, I think, come out. I mean, it's hard to say.
Hard to say, but I mean, you can. But look at you're looking at the stacked heat.
Well, that time to beat is at the upper right-hand part of your screen. Belongs to Royce Dunn.
Coming down, Royce. I'm sorry, brother.
There is Luke Parker, who's now through 11, now 12 on this next attempt of those 30 reps. But it's Rosema, Fernandez, and Farlow who continue to fight for the top spot, with Rosema holding the rep lead over the two men right behind him.
I believe Luke was mid-fours in testing, from what I heard. He's just so powerful. All these guys are just so powerful. Man, Jack moving that bar like it's nothing.
What I like, basically like what you've been saying, Rich, Jorge has a very smooth transition from his power to his squat. You can see there when he starts the squat, maybe later in the workout, it's just going to be effortless, and the transition will be super smooth, and helping him not be afraid of when I switch, knowing that it's there if you need it.
That position is so well. I mean, you look at Jack's position, Jack Rosema's position. Yeah, man, those powers, look how upright he's catching that bar when he gets it, man. That's impressive too. So nothing's really fading there, and it's man, it's gonna be fun. We're getting there, getting to the race portion of this workout.
Fernandez is trying to keep the pressure on Farlow. Now Rosema is still in the lead. Battle for seconds right in the middle of the floor. There is Jack Rosema, who took 13th in event number 1, so looking to get himself inside the top 10, heading into day number 2.
Yeah, and every rep from Rosema is looking the same. He's catching a moderate power, looking around. I like to see that. I like to see when they look around, especially in an event that you know you can do well in. All these guys getting closer and closer to that squat snatch.
Rosema now with, after this rep, 6 remaining.
You can even see, even as strong as he is, he's getting closer to that squat snatch every rep, and hoping it's there when he needs it.
Moving on.
Farlow and Fernandez still tied behind him for
dipping
second.
a little bit.
There we
Yeah,
go.
you got to make that decision here.
5 more.
He hasn't had to really drop his, drop into that squat. And so we're going to see here if he's ready for that when it goes to that. Man, that was a good one, though.
Still looking strong, yeah.
4 left for Rosema. Fernandez has got about a half-rep lead on Farlow.
There we go.
Into his
see Rosema
5.
going to his squat, but he's still got a good lead.
Yeah.
There it is.
2 left for Rosema, who, if I remember correctly, last year at the semifinals, I think on a squat snatch, had a really great save to get himself across the finish line. And
I was standing right there. It was impressive.
And here it is.
That was huge for him to get himself to the CrossFit Games for the first time. So now final rep for Rosema, looking to smash Royce Dunn's time.
There we go.
There it is.
Rosema's done, and he is in, and he will have the new time to beat. 4:31.80 seconds.
Impressive.
And in a stacked heat, too, with all these great guys.
But that also helps, you know, like helps pull you along, helps push you.
Yep.
I can't wait. So during the open, the entire time, you know, when we'd go back and forth, I think I beat him on the first workout, so he was a little upset, and then he beat me on the next one or next 2, and he'd be like, I beat you, and then he's like, I know I should beat you. So there's that. Well, I think he just beat me from 10 years ago, so good. There you win that one too, Jack. I don't
And
know.
now Farlow is in along with Fernandez, who came across.
Vigneault here, looking to finish up, still doing well, moving the bar. He's being smart, pacing. Luke, low 5s, good time for him.
Alex Vigneault now is the last man on the floor.
Last man standing.
And I think he's gone squat snatch pretty much his entire
Pretty
time.
much the whole time. The guys coming up definitely have their work cut out for them after this heat. I mean, it is fast.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some of the top times out of this heat.
Yeah.
You know, next heat, looking forward to the next couple. You got, you know, Hatfield and Mertens are in this heat, which is a little bit of a disadvantage. You know, like they're going to go out hot. They have each other to kind of push each other.
Yep.
And then that final heat's going to be your Sprague, your Hopper, Roman, and Guy. Guy's in there. COMM-MAYHEM. That's going to be a really good heat.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, going to be interesting to watch. We got Vigneault here finishing up on his last 5.
Those guys were so fast. Vigneault's fast, and they make fast guys look not fast.
Well, Rosema beat Dunn by 55 seconds.
That's a lot in this workout, in this time. So, man, it's fun. It's fun. This is exactly what we wanted to see. It's cool atmosphere in here. Man. Big day tomorrow, too. Big day.
We had Royce's time in the 440s. Is that correct? 442, 444?
Royce was 526.98.
So 3 guys,
got that from.
3 guys in this heat hit him, beat him. Luke almost, 4 in this heat beat him.
I mean, you already touched on it, but the thing that is kind of interesting is so far, one person in history has beaten you.
Yeah, in history, right.
In history, Jack
There's
Rosema.
going to be several in these next 2 heats, so.
Not so fast now, are you?
Not so fast. No, I'm not.
It is incredible though, because it wasn't in a competition setting. We can compare it however we want, but again, we can do whatever we want. So I'm going to compare it.
This is our show.
For people who didn't watch the pre-show, we talked about that event.
Yeah.
I think it was 2014 that you did.
2015. One of the teens.
About 10 years ago.
Mid-teens. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
You were in front of 20,000 people at an event.
By myself
and
on the
stage.
stage.
And it was just you on the stage competing against a video of yourself.
And it's as of right now, I mean, we have some more guys to go, but it's standing the test of time.
I also remember that, I think it may have been the same year we did the Invitational in San Jose at the SAP Center, and you snatched 305.
Somebody got so upset. Hey, I mean, we queued this up because I wanted to talk about myself. But, you know, that somebody was, because we did these pre-event shows and kind of talked about that moment. Somebody was upset that I was bragging. Man, I was excited about that one. 305
Of course you were. It was an awesome moment.
That was such an awesome moment. Those invitationals were such a cool event. You know, competing for your country and, you know, throwing down with your friends. It was just, man, it was such a special time. you know, let's get back there. Let's do it. Let's bring it back.
Those are fun events. Jack Rosema had some fun here. 4:31.80 seconds. He's your new
World record holder.
World record holder.
I bet somebody's out there. I bet the was it the
Volkov?
No, the Wall Street lifter. Wall Street. I bet
oh
he
yeah.
Faster.
think he did it at 300. He did it at 335.
He's out there in Morgan Hill, California, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did it at 335.
Well, and that's one does.
Slow Tuesday.
Why would you not? Jack Rosema, consistent all the way through, 4:31.80 seconds. More than 55 seconds faster than Royce Dunn.
Wow.
And Jack Rosema is with Rory McKernan.
Jack, I guess what we have to cover is that when this event was announced, apparently you texted Rich Froning. Can you tell the people in the house what you said to him and why?
I said thanks for programming that workout just for me. I appreciated it because he beat me in the first open workout announcement, and we've had a text chain ever since. It's just been an internal kind of battle. So I think he threw me a softball because he felt bad for me. We're getting beaten by a retired athlete. So we'll appreciate it, man.
So yeah, if you could drop a workout for yourself, this would probably be close to it. Angelo has said that the key to this event is to know your pace and then know when to race. How closely does that line up? I saw you looking at the clock. What was your strategy?
Yeah, I just had a set number in my head of like I wanted to hit a rep per 8 seconds to try to shoot for that 4-minute mark. And I was falling off that. I knew. I could see that I was falling off that a little bit. But for me, pretty much the only trick in my bag is just throwing a barbell over my head and hoping to catch it. And it works out most of the time. So I just kept doing that and hoped that it would be, had the confidence that it would be where I wanted it to be when I came time to catch it.
100%. When you were here not long ago, we did a podcast. You said you didn't have high expectations for this competition. You want to come out and have fun. What are your expectations now?
Yeah, the competitor in me hates to say that, but it's just like with the quality of competition that's here and the point of the season that it is. Yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to test myself against the best and see takeaways to go into the rest of the season and have a lot of fun doing it.
We're glad you're here. Thank you.
Jack Rosema is your new event leader. 4:31.60 seconds. We're halfway through event number 2. 2 heats to come here, so stay with us in Cookeville, Tennessee. The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil, and today's action brought to you by Northern Spirit. We are halfway through the second and final event of the opening day here at the Mayhem Classic. It is Heavy Isabel, 225 pounds out there on the barbell, and it's 30 snatches 4 time. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Rich Froning and Angelo DeChico. Let's talk keys of this event, because I know you're really proud of this, Angelo. We'll start with you.
Yeah, this is a mixed heat of guys. Some we know where their ability is at, and some we don't. But they need to know their pace and wait to race.
Power till it's gone. 2 to watch here for me. Colton, Hatfield, awesome battle on event 1. You got some other guys who are going to mix it up. These guys need to do well because there is one more heat, and these 2 are the top dogs right now. So they got to do their work. They've got to know their race, know their pace, and know when to race.
Yep.
Like Angelo says.
Well, as you mentioned, Austin Hatfield and Colton Mertens 1 and 2 in the overall standings. Hatfield won event 1. Mertens took 2nd place, and only 0.18 seconds separated the 2 of them.
I know from, like I said, my inside source from Colton said that he can do this relatively fast. I believe if he didn't do it in training, he was close, and his plan is to try to go sub 4.
Woo-hoo-hoo. I like it.
Well, the time to beat is Jack Rosema, 4:31.6 seconds, and there is the Iron Hog, Colton Mertens, getting ready to get after Heavy Isabel.
Late jump there by old Hatfield, sleeping.
Nick Matthew has the signature crop top on at the top of your screen. I saw him, actually he was at a dinner last night. I saw him, he dressed up, he had a tank top on.
Oh, okay. All right, keeping it classy, eh? I like to picture my G's in a tuxedo
Yeah, okay, Cal.
Front row, hammered drunk. All right, here we go. Hatfield not watching the clock. So something to think about. Going off of feel here. Yeah. Hey, bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. Colton, I don't see a clock peak. Looks like he's going by feel. Nick by feel. Look, we got a lot of feelers in this heat. So see how they're feeling once they get to 25 reps.
Well, Nick Matthew right now looks like he's feeling good. He's through 9.
He's feeling it, feeling the flow.
First set of 10.
Yeah, there's a guy that I didn't even talk about, but yeah, who absolutely can move a barbell. I believe he's won a few barbell events in his day.
Got Hatfield and Mertens, rep and rep. Gonna see who can keep that pace up. Both of them catching pretty high. Looks like also a little higher than Colton. That wasn't a short joke. That was just, don't take offense.
It wasn't, I didn't take it as a short joke until you said it wasn't a short joke.
Dang it.
Sometimes it's best just not even address it. It slides by. Well, Nick Matthew approaching the halfway point here.
Man.
Minute 35 gone by. Hatfield and Mertens again, neck and neck in the heat as they were in event number 1.
I mean, this is a solid heat. You got top to bottom here. You got within a couple reps, Spencer and Sells here doing well, keeping it tight. Hatfield, Matthew, Mertens, man, it's fun to watch.
Time to beat upper right-hand part of your screen belongs to Jack Rosema. Did that in heat 2, 40:31.80 seconds. And now Hatfield and Mertens are both in the back half along with Matthew. Spencer Panchik is almost at the halfway point.
Colton picking it up a little bit here, it looks like.
Is through 12 reps.
Ooh, Hatfield getting, gotta know when to switch.
Hatfield's on the far side of the floor. They're in the dark blue shorts with the black belt on.
Giant Mayhem tattoo.
10 reps to go for Nick Matthews. Take a look at Austin Hatfield, who is about ready to advance his barbell after these final 2 reps in the second set of 10.
Colton as well. Colton's right there with him. Back and forth here. I didn't have Nick on my bingo card. That was my fault there.
Yeah.
Doing well. Impressive to see. Austin, Colton, back and forth here.
To the final 10.
Just gonna, exchange blows and then fight it out tomorrow. It's gonna be fun.
Mertens has opened up a little bit of a lead on Hatfield.
Yeah. Looks like he's feeling it.
Matthew is through 24 of those 30 reps.
Man, that's impressive.
Yeah, and he needs to start looking around now, knowing that Colton is still just like a metronome, just right back on that bar, and he's closing in on him.
Well, it's a short competition. Matthew needs points. He comes in 12th place overall.
There we go.
Well done. Here we go.
So
the race
5 reps remain for both
touch
Mertens
and go here, any? No.
and Matthew. So Mertens is going to
I like it.
Stand that up. He had to catch his balance.
Rep behind
Let's
him
see.
here.
Colton attacking the bar.
3 to go for Matthew. Now 2.
Ooh, Colton, there we go.
Seems like Colton knows where Matthew's, but I don't know if he can race him right now.
Hatfield over here, 1 rep behind. He just needs to stay close.
We're going to see another top time.
Another top time for sure.
Rosema at 4:31 is not going to last much longer. Matthew's
That's
done.
impressive.
He is in.
No sub 4. I thought we were
4:03.87
so
seconds.
I wanted to see sub 4.
I did too.
Final rep for Mertens now.
There it is. Last rep.
Now Mertens is in.
Nice.
Hatfield's still on the floor. So Mertens takes this round.
That will be good. There we go.
And now Hatfield is done.
Man, this is what we wanted to see. Exactly what we wanted to see. Man, it's going to be fun. I think before the season's over, we'll see somebody go sub-4 on that.
I think so, too.
Hey, we still have a chance
we might
here.
see it here in a couple minutes.
In a minute, yeah. Hopper's going to have a good chance. Key, shoot.
Spencer Panchik, bottom of your screen. Benito Celis at the top. Those are your only 2 men left on the floor here.
That's my
348. 348.
I'm going to go with
for Geek. Yeah. That's your over-under, folks.
Yeah, that's your over-under. Man, he might be under, man.
Wager for recreational purposes only.
Man. Yeah, we're not promoting gambling. If you have a gambling issue, call 1-800, I don't know.
I was going to say, if you know that number, I was going to be a little bit concerned.
Man, I don't sports gamble because I have an addictive personality. I mean, that's why this whole place is here. Let's be honest. Yeah, no, I have to, you know, I can't let myself go on some things. End up in a ditch somewhere, you know?
Speaking of gambles, let's see if Panchik wants to gamble on these last few reps and pick up the pace.
The gambler.
Benito Celis has got 6 reps left. Plenty of time, 9-minute time cap here. Panchik's got 3 remaining, now 2.
This is not a bad heat, you know? Like, it's everybody going to be...
He's going to be around right at 6 minutes.
It's impressive. Celis moving the bar really well.
I mean, all these guys just... The level of competitor and the strength is just seems to go up every year, and these guys are doing incredible. Spencer had 1 miss and trying to, like I said, during the girls, you gotta forget that, put it behind you, and then look forward to the reps you have ahead. And there he goes, cleans it right back up, gets another lift, and he's got 1 left.
I want to change my answer. 336.
336?
Seeing Nick hit it right over 4, I think he can shave off. Like, he's that good with the barbell.
He is good on the barbell.
And, yeah.
Spencer Panchik in at 6:31.88 seconds. Leaves Benito Celis as the last man on the floor. He has now 2 reps remaining.
Man, still just right at that 7-minute mark, and he's only got 2 reps left. I mean, all these guys incredibly fast in this event.
This is a guy who recently almost had knee surgery.
Don't do it.
Up.
Don't ever do it.
I did.
I know, I did, and I wish I wouldn't have. Once they take that cartilage out, it ain't coming back.
I didn't have any to take out. That's the beautiful thing. You just run it into the ground. You can't take anything out. It's just like,
I'm just hanging on.
Taking out more meniscus
replacement.
You know? Yeah.
CrossFit is safe, people. Competing for CrossFit is not. I wouldn't change anything I've done.
Yeah.
Ride that line. Ride it as long as you can. Here we go. Celis going to close it out. We'll have the final heat.
Got plenty of time for it.
90 seconds, so he's going to
soak it up.
Set up for this final attempt. And Celis will hit it, and he's in. But it's Nick Matthew, the Big Nick energy. 4:03.87 seconds.
Big swinging Nick. Is that, no? All right.
Yeah, that good. That's good.
Yeah.
Big Nick energy.
He, a couple years back, had that shirt that you could buy, and it had a cut line. And it said, cut here for Big Nick energy. So if you wanted to create your own crop top, which is a hard look to pay off, or to pull off, but he does it.
I could pull it off, you know? I just don't have the torso for that. But, you know, to each their own.
We're too old-fashioned and redneck.
I feel like you'd get, you know, you wouldn't fit in.
We can do sleeveless. We can do sleeveless.
Yeah, that's, that's acceptable at church.
Yep. Yeah.
You see my dad walking around here, right?
Yeah, I don't. Does he wear ever? When's the last time he wore sleeves?
Flexed out. I mean, he got arms like that. Why?
I know. He looks good.
Dude, that guy, you know, the downfall of his arms were when cordless drills became a thing, because that guy used to swing a hammer, and he was even more jacked then. Like, yeah. But
Nick Matthew has your top time, 4:03.87 seconds, 1 heat to go, and Matthew is with Rory McKernan.
All right, Nick, we said there's a lot of people who didn't quite claim you on their bingo card, but it looks like you came in with a lot of confidence. Was that the plan, how this was going to play out?
You know, I didn't know too. I mean, there's a lot of big boys in that back room throwing around the weight, so I did it in training, and I PR'd by over 50 seconds, so, I mean, that's all I could ask for there, so.
Yeah, 100%. You did say, though, you think maybe Guy's got a shot at taking it down. Is that how fast do you think this could actually be done? You were just over 4.
I don't know. I hope for the W. We'll see. We'll see what happens with his snatches. I mean, he might go 10 unbroken again, and then we'll see what happens.
It's hard to beat the Big Nick energy in this shirt.
Let's go. Yeah, crop top.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Matthew.
4:03.87 seconds, but Guy Mayeros is lurking in this fourth and final heat. And we will see the powerful Brazilian coming up next here at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. The 2025 Mayhem Classic presented by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-dense supplements on the planet. And we're about to watch 5 of the fittest men on the planet take on the 4th and final heat of Heavy Isabel as we conclude action for the day on day number 1 at the 2025 Mayhem Classic. Thanks for being with us. Isabel is what is on tap, 225 pounds on the barbell, and just because I can't get enough of the keys, we're going to do it one more time in case you're just joining us.
Do you smell that? You smell that testosterone just walked in? Like it's like a bullfight in here. You know, Daddy's home too. Angelo, give him your cues, your clues.
Oh yeah, my clues for this event is to know your pace, wait to race. We got a mixed bag of abilities in this heat, so these guys should have an idea warming up. They should have an idea who they need to race and what kind of pace they need to hold.
The key is Guy, just keep powering. There's no power till it's gone. You said, what'd you call him, the powerful Brazilian? He sounds like a rodeo bull that just walked out.
He's probably as strong as one right now.
Strong as bull, yeah.
5 men on the floor here. This is the 4th and final heat. We have yet to see someone go sub-4 on this event, although Nick Matthew got close. He has the time to beat at 4:03.87 seconds, but Guy Mayeros may have something to say about that.
You just foreshadowed. That's coming down. I have a sneaking suspicion. Wow, I'm running out. Words are gone.
Just say dude again.
Dude. Let's do it, dude.
Guy did hit 10 reps touch and go at 225 earlier this week.
Let's go.
4th and final heat underway. 4:03.87 seconds is the time to beat. Guy Mayeros in the middle of your screen getting right to work.
Racing the bar down. That's what I want to see. We're going to see a world record here. I'll say world record. Oh, whoa. Did he just swat it? All right.
Okay.
I believe I'm going to go ahead and say it. I hated when it was like, oh, world record, blah, blah, blah. When we were just doing events, you're like, easy on the world record. This could be a world record, you know? Like, I think we could officially say this would be a world record. I'm excited to see Guy here, but hey, going to a squat early, bold strategy, Cotton. We've already used the joke, but we'll see how it plays out.
Roman, before the event, caught eye contact with me up here and gave me a nice wave. So
he's feeling it.
He's feeling the competition.
Like it.
Maybe he wants me to say something nice about it, but that's not going to happen.
Well, we need to keep an eye on both Krennikov and Hopper because they came in 3rd and 4th place, respectively.
And Hopper's not far behind Guy.
And both Hatfield and Mertens are done. So those two have a chance to make up some ground here. And it's only a 2-day competition.
He is off of my pace, guess. Well, he's right at it.
Right at it, yeah.
But, oh, man. But
maybe he's saving it for those last 10 to be touch and go.
He also doesn't need to hammer this event. I mean, it's still perfect reps. He's straight up and down. He's squatting. It's good position. He doesn't have to do it. I just thought Guy, you know, being the showman, you know?
Showman, yeah, you can say that twice. He is a showman.
He is a showman. You know,
he does like to put on a show.
We'll see what Sprague does here. I am interested to see. You know, that's kind of the knock on, you know, oh, he's really good at all the other stuff, but the heavy stuff gets him. But, man, he's moving the bar well.
Yeah.
He's right there with these guys.
I believe he's more comfortable with his power snatch for this event. So if he can hang on to the power snatch, then I think that's going to be a better off for him. So I think that's the plan.
Man,
champ to champ, what advice would you give?
Champ to champ, you know, just run your race, pace, race. Is that it? Did I get it?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Mayeros is already through 17 of those 30 reps. There's Jason Hopper, who right now sits in 2nd place. He's battling with Roman Krennikov in that spot.
Man, tomorrow's going to be so much fun. I know we're still in today, and we're going to watch a cool race here in a minute, but, man, it's setting up exactly what we wanted. We wanted to see a good day tomorrow, and we're going to see that. All these guys are going to be tight, close, locked in there. It's going to be some good times coming out of this heat. We're halfway there. He's putting a charge in, boys. We got a minute.
He's still moving, yeah.
We got a minute.
10 reps to go for Mayeros. Again, time to beat upper right-hand part of your screen.
And my first guess might be
spot on. Let's see.
I don't know. He's knowing his race. He's going in a second, I think. He doesn't have to race.
8 reps left for Mayeros. Well ahead of the field here in this 4th and final heat.
Roman right there. Roman and Hopper exchanging blows. Sam quietly over here. James, man, this is a good heat, fun to watch.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fun when we get to 20 here.
Running away with this thing.
We knew that was going to happen, and he's doing exactly what we expected. I am surprised at how, it's picture perfect squatting, and he's doing it. He's going to be close here to my man.
There we go. We got 5 reps. Let's see.
Touch and go. Let's see it.
Final 5.
Does he have it?
I thought he was going to
Come on.
Still impressive.
Give the people what they want. 3 more reps.
Hopper and Krennikov still in 2nd place behind him.
Right there.
He's flirting with Nick Matthews, 4:03. He's got 2 reps. He's got 1 more rep, and he's
Final
13
rep, trying
seconds.
to go sub 4.
Can anyone do it?
He's going to do it.
There it
across. Sub 4 minutes for Guy Mayeros in an event win, 3:58.61 seconds.
What does that do to the rest of the group here? You know, did anybody? I saw some heads look over there like, oh shit.
No reason to chase that guy.
No. Just keep hitting your single reps. Stay smooth.
Man, Hopper and Krennikov just exchanging blows here. Sprague holding on. Sam?
Cornway right there with them.
Come on.
All these guys are about within a couple reps of each other.
Yeah, Hopper is about, now he's 2 reps ahead, tied with Krennikov.
Yeah.
Krennikov's just slightly faster on that pace. He's getting that rep in while Hopper's resting.
And all these guys right neck and neck with their reps.
But separately, Colton and Hatfield doing well in that last heat, doing exactly what they needed to do to separate themselves.
Well, Nick Matthews going to wrap up 2nd place. That's big for him. Again, he was outside the top 10 coming into this event.
Sprague falling off a little bit too here. That's
Sprague's got 7 left.
This heat is extremely fast through and through.
I think all the way back to heat 1.
Yeah, we're going to have some heat 1ers creep in here, I think, a little bit.
Royce Dunn was what, 5:36?
Yeah.
Roman with 2 reps left. Cornway and Hopper both with 3, and now he's at 2.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
Here we go.
Sam crushing
Sam's
it.
got two.
Sam putting a
Roman's last
charge
rep.
into it.
Kranikov's got one remaining. This will finish second place in
Roman's
A.
going to take it.
Roman's
go.
in. Hopper's got
One
two
more
remaining,
clean
but
rep.
Cornway starting to put some pressure on
we
him.
go.
And Sam Cornway is in.
Hopper's still doing what he needs to do. One more clean rep and he's in.
Final rep for Jason Hopper.
There it
Got
is.
that.
Nice.
Smooth all the way through.
And now
There it
Sprague with 2 left.
That's we got several spots creeping in on this heat.
And Sprague with 1 rep left. This whole heat just incredibly fast, showing why they're in the final heat.
We will reseed for tomorrow, so we'll have those top 10 in the overall standings in the heat. Sprague is across, but Guy Maieros going sub 4 minutes. Picks up the event win. No surprise there. 3:58.
There it is. It's gone. 4 minutes gone. There we go. We didn't even need to wait till next 3 weeks. Man, Nick's was awesome too.
Are you a little surprised at how quickly he went to the squat here?
Yeah, look at how quick he's settling the bar down, and then quickly he's like, never mind. We're gonna go squat. I think it was rep 3 or 4. He just started squatting. So, man, Sam put a charge in there late. That's impressive to see. Sam's such a solid athlete. Man, Guy just powering through it, and then he's just such a good position on that squat. It's so effortless for him. He's so strong. His legs are so strong. So, it did exactly what he needed to do.
How about this? Colton Mertens takes 3rd place.
Hatfield
He was
right behind him, man.
2nd overall coming in. Gains 5 points on Austin Hatfield with that result.
It's a tie.
This is going to be tight going into day 2.
Good job, Angelo. You did so good programming.
Yeah,
good job.
thank you.
Yeah, nice work, man.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that.
Not to toot your own horn.
Guy Maieros is going to pick up the win, 3:58.61 seconds, and he gets to talk to Rory McKernan.
Guy, I don't speak Portuguese. I also don't speak sign language. You had some stuff for the people there. What were you trying to say?
Not in my house.
Let's go. This one was pretty much made for you. There was high expectations. Did you feel the pressure?
Yeah, pressure is a privilege, so I just try to embrace it. Trying to, just have fun. I ended up getting nervous, and I just went for it. I didn't have any strategy. I mean, I had a strategy until 3, 2, 1. But yeah, it was great. And I thought it would be 225. It was 135?
Oh, too light for you, huh?
Too light, Rich. Love you.
Well, it was incredible there at the end, and we talked about this a little bit. The people wanted to touch and go. What happened?
I mean, me too. I wanted to, but it didn't happen. In the last 3 reps, my butt was like just burning.
Well, you said that you're trying to have fun. Are you having fun?
A lot. Today, had breakfast at my house with my dog. I slept in my own house. I was sleeping on my own bed, here with my friends. My training partners are here, so my family, Mayhem family, is here, so I'm just having the great time.
Love it. We're having a great time watching you. Congratulations, brother. Thank you.
Is that guy ever not happy?
Nah, yeah, sometimes. Running. He doesn't like running.
Yeah, you see him on a long run, he may not be happy.
He seems to be happy, though, doing that now.
You talk to him after heavy barbell, he's happy.
Man, so much fun to watch today. These guys have put on such a good show. It's so cool to see what they're capable of. Long endurance event to start, heavy barbell, and they crushed it. Man, so impressive. The drone flyer right into a tree. So much going on.
It's been a fun day 1. 1 day remains. And we will have it for you tomorrow. Stick around for the post-game show. Rory McKernan and I will actually reveal some things about the final day of competition. So stay tuned, everybody. The 2025 Mayhem Classic is brought to you by Heart and Soil, the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet. By Northern Spirit, the official partner of Mayhem Europe. By Frog Grips, the grippiest grips in the world, and by the city of Cookeville, a natural fit.
Stuff.
Welcome into the Heart and Soil post-game show here. Sean Woodland, Roy McKernan, and Rich Froning joining you after a busy day of competition, 2 total events for the men and the women. But we are here in reason because of a lot of these sponsors. They have a big role in this, and Heart and Soil has played a really big part in putting this event on.
To say the very least, look, it's too early to celebrate and do a touchdown dance, but that was an awesome day of broadcasting, and we couldn't do it without Heart and Soil and all of the partners who are here. So yeah, it's hopefully for the spectators at home that lands, because we love doing this and showing it to the world. So it makes a huge difference for you guys to get to see what we're doing here and bring the action these athletes are doing to the world. I got my man Steve back. Steve's the biggest brain in the business, and of course a member here at CrossFit Mayhem. And earlier, we talked a little bit about products. We just want to make sure that people get a little bit more information about what the brand's all about and why these things are so great.
Yeah. Well, the brand synergy came about because when I moved to Cookeville a couple of years ago, and I realized that I landed accidentally by Cookeville and the CrossFit Mayhem, I started to work out and see the alignment between Rich, the brand, the bison farming, the hunting, the grilling up the heart with his kids, the fittest man ever, the GOAT, the best to ever do it. And I was like, why aren't we working on something right now and putting it together in a natural way? So we got Rich some product. Rich enjoyed the product. We work out together every day. And what we're trying to do here is get the athletes that are focusing on trying to optimize their fitness and health, the best nutrition in the world. So a lot of supplements on the market are synthetic. This is just real food in a pill. Grass-fed, grass-finished, liver, heart, kidney, spleen, pancreas, other organs like brain, bone marrow, good for your joints, good for your brain, good for your body.
You guys are basically, what do we say, organ sellers?
Organ dealers.
Organ dealers, that's what it is, yeah. Rich, you got a favorite Heart and Soil product?
I use whole package. I'm a simpleton. Less is more for me, and so whole package works really well. Yeah, we joked, but my kids love, when we harvest an animal, they love the heart. And so it's pretty cool that, we get to pass this on and make it easier. It's not easily available to get at your supermarket or whatever. It's almost special order. So to have it in a pill makes it easy. You're getting all of that. So, and it's funny, Steve's been a part of our community for years. Yeah. And so we never met until, 2 weeks ago? At the 2 o'clock class, right? Yeah. He's like, I'm Steve. And I'm like, man, I've heard all about you, but we've never officially met. So
and of course, it was his jam. He's he's a monster on machines.
We went hard. Yeah. We went hard. So it was fun. We ran a little bit, did some touch and go clean and jerks, and then had to burpee to finish. So it was fun. It hurt more than it wanted to.
He started too fast, didn't he?
No, he did great.
Okay, good.
He held on.
Good.
I had Rich breathing down my neck, so I definitely got a few more burpees per round than I otherwise would have done,
I love it. Well, officially, again, we want to say thank you so much. Stick around because we got an important announcement that I want you to hear, and that is...
We're doing it live?
We're doing it live,
now.
baby.
All right. I don't know if athletes are listening. They can't hear right now. They're going to find out soon enough. It's not really a secret because it was, we put out this graphic a couple weeks ago, and the problem was the person making the graphic didn't know what the actual workouts are. So there's workouts in here twice. A lot of people guessed it. 30 cals, 24s for the ladies. Cals on the Rogue Echo bike, 30 bar muscle ups, and 30 cals, 24 cals. To finish, it's going to be fun. It's going to be hard. It's going to be fast. So just like that event we just watched, going to have to put the pedal down, and man, we're going to see some Jello legs, maybe from our boy Hopper again, maybe another meme, so it'll be good.
Well, and for those of you who did not see that graphic that Rich was talking about, here's a closer look at what you're going to see in event number 5.
Event 5, probably the one that's going to hurt the most. It's going to be the most fun to watch. It's going to be quick. It's going to be fast. 30 cals for the men, 24 for the ladies on the Echo bike, 30 bar muscle ups, same. Everybody gets to do the same. 30 bar muscle ups and 30 cals and 24 cals on the Echo bike again. So sprint, we're going to see how fast people can go on that Echo bike. See if everybody can go unbroken on the bar muscle up, and then see how that second bike holds up after the first one. I'm excited to see this one and see how much people want to hurt on this one, because this one you can make it hurt as much as you want to. So fired up to see this one. I think it's going to be fast. I think it's going to be painful.
I love it. Is there any other information? Is there any other information about it?
That's it. That's the 5th final event. It's what we're going to finish on. So we're going to end this whole thing on. Hopefully it's going to be close. We were like, where can we put a 6th event? How can we get another score in there? And you look at the test, and when it's done, it's all out now. You're just adding crap volume. We don't need to do that. It's a 2-day event with what we're trying to do, condense the schedule. Man, it's going to be fun. It's going to hurt. I'm glad I'm not doing it last.
A lot of people call this shot. It's going to be an aggressive finish.
Aggressive finish. I've heard some guys have tested it, and so I want to see, do you push that Echo bike, try to go unbroken? Do you, or not go unbroken, break the bar muscle ups? Do you, Yeah, man, it's going to be lack of better terms, it's going to be a bloodbath.
I never want to take the mic away from you. But we only have 2 here. But we'll move on to the next thing, and let's recap kind of what happened today. We'll start on the men's side of things. And going into event 1, I mean, you said it during the broadcast. It wasn't going to be the most exciting event on paper, but this thing turned out to be super exciting. The 2 men who finished 1 and 2 separated by less than 0.2 of a second.
They're at the top of the leaderboard after both events. So, man, it's just so cool. It was such a fun race to watch. You just didn't know, like, all right, you know, at times the endurance events get lost. They're kind of boring to watch. Man, this was just fun to watch. You had a drone crash in there. You got to watch fire trucks. Like, you could have put the kids in front of this and they probably would have liked the show because there's fire trucks, you know? Man, it was such a cool just watching these 2 kind of position and angle each round where they were going to, it was like, you know, 2 turkeys like strutting in a field. It's turkey season coming up. And so, man, it's just fun to watch these guys and girls just throw down.
Let's talk about the strongest moment of the day. And I mean, I think it's appropriate. Guy Mayero's going sub-4 on heavy Isabel.
I missed him just a touch. I was thinking 3:36. They hadn't done all the stuff that they did before. But, man, Guy's such a powerful athlete. So fun to watch. Every rep just so clean and put on a show as always.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch. And like you said, a little off the prediction, but he did that after doing event number 1, but it was impressive.
The way it played out, too, like when I was watching from the sideline, I was like, oh, he's not even going for it. But he's moving so quickly, it just doesn't look like it.
He's just one giant fast twitch muscle. But here are your overall standings. How about this? Dead tie for first place. Austin Hatfield, who has a tiebreak because he has an event win, 185 points. Colton Mertens sits in second place. Guy sits in third, and it's Krennikov and Fernandez rounding out the top 5. 3 events remaining. The final day tomorrow. I mean, you've been in this position a lot in competition. You go on the final day, you know exactly what you need to do. So what's got to be the mindset for these athletes
going
into
know.
Sunday?
It's going to be a fight. It's going to be fun to watch. We got 3 scores. Traditionally, you know, the second day is the moving day, but it also is our end to the competition, which also makes it pretty fun. A lot of guys within striking distance of there. The 2 spots, obviously those 2 are have a gap there. Honestly, my math, man, seeing Guy in third right there is, you know, these are all good workouts coming up for him too. So, man, hey, I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun for the men on day number 2. Top 2 go to the CrossFit Games from here. Let's go over to the women's side. And I don't think it was any shock earlier this morning, earlier today, it wasn't this morning, it's the afternoon, where we watched Emily Rolfe take event number 1.
Hammered event 1. Just, you know, on the run, she would take off. Seeing Fee jump in there, her cycle rate on her burpee box get-overs, and then her squat pace. Man, that was a fun race. We had some really good races there. We had that kind of a mob of a couple girls there that, you know, piled in there from like 3rd to 6th. And so, man, that was fun. And then, you know, Ro, what do you think?
Yeah, I think one thing, this is not even competition related, but for people who don't usually get the scope of how big Mayhem is, those drone shots were epic. It was like, oh, wow, this is actually a massive place. New sign looks good, but a big run course. But yeah, to watch them battle it out, not a bad seat in the house. I was literally on Colton Mertens and all the Andrew Nistler, like with their sweat almost like thrown at you when they're doing their burpees. But yeah, tremendous effort by all the athletes was really, really fun to watch.
And then a completely and totally different challenge here for event number 2. Hannah Black kind of stole the show at the beginning. You know, if you weren't with us, you wrote a graduate thesis on this workout. But Abby Doman.
Attack. That was the only word I can think of. The entire time she was on attack on that barbell. Like, she looked angry at the barbell and moved it well and never really slowed down. As soon as that bar would settle, she just attacked the barbell. So it was impressive.
Well, Abby Doman picks up the event win. And here are your overall standings. She is on top as a result, 175 points, 15 clear of Caroline Stanley. Andrea Nistler, a Masters athlete, sits in 3rd. Fisa Gaffi and Alexis Raptis rounding out the top 5. And Haley Adams is only 5 points back of one of those spots inside the top 5. What are you looking forward to the most tomorrow? I know it's kind of hitting you off the cup. Yeah.
The answer is all of it. Now we see the full picture. Honestly, for me, it's the final. I love a sprint finish.
Yeah.
I love to see people go aggressive and hard. Shout out to Jason Hopper. I love to see his legs just disappear. He used that thing as a tackle dummy instead of a buzzer. So it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, man, 50 points from 1st to 10th. And we got 3 events tomorrow. A lot of points out there. Buried tests, some skill in there, some high work capacity, but also under duress, mayhem, you know? Like, literally the best word for it tomorrow is mayhem. And so it's cool to see the test all come together and see these athletes just putting on a show. So I'm fired up. It's cool. It's
cool to be on this side.
Got 3 events remain. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to get started a little earlier than we did today. Action kicks off at 12 p.m. Central Time with women's event 3, and then the men close things out right around 4:30 Central Time. You're not going to want to miss any of that. Only 3 events remain. It's going to be tight. Top 2 men, top 2 women move on from Cookeville, Tennessee to Albany, New York, and the 2025 CrossFit Games. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching today. Thank you to all the sponsors who made this possible. For Rory McKernan, Bella Martin, Angelo DeChico, and Rich Froning, as well as our entire crew here, I'm Sean Woodland. We will see you back here tomorrow for day number 2 of the 2025 Mayhem Classic.